Without any more ado, we would like to start today's first technical session. I hope you all have had a pleasant morning and all are doing well. I would like to welcome the chair and the co-chair for this session, Madam Varina Burke and Dr. Sham Sundar Rath, to kindly come up on this and start with the proceedings. I request the audience to put your hands together for our chair and co-chair for this morning first technical session. A brief introduction of Madam Varina and what she's been doing for the field of physical education, sports sciences. An eminent speaker, someone who has done a lot of academic and sports related activities in the field of physical education and sports, not only in her country, but wherever she's been traveled, she's been inspiring people. That's Madam Verina for you and Dr. Sham Sundar Rath, a very own faculty from the University of Manipur. It's a brief description and something about them. Ma'am, you can take your seat, please. Put your hands together for our chair and our co-chair. The presenter for this session, Sir Sushil Ram. His session for today is going to be on Commonwealth perspective on youth empowerment and sports. I call upon Sir Sushil Ram, the first presenter for this session. I request all of you all to put your hands together. I request the chairperson to kindly introduce the and take forward the session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
So good morning to everybody. I have the pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Sushil Ram, advisor, and he's working in the social policy development section in the Commonwealth Secretariat in London, UK. And he has a lot of, well, a large knowledge about policies in sport, how to implement them, how to create them. And we look forward now to listen to his presentation. So the floor is yours, Sushil.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. Good morning, everybody. Um, it's indeed my pleasure and also an honor to join you all today in this beautiful state of Goa for this conference, Fit for Life, empowering youth through physical education, sports, and traditional games. And of course, I would firstly also like to thank the organizing team led by Professor Usha Nair and the wonderful entire team who put this conference together, the hard work that they have put in. But more importantly, I would like to thank them for this invitation, but also the warm hospitality, the warm welcome that was all extended to us. So thank you to the University, Sports University, Goa, University of Goa and Don Bosco for that. I'm no expert in sports. I'm not an academic. I'm more of a practitioner in youth development. And we see sports as one of the crucial, critical kind of a tool that we can use to empower or achieve whatever objective and outcome that we are looking for in youth development sector. So the presentation will be in that context. And let me sort of start by just giving a brief background about the Commonwealth. This is just to give you a context. So it's a voluntary organization of 56 independent and sovereign states. It's home to over 2.6 billion citizens, of which over 60% are under the age of 30. And in some countries, this percentage is nearly 70%. And this is an extraordinary kind of a demographic that holds the promise of a brighter, more inclusive future. And our challenge in the development sector and also the opportunity lie in equipping these young people with the skills, the resilience, and the confidence to lead. The Commonwealth is a very diverse organization. It contains some of the largest and the smallest countries in terms of economic development, developed, developing. It spans all the five regions of the globe. And also, it is diverse in terms of culture, in terms of language. And 31 of our member states of the 56 are small island states, and most of them are either in the Caribbean, Pacific, or the Indian Ocean. In the Secretariat, there are a number of agencies that deliver on the mandate of our heads of government. Our heads of government meets every 2 years. The last meeting was in Samoa last year, and the heads of government provides a mandate to the Secretariat in terms of the activities and the programs that they do. So the principal agency of the Commonwealth is the Secretariat, and this is where I am based. And the Secretariat provides guidance on policy making, provides technical assistance and advisory services to our member states. And uh, you know, we support governments, our member states, to achieve sustainable, inclusive, and equitable development. But the Secretariat or the Commonwealth countries are also supported by an active network of more than 80 intergovernmental, civil society, cultural, and professional organizations, which are accredited to the Commonwealth Secretariat. And of course, one of them is the Commonwealth Games Federation, the ones that organizes the Commonwealth Games. And most of you know Commonwealth from the Commonwealth Games. And there are others. There, as I mentioned, there are 80. It includes the Commonwealth Foundation, which works with civil society. There's the Commonwealth of Learning in the education sector, the Commonwealth Scholarships and Fellowship Commission. We have the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. So there is a whole host of the organization that delivers on the mandate of our heads. And what binds the Commonwealth together, all these 56 diverse countries? It is the Commonwealth Charter. Our guiding principles are contained in the Commonwealth Charter, and this is something that is agreed to by all the member states. And the Charter sort of brings together the values and the aspirations which unite the Commonwealth: democracy, human rights, rule of law, sustainable development, climate change, trade. These are some of the values and principles of the Commonwealth. And the Charter expresses the commitment of member states. Remember, it's a commitment of member states um, to the development of free and democratic society and promotion of sustainable development. And basically, with the ultimate objective of improving the lives of people of the Commonwealth countries. The Charter also acknowledges the role of the civil society, and critically, and for this presentation, the Charter recognizes the positive and active role and contribution of young people in promoting development, peace, and democracy. And in the Charter, the head specifically mentioned that the future success of the Commonwealth countries rest with the continued commitment and contribution of young people, and the heads committed to investing in young people, in promoting and sustaining its values and principles. So, with this, and for these reasons, we have a dedicated youth program in the Commonwealth Secretariat that focuses on youth empowerment and development, and we have been there for over 50 years. And the core objective of the Commonwealth Youth Program is to assist our member governments in developing and implementing policies and programs for the empowerment of young people. And our vision is a Commonwealth where young people are empowered to deal with the multiple and complex issues that they face, and to utilize their potential not only for their own fulfillment, but to also to partner and lead for the betterment of their societies and countries. Now, in the Commonwealth, youth empowerment means equipping young people with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities to actively participate in shaping their own futures, and thereby also contributing to the development of their own countries. And some of the key areas that we work on are, the three areas that is on the left-hand side. One is strengthening policy frameworks. We ensure that policies at local, national, and global levels that can create an enabling environment for young people to thrive. Secondly, strengthening mechanism for meaningful youth participation. Youth participation is a right, and through youth participation, programs, impacts, outcomes would be always much better if young people are engaged and meaningfully participating in the decision making. Um, so we provide platforms and strengthen mechanisms both at a national and local level and also at a global level where young people can engage in decision making, leadership roles, and civic action. And the third aspect of our work is capacity, equipping not only young people but also the policymakers. We provide the skills, training, and the resources young people as well as the policymakers need to make the change in their own societies. And some of the work that we do revolves around evidence-based youth policy. You may have heard about the Youth Development Index, the mainstreaming guide, the policies, technical assistance that we provide to countries to develop their youth policies, skills development and economic empowerment, youth work professionalization, youth engagement and participation. We have a number of youth networks and platforms. We have about 12 thematic youth networks that is in existence, and I'll talk about the Commonwealth Youth Network on sports for development and peace also. And of course, youth mainstreaming. Youth work professionalization is all about providing the skills and the competence to people who work with the young people. And this also looks at the safeguarding issues. But we believe that people working in the youth sector needs specific skill sets to be more impactful and effective with the duty of care of young people. Now, sports as a catalyst for youth development. We all recognize in this room that sports is a powerful tool for development, for social inclusion, for peace. And through sports, young people acquire those essential life skills, whether teamwork, discipline, leadership, resilience. And sport nurtures well being, both mental, physical. It fosters social cohesion in ways that few other platforms can achieve. And sport and physical education for us is more than just a game. They're not just about medals and championship. They're about dignity, they're about inclusion and opportunity for young people. It is about ensuring that every young person, regardless of gender, background, or ability, has the tools to live a healthy, empowered, and fulfilled life. And therefore, the theme of this conference, Fit for Life, sort of aligns very well with the Commonwealth Youth Program's core values and our commitment to youth empowerment and development. To be fit for life, we believe that it means more than just physical fitness. It signifies a holistic approach to life that includes mental resilience, emotional strength, and social adaptability. It means equipping young people with tools to navigate the challenges, contribute to their communities, and lead with confidence. So, for Commonwealth, being fit for life encompasses three excuse me, three critical dimensions. Now, first is, of course, the physical well being, access to quality sports, physical education, healthy lifestyle to promote long term well being. The second one is social and economic empowerment, how sports, using sports as a tool to enhance education, enhance employability, enhance skills building, leadership skills, and of course, gender equality. And now sports is also being used as a tool for youth entrepreneurship, peace and social cohesion, leveraging the unifying power of sports to bridge divides, foster dialogue, and build inclusive communities. We recently initiated or launched Peace at Crease, using cricket as a tool through which we can build peace in communities. And it was piloted in Rwanda, for example. At the Commonwealth, we have been leveraging sport for development through the Commonwealth Sport for Development and Peace program, a specific program that we have set up within our youth division. The Commonwealth has been at the forefront of utilizing sports as a means for sustainable development. And through the what we call the SDP program, Sports for Development and Peace, we promote the use of sports to address issues such as gender equality, social inclusion, health, well-being, and economic development. And these initiative sort of aligns with the SDGs and supports efforts to empower marginalized communities through sports. And now what we generally do is we invest in structured programs, in policy, in advocacy, in capacity building, and research. Through this, we ensure that sport is a recognized tool for social transformation. Excuse me. Yeah, just to give a outline, brief outline of what we do in our SDP. So it's all about policy, people, and progress. Ultimately, this is at the heart of what we do. We have come to understand that in many Commonwealth countries, public policy issues pertaining to sport are housed within sports ministries and sport focused public bodies with mandates prioritized towards elite sport. As a result, sport policy is often framed outside the parameters of national development plans and by extension, the global goals framework, risking lack of coordination, there is duplication, and a lack of policy coherence. A lot of sports policy does not speak to the other policies such as the health, youth, or employment policies. Therefore, in this context, here are the four areas of impact we focus on in the secretariat. One is the technical assistance for development of sports policies and programs and legacy plans, data collection to evidence, and enhance the contribution of sport, physical activity, and physical education to the SDGs, capacity building of government officials and partners, and consensus building through research, advocacy, and communication. And we believe that getting these four impact streams right leads to a stronger, more robust sporting sector. It also leads to greater investment in the sector by public development banks, private sector, as measurement and finance go hand in hand. Under the technical assistance, we have recognized that a vicious cycle is apparent where there is an issue of lack of quality data being available on a regular basis to justify higher budgets and greater investment in SDP programs and in the staffing at the Ministry of Sports themselves. Thus, a greater focus in our technical assistance is moving forward is on supporting governments to operationalize results framework, advocate for its use across the sectors, and aid organizations to collect and use data accordingly. And under capacity building, the Secretariat is committed to accessible, regular training and capacity building for the policymakers. Now, we also have a Commonwealth Advisory Body on Sports, KBOS. This was established by the heads of government in 2003 and was endorsed by the Commonwealth Sports Ministers meeting. And its mandate is to advise the Commonwealth Secretary General and member governments on sport policy issues, particularly related to sports for development and peace. It is a kind of a volunteer body of 15 members that is appointed. The membership is drawn from every region and includes government, representatives of the sports community, youth, academia, and the athletes themselves. And this is more like expert kind of a group. And they are, of course, selected on competence and based on their expertise. And Since its inception, CABOS has been an ardent, evidence based advocate for sports for development and peace and protecting the integrity of sports, and has become a clearinghouse for research, submissions to ministers, and examples of good practice. How it operates. So they have formed four working groups measuring the contribution of sport on the sport to the SDGs, the role of good governance in sport in protecting integrity and respecting, protecting, and fulfilling human rights, intersectoral approaches for policy coherence, youth health, gender and education, and innovation in investment in sports. And the working, I'll just give an example of what the working groups do. So the first working group is measuring the contribution of sports to SDGs. We had the presentation also from UNESCO, where the Commonwealth, in partnership with UNESCO and other organizations, are working in this area. Part of our foundational contribution of foundational guiding work in the Secretariat has been on developing a set of common indicators for measuring the contribution of PA in sport to the SDGs and its targets. And this multi stakeholder initiative led to the production of what we call Category A and Category 2 indicators. The second working group is on the role of good governance in sport, protecting integrity in respecting, protecting, and fulfilling human rights, safeguard and model legislative provision on sport and provision of trust, international partnership against corruption in sport, indigenous declaration on reconciliation and partnership with indigenous people. And I'll give an example of what this working group did. They were able, our sports ministers have given us the mandate through the Commonwealth Consensus Statement on promoting human rights in and through sport. To call for inclusive and safe access to all through safeguarding. From youth perspective, over 60% of the population are under 30 in the Commonwealth. So safeguarding policy within the Commonwealth is a priority. And recognizing the challenge we have in this area, we are now embarking on this work to realize and promote human rights in and through sports. Uh, and the work has continued from there on. At our one of our heads of government meeting, CHOGM stands for Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, held in Rwanda in Kigali. There was a Kigali Declaration and model legislation on preventing abuse of position of trust. The Kigali Declaration also advocates expanding social protection coverage to reduce poverty and promote human capital for all children and young people, strengthening health systems to respond to future pandemics, tackling the underlying causes that lead to children requiring care and protection in the first place. Now, I also mentioned about the model legislative provision on the abuse of position of trust. The legislation that outlaws the abuse of position of trust is an important part of national safeguarding policy. We found in our research that many countries in the Commonwealth had some gaps in provision when it came to POT legislation. And even where legislation was found to be in place, it often didn't cover roles within sports. UNICEF, in partnership with UNICEF, UK, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and a law firm, have worked alongside an expert group comprising of senior officials from law and sports ministries across 15 countries to develop a draft model legislative provision which define what constitutes an abuse of a position of trust to support the national work aiming to strengthen this aspect of our safeguarding of their safeguarding legislation. the Commonwealth Model Law on protection of vulnerable persons against abuse by persons in position of trust has now been finalized, and this can be accessed. In fact, I will put in my presentation access to the model legislation. A lot of countries do not have the expertise or the capacity to put in place legislative or do the legislative drafting. And with this way, we are hoping that a lot of small island states in particular will be able to have those legislative protection of young people. The working group 3, just giving an example, one with the intersectoral approaches of health, sport, education, and gender. So this working group encourages strong cross collaboration in order to reach our shared goals. And the main output, one of the main output has been the Commonwealth NCD's youth focused guiding framework. Uh, and just to give an example, the case for addressing NCDs in the Commonwealth, and I think the UNESCO presentation gave some data and statistics on the NCDs issues yesterday. NCDs are the number one cause of death and disabilities worldwide, killing 41 million people each year, and disproportionately affecting people in low and middle income countries where 3 out of 4 cases occur. 50% of these premature deaths are occurring in Commonwealth countries. And the Commonwealth small island developing states have some of the highest rates of diabetes, obesity in the world. And how our sports team is working with the health team to deliver on this. Working Group 4, this working group builds on our 10th Commonwealth Sports Ministers meeting on specific areas of emerging priorities and innovation in sport post-COVID-19. It highlights and celebrates innovative ways member countries across the Commonwealth are working to create and sustain an inclusive and resilient sports sector, and therefore enhancing the contribution of sports to SDGs. And a key focus in this area is two. One is a key focus being climate resilient in sports, and the second one is the social return on investment models. This work is being progressed in partnership with some of our partners out there, and I'll just give you an example of the UEFA Grow SROI model, which aims to increase grassroots football funding as a national association and governments have unique, tangible evidence that investing in mass participation has a significant impact in terms of economic value, social, and health benefits. So, evidence using the SROI model helps in getting more resources in the sports sector. So that's all that I have in presentation. And in conclusion, or before that, uh, I mentioned that we one of our key priorities of work is in terms of engaging young people, providing with the platform that they need. And one of those networks we have is what we call CYSTP, Commonwealth Youth uh, Network on Sports for Development and Peace. It is a youth-led network of young people who are already in the sports sector, who are passionate about sport, coming together on a single platform. And the idea is one, to have a collective voice on behalf of these young people who are in the sports sector. Number two, there is a peer-to-peer learning amongst them. Number three, collaboration between different regions and countries, learning, sharing of information, and capacity building. So I don't know, we do have a person from India who is a coordinator of this global CYSDP network, and one of their key aims is innovation with cohesion, diversity. They have the intersectoral approaches for sports development, equity. We seek neutrality, able leadership. Their work, the network's work is three in particular: advocate, use of sport as a tool for development and peace, educate the vulnerable community about sports for development, demonstrate the votes and policies into action. And these are some of the things that they have been doing over the past 5 years that they have been in existence, um, and also capacity building, institutional strengthening. Uh, the last initiative that I wanted to share is the Mass Open Online course, the MOOC, that the Commonwealth has developed with our partners. So the MOOC, it was created by Sports and Dev in partnership with Government of Australia and the Commonwealth Secretariat. MOOC offers tailored capacity building on issues pertaining to human rights, youth employment, gender equality, sorry about that, and inclusion at the community level. And the MOOC is positioned as a free online STP resource that aims to develop the skills and capacity of the government officials, international and national sports organizations, NGOs, to improve sports for development and peace programs, policies, and strategies. And this is available online and it is free. And we did this MOOC in the Africa region, and then we followed up by a face-to-face workshop of all those who were selected to participate. And the second MOOC, kind of a face-to-face session, will be in Asia in the coming few months. So, of course, the testimonial, this course offers leaders, practitioners, and young people alike superb professional development opportunities to build their skills and develop highly effective policies and programs. Um, I'll share the slide, and of course, this is available online, and you can have that. And I just wanted to conclude with this slide. This Samson, a Kenyan person with a disability, homeless, no education, living on the streets, and became an Olympian. And this is what he said: sport is beautiful. Sport helped me be who I am. Sport gave me life. Sport shaped my character. Sport developed me as a person. Sport took me to school. Sport gave me work. If you have an opportunity, please check his YouTube interview where he speaks on this, basically demonstrating the power of sport in the youth development sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sushil, for the insights of the work, of your work, of the Commonwealth Secretariat. We have enough time for one or two questions. So if anybody in the room would like to address a question.
Thank you.
Maybe I have a question for you. Well, the Commonwealth, you explained, it's composed of different countries. So can you please tell us maybe about the main challenges you have, because there are so different countries in the Commonwealth when you talk about, or when you are dealing with the policy making and the framework for the empowering of the youth through sport? Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, the diversity of the Commonwealth is not a challenge at all. In fact, it is one of the strengths that Commonwealth has. The role of the Secretariat, one of the roles we have is in terms of convening. We have every 2 years we have the sports ministers meeting. Every 2 years we have the youth ministers meeting. Every 3 years we have the education ministers meeting. We have the health ministers every year. So we have a number of ministerial meeting that happens right throughout, and of course the heads of government meeting. Now these meetings are able to create these consensus around issues, around development issues that is there, whether it be climate change, whether it be trade, whether it be sports, whether it be youth, health, and education. Now, what we have seen is that countries come together and they realize that the challenges that they have faced, despite the diversity, are basically the same. youth empowerment, health. These are the same challenges. And what they have also found is that every country in the global south, in particular, have certain strengths in certain areas. They may not necessarily have solutions to everything, but they do have solutions to some of the things that does work and deliver on the result. And as a result of all the countries coming together, there is the sharing of the good practices that happens. And countries do not necessarily have to go to another country to get the solution. They have it there amongst themselves. So I think diversity in that way is a strength. So I'll take it more as a strength and opportunity rather than as a challenge.
Thank you so much. We have one question, Usha.
So, Sushiram, it was wonderful indeed. And when we knew that the Commonwealth Secretariat is coming for this, I think it's a great opportunity for India too. So we look forward. But what about the any best practice, anything that is in the context of India? If there's something which you could share, and that would be great. And we look forward to like being a national sports university or those delegates who are here. How is that? We also would like to take up some small pieces where we could also, and this could be a platform where we could have a resolution being done. And there are a lot of Commonwealth countries which are here. So I think something, if we could start a setup here, that could grow. So could you just say something about India too?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to talk about Commonwealth is our approach. Our approach has always been collaboration, partnership. And most of the work that I have shown, and there are a number of knowledge products that is also out there, and I'll share in the slide itself some of the things, resource materials that can be used. Most of these has been developed in partnership with countries, as well as with international and regional organizations. India is, of course, through the Ministry of Sport, is represented on the CABOS, on the Commonwealth Advisory Body on Sports. I think one of the things, one of the challenges that we have seen in youth development and sports being used as a tool for youth development is the lack of coordination. The sports ministries, youth ministries, health, education operating in silos. I think one of the messages that Commonwealth has been advocating is the need for greater collaboration, breaking those barriers, and making sure um, that within a country, forget about collaboration outside, within the country, there is a greater collaboration within the government departments and section, and of course there are other entities outside the government. So this, I think, the collaboration, partnership, breaking those barriers is essential. India has always provided us with so much in terms of resource. uh, One of the things we always hear in Commonwealth meetings is that we want to learn this from India, both in terms of policy, programs, and initiatives. The skills building. A lot of countries in the Commonwealth are looking to India in terms of how they can learn what the government's initiatives through a number of programs that they have launched on skills building. On digital skills, so that learning is from other countries are learning from India, and at the same time, I think India also has the opportunity to learn from other countries, particularly in certain areas where it lacks. And as I said earlier, Commonwealth being diverse, each country has its own strength, and each country can provide something to the other. And the Commonwealth as a platform, and that is what we are sharing. And the last point I wanted to make is that conference of this nature, for us in the Commonwealth, it's more about building those connections, building those partnership. As I said, most of the work that we have delivered is based on partnership and collaboration. And after meeting so many of you, and certainly with the sports university, I'm looking forward and basically committing to have greater partnership and collaboration with all of you. And that's how the Commonwealth works. And this is the biggest outcome, I would say, that will come out of this conference, where we are able to build that sort of collaboration and partnership.
So thank you so much in your insights of your important work. you will be here around. So if anybody has some more questions, I think you are ready to answer in a coffee break or in the lunch break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Sir Sushil Ram, for inciting us about the ideologies and what the Commonwealth is doing for us and about the games. Thank you for answering this question and promising us your collaborations in the activities we do along with the National Sports University Manipur. I would request our Vice-Chancellor, Madam Usha, to kindly give a memento and felicitate Sir Sushil Ram for being present with us, giving us his time. Put your hands together, please. Thank you to the chair and the co-chair. You continue doing your job. Yeah, yes. Calling to the next presenter. Over to you, Chairman.
So our next speaker is Rosa Lopez de D'Amico from Venezuela, and you can see some important information about her on the slides. She is a professor in Venezuela, and she's well known for the topic empowering girls and women through sport. And this is also the topic of her speech today, empowering girls through physical education and traditional sports. And we are looking forward, Rosa, for your presentation now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning. No, I think you're sleeping. Good morning. Okay, that's much better. Yes, it is indeed a great pleasure to be here, and I have to say, first of all, thanks to my dear, I say Professor Usha Nair, Vice-Chancellor, but also a friend, okay, for making it possible for many of us to be here and to have the experience of being in India and sharing all the knowledge you had. And on the other hand, thanks to the students for being able to share some ideas. And don't believe here comes another feminist talking about the topic, okay? No way, okay? This is an issue that is indeed very important, and well, I hope the slide comes out. And okay, let's go back. Okay, so this is me. As you know, yesterday my colleague from the Caribbean, the West Indies, he showed where Venezuela is. So actually, at the moment, the president of the International Society for Comparative Physical Education and Sport, and I will speak a little bit about it, and then I'll continue with my presentation. I come from, this is a teachers training university. I mean, the first one, this is the university where at the moment I am emeritus professor from there, and I'm supporting a new teachers training university that was created in the country with a new vision of how to get to more remote areas and have more teachers in general, okay? So the International Society for Comparative Physical Education, it is indeed a very small society, I have to say. And this is the first one where I started to grow up, okay, where I was mentored to be. My former supervisor, PhD supervisor, belonged to this organization, and it happens that one of my friends of the world, Walter Hall, who, by the way, is presented at the same time in the other hall, we were mentoring by the same PhD supervisor. So it's a moral responsibility for us to be here. And this is how I started my international work, which I never in the past thought about it, okay? I came from a background in artistic gymnastics. I normally said it is 25 kilos ago, okay? So that was a long time, and I come particularly from elite sport. I mean, I participated in the national, I was member of the national team. However, I will push forward for physical education, even though I am passionate about sport, of course. And in here, when you speak about anything related with the Olympic Games, more than the Paralympic Games, people get moved and shake, and they are happy to speak about that. But I'm going to enforce and to refer much more to physical education. So we practice this sort of difficult task that is cross-cultural competence. Because most of the time, there are many international organizations, but sometimes it is very difficult to get across your comfort zone. So you need to be open-minded in order to be able to be sitting in a room with someone that speaks New Zealand English, Chinese English, Singaporean English, uh, not Africa, sorry, Zambia English, and Latin American English. It's complicated. So but that's what makes this work challenging. And in order to do comparative study, you need to be open to that, okay? We have been in many places. We run conference every 2 years. Our next conference will be in December in New Zealand, and I'm quite sure my friend from New Zealand will say a few more words about that. But the first time we came to India was virtually in 2021 when we supported LNCPE with this mass program for coaching education with more than 10,000 people being part of it. Then, of course, we have our face-to-face, and that was an eye-opener to many people who, some of them, and I have to say, were scared to come to India. I mean, this is a reality. And I just say like that because many people are also scared to go to my country. So I have no fear to say that, okay? And well, next time we will go to the other places because it's also important to visit those places where normally people don't have much, I would say, information. Because, for example, I want to know more about New Zealanders, but the Maori ones. What are they doing? What is their physical education? And sometimes in the literature, we have more mainstream. So we run webinars. We we are able to do it in different languages as well. We accommodate it according to the region. And we have a series of publications, okay? We have our own journal. We have our partnership with Routledge. We had one long time ago, and this is one of the first book, perhaps became very famous, like Sport and Women's Social Issues in International Perspective. So this was part of the ISPES series. And now, 2 years ago, we renovated our contract with Routledge, okay? So, but we also support the books of Astra in different languages, depending on the region in which we are. So, for example, when we had been in Latin America, the books of Astra has been in Spanish, just to mention an example, okay? So, now to our topic, okay? I would like the students, just the students, not my friends from the international NGOs organization. Have you ever heard about MINEPS? Raise your hand. Good. No one. Have you ever heard about WHO? World Health Organization? Yes? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yes. So how come? I always ask this question when I give a talk in several places. So how come we know more about WHO and we don't know about MINEPS? And many of us, we have been working and studying for many years PE, sport, physical activity, and it happens that MINEPS in so many places, they just launch the agendas and our ministers of education take it as such. So there's something going on with us in the education system. And when I say with us, because I also teach PE teachers, okay? Iapescave. Has anyone heard about Iapescave? No one. This is the International Association of Physical Education and Sport for Girls and Women. Iapescave was created in 1949, 1 year after the Declaration of the Human Rights. And since then, it has been working towards the empowerment of women. And lately, it has been more just related with PE because there are other women's organizations that has strong floor in some places, more connections, and they get to be more visible as IWG, okay? So, the reason why I mentioned this is because if you're interested to know more about this topic, this organization have web pages in which you can visit and get to know much more about women's empowerment in sport and in physical education. You have books there free to download, okay? So in order to get into the topic, that for many, they will tell me, this is the first time I hear somebody talking about it, okay? So we might believe, we that are working internationally, everybody knows it. But we know that it is not true. So, and one more question. Does any of the students have ever heard about Brighton Declaration? I just smile. And I smile because all of our countries have signed, are signatories, but we don't know it, okay? It's the same situation with the information that is in the books. So in free to download from any of the web page of these organizations or even UNESCO. So my concern always comes down, like we as international organization, we preach, we talk a lot, but are we really getting the target? Are we really getting to the ones who needs the information? Okay, this is just a general review because sometimes people forget, and in the latest year, it has been difficult for some, particularly men and some women, to understand why there is all this push for women's rights. And it happens that for centuries, it has been taken for granted that women are second-class citizens or third-class citizens. So this information there is based on the literature, okay? There's nothing new, and I won't be reading because uh, you can find, when you go to any of the feminist review, you can find that information. But it's very important when you start talking about this topic that we are consciously aware that that has been a situation for years, for many years. And we just take it for granted that that's the way it should go, okay? And the perspective, no, we have to challenge that, okay? But because of that, we understand, for example, why the stereotypes are created based on women's, but also that discrimination makes no difference whether you are from an upper class, low class, educated, non-educated. There you go. This is to start with a big picture. And just look, I mean, these numbers are not mine. This you can check at the UN Women reports, and you can see how women look there as head of states, representation in parliaments. And of course, things don't change out of a sudden, but there has been a push in the latest year. Nevertheless, besides the fact, and I have to say that I have given this talk in front of, lots of men in many different places, from Iran to Cuba, and you will see their same faces that is like, oh, I didn't imagine it was like that. The huge difference, okay? But it is there. And I invite you to check that and look at where your country is placed, how your country is doing in that sense. But again, we don't have enough representation. And by not having enough representation, our voices are not heard. Okay? So when you get to this, that is countries with gender equality portfolios, you see 89. And you wonder why 89? If all of them in the United Nations have agreed with the 2030 agenda, and gender equity is one of their topics. Okay? So it is an issue again to be a bit critical. And there you can see how your region is placed, okay, in the world, but also in the region itself. Now let's go to the SDGs, and that's what makes it more interesting. So the Sustainable Development Goals, there are two in particular. One, which is gender equality, and the other one, quality education. And it is precisely in quality education where I want you to focus that number of girls that remained out of school, that number of girls. And that's a scandal. If we think that nowadays we can even have translator applications, we can move freely for all over the world, but we still have regions in the world in which women don't have access to education. So, why do I speak about physical education? Well, basically, because in most education, I won't say in all, education system, they place either physical education or sport or health. There are different names that they have used. But physical education class might be the first time a girl gets contact to sport. Because the other reality is that in many countries, developed or developing countries, grassroots sport is supported by volunteers and kids have to pay. So if kids don't have money to pay, how they start having contact with sport? But all the countries said we have basic education, which is free. So that's why we push that physical education, sport or health, or physical activity, or PEPAS, physical education, physical activity, and sport, are incorporated in the educational programs. And again, it's a fact that girls participate less in physical activity than boys. It is a fact. There you have a reference. No, I think there's no need to go further discussion, but also that participating in physical activity helps the human being, okay? It's not just girls, it's everybody, okay? It does help. And perhaps here I don't have to insist more on that because I will be preaching the converters already. But we, and I want to have a special focus on that, the importance of physical activity of women's health, because if we check the data and we observe that women are participating less in physical activity, well, it does create an impact in humanity. I'm talking about society as a general, as a whole. So, but there is another issue that came across, and is mental health. Because before we were all concerned about fitness, but we forgot about mental health. And there were people behind talking about it, but few attention was paid to them. In here, there's data that indicates that participating in physical activity and sport does help to have your mental health. But it took a pandemic to come to have an awareness, an awakening, I would say, towards the relevance of mental health and the connection with physical activity. And particularly, it has to be a sport important person, not much actors and actresses, but sport girl, in this case, Simone Biles, to speak about her mental health. And then we started to have more projects being funded towards mental health and physical activity. Okay? That's why we need to write, we need to speak, and we need to show data, because the only way that it can be observed, or we can, let's say, at the governments or the NGOs that support with funding for research, is when we show data. Okay? And then, as the pandemic affected everybody, even the Olympic Games, even the superpowers, so then a focus was shift. And the UN women that had like 20 years that did not publish anything in sport suddenly started to have some bulletins in sport as well. So factors that influence, in this case, women participation. And I think you know many of them. Community support and social network. And later there will be some data in which it is indicated how important it is that your peers support your participation in physical activity and sport. Access to facilities and programs, okay? How open we are. Do they really have access? Sometimes when government speakers said, yes, we have possibilities, but I always ask, do kids have to pay? If they have to pay, then it's not that open, okay? Health and education awareness. Yes, there has been an awakening towards that. Even Usha in Manipur has her women's group that started 2 years and a half ago. So to have physical activity. Life stage and responsibilities, how demanding life is. And sometimes in some society, for women, it is even much more. Cultural norms and gender roles. What are we taught, how we should dress, how we should talk, how we should behave. Balancing roles when you're wearing what hat, okay? Body image and self-confidence. Sometimes we are slaves of our body image, right? Because we have to look appropriate. Okay. And impact on mental health. So again, here comes in mental health. And this really makes us think, what are we doing towards mental health? That's a big issue, a big concern, okay? And just one more thing in this slide, but it was on my way here. I watched this movie. I don't know how many of you know this movie. That is Young Woman in the Sea. Have you heard about this movie? Yes or no? Okay, it is indeed a very interesting movie, and I would suggest you to have a look at that. For our international guests, on the way home, you can watch it, okay, free. And I'm not making any propaganda to any Hollywood or whatever director, please. But what I found it quite interesting is the challenge the first woman to cross the English Channel had, okay, through the Gertrude Edler. And it is in there quite interesting phenomena. You would have to go deeper to know if it is true or not. But from the governance perspective, how difficult it was for the national sport people controlling the swimming board to accept a woman having the challenge and to make it possible to cross. So sometimes, even as the partners are the ones who make it impossible to achieve the goals, okay? So I would suggest that, and there are many other stories. Like I myself, I didn't know about Mary Com, and 2 years ago I saw the in Netflix documentary, and it was quite interesting, okay? And you can see in those videos the governance part, how sometimes the bodies, the, the governing bodies, are the ones who prevent and have prevented women to go further, okay? Now, some IOC interesting data, and perhaps, I mean, I'm being critical, and that's the purpose for all of us to be aware. So in all the media, you see the first Olympic Games, gender equality, 50-50. Hey, it's just athletes, okay? Have a look at coaches. How many women coaches? The media. And there are other interesting issues, like, for example, the amount of money that Ronaldo earns compared to the female athletes. So, again, sometimes we might think, what are the governing bodies doing in order to improve the number of women coaches? Because we know that there are more women coaches in some societies, we might have more girls practicing, okay? And the other aspect, which is quite interesting, and I don't have it there, it's because I come from a region where we are football lovers, okay? But it is critical to say that FIFA had no women in the executive committee for over 100 years. 100 years. 1948, remember, Declaration of Human Rights. When was the last time you changed your mobile? How technology changes very fast, and we don't change the rules of the games? So in 2016, FIFA appointed the first female general secretary. So we have to applaud that. And they launched a global strategy for women's football division. I'm being critical, okay? But I don't think it's fair. With so much money they appointed, they could have much more in many countries to develop, because kids love, I mean, the media either helps or destroys. Sorry, Jens, to say that. So, and then you have kids following the ball, football, everywhere. So we have to be, in a way, critical to the governing body, who can make a bigger effort to have women's in better, I would say, decision-making positions, okay? Not to mention, and I didn't mention before, the IOC and the representative worldwide, okay? How it looks like in terms of women in NOCs. So, students, again, one question. Have you heard about the Beijing Platform for Action? No? 1995, okay? I will just highlight two elements. After that agenda, the IOC started to have the suggestion to include women in their governing bodies, okay? So it is quite important that we visit that document, because from there is when they have started to move as a turtle, I would say, okay? Very slow. But that was 1995. It took FIFA 11 years to have a first woman general secretary, okay? So I just won't mention much of this. It was mentioned yesterday by our UNESCO representative here, but just to highlight that quality physical education is an essential point to learn life skills and develop positive patterns of behaviors. Where do our kids start learning to brush their teeth? Is it at home, but also at school, in kindergarten? So habits are created at a young age. So that's why we push forward that is at that age that they also need to have somebody who teach them. In some places they call it physical education, motor skills, but they start creating the habit. Because once you have that habit, it doesn't disappear. Sport athletes not necessarily have the habit for physical activity, okay? Just going very brief, 40% monitors and enforce gender equality policies, just 40%, okay? And that's an issue to be concerned. So perhaps we NGOs, we do it differently. This, and I would suggest those working on gender issues, this paper is quite interesting, like how through the physical education class, you can also see the development of women participation in PE and sport, and how we were asked to dress, the dress codes, etc. Now, and this together with another reference that we'll mention is quite clear that peer support, it's important. So let's be very careful, because we as teacher, we can make a kid love the sport or hate it, okay? And of course, there's this need, and still is, this, to support teachers, okay? Some universities don't have alumni association, so they can continue doing this continuous professional development, CPD. So perhaps we as organizations, international organization, can help in that respect, okay? Bailey, this is very good paper for you to read, and how sometimes the physical education class and were avoided by the girls because of the way they were looked at, okay? No, just as a reference, you can continue, because I will leave this presentation here. As I have, this is one from India, in which it indicates, again, the importance of a PE teacher to support a kid, okay? There are many resources on the web, and you can check, okay? Many up there in English, in different languages, not many in the languages in here, but you are fortunate because you can read it if it is in English, at least, okay? Many regions of the world don't have that possibility, okay? And just here, there are some photos of traditional games. And I think those links, I won't open them, no time, but you have it so you can watch. These are traditional games from Venezuela, but some of them are also traditional in other places, okay? I know it. So just by having a boy and a girl, kids, learning to do the traditional games, competing themselves, they start see the world from a different perspective. So normally we are given the example of football, and how then you have the split, boys and girls, and how they combine together. But you can also do it with the traditional sports, okay? Traditional, in some countries we have traditional and indigenous sport, okay? Which is a difference. And again, my push is like sometimes kids or, teachers would say, I don't have the ball to play. You might not have the ball, but you might have a traditional game that we can make it. So you can start practicing your motor development skills, okay? So final remarks, I insist the relevance of physical education to promote inclusion, but also equity, okay? I will say more equity than equality. And in all places, I think more efforts are needed to have progress and to promote the inclusion of physical education in the education system, and to have a look how we can support teachers to make it more accessible. But of course, I also indicate that women participation has to be in all the ecosystem, in all the sport ecosystem, okay? And that means coaches, judges, or referees, as you name it, okay? Finally, this is our call, this is our team, dressed in our kurta, and 2 years ago. This is our conference in New Zealand. And thank you very much. Deu boren korum. Okay?
Thank you so much, Rosa. You covered different aspects from female representation in organization and sport organization. Then you mentioned also IOC and well, the development in increasing the figures for female representative, let me say, athletes, but also media and coaches. And at the end, you give an insight how important physical education is to develop or empower girls and but also women, I think. So thank you so much for your inspiring speech. Is there any question from the audience? Yes, please.
An easy one, please.
Rosa, thanks a lot for not only this cracking presentation, but also for all the work you've been doing in terms of gender equity in the international sports arena. I have a very tough question for you. Now, well, I won't kind of go into my data, but I saw in some of the references in some of the quotes you're presenting to us, there was one specific passage that said, well, there were women in power who didn't empower
Yes.
girls.
Yes.
So I wanted to listen a bit more from you about this issue of kind of having tokenistic positions are all right. Now FIFA has a secretary, general secretary who is woman, or a club has a president who is a woman. But people who actually don't understand neither promote gender equity. They just hold to traditional hegemonic values in terms of gender and etc. So if you could expand on this, that would be great. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jorge. Well, one of the things that we have to be clear, and it is in the literature, the feminist literature, is that sometimes women's, when they get to power position, they imitate or replicate the model they have had. So it's like we are models in our home to our kids. And then when they're out, they behave in such a way, they replicate the family's behavior. This has happened, and there are studies that indicate that how you, once you get into a powerful position, in quotation mark, then you, in order to be accepted, you start imitating men's behaviors and men's attitude. On the other hand, for some it has been so difficult, and there's one issue that happens in sport. You can find people that are 20 years in the same board, in the same position. It's that happens in many places. I mean, this is the most, I would say, globalized phenomenon. Like how many board members remain in the same position for so many years, no matter women or men, voluntary position or paid position. So of course it will take a while, a long time, in order to be flexible enough. But I also believe that it's an issue of humanities and how, I mean, we have to learn that in order to grow up, it's not just one individual growing. We have to mentor and support others. So sometimes we have to ask ourselves, how many are we mentoring? How many are we supporting to continue growing? I don't know whether I answer your question. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Rosa, I have a question for you, because you're an expert in gender equality in sport. You are. In society, we know more than two gender. in sport, at the moment, we have competition for men and women. So, and there is a discussion at the moment in the IOC after the last Paris Olympic Games about transgender and intersexual athletes. So do you or your organization have a position about the competing of these athletes in the world of sporting competition?
As the comparative society still doesn't have a position in that aspect. But coming from Yapescave, I was one of the ones involved in signing and sending letters to World Athletics in terms of the intersexuality aspect, because we do believe that women were mistreated in that sense. And there's reference in there that athletes like Duty Chan and, well, the South African, the famous one, they were mistreated. And in some aspect, we do believe that again is discriminatory because it applies just to some disciplines, not to all the events of, for example, track and field. Okay. Now, transgender is another issue. Okay. So Yapescave so far doesn't have a voice in that one. We have in the past, like for example, uh, the task starts, and I want to make this clear. We don't want women to become again third-class citizens by the discussion of intersexuality and transgender. In what sense? Do you know how long it took to convince the beach volleyball board that women shouldn't wear the swimming suit? I mean, they had it in their code, the size that the bikini had to be. My gosh, 21st century. And you were doing just 2016, a few years ago, they decided to change that. So now in the floor, we have the intersexuality, but also we have transgender. Till what extent we will just change the conversation again and women will be neglected. One more aspect, when the Global Observatory for Women in Sport, and it started the idea back in Athens in 2004, in minutes, it had physical education and sport. Then it continued. So, very sad to me is that 2 years ago, when it finally was, it came out and the name was changed to just sport. Physical education disappear, women disappear, but gender appears. So why it's sad to me? Because for some countries that follow, or they apply budget to do research, they follow what the international organizations indicate. So the name of physical education is not there anymore, and the name of women, the word, is not there anymore. And that's what I said, and I said it yesterday, language matters, and it matters a lot. So of course, by doing that, so you diminish years of discussion. Yes, because, and then when I asked one person, I said, well, in the European context, it's more accepted sport and gender. And I said, but you don't represent Europe. You should represent the world. But again, it's an endless discussion.
Thank you so much, Rosa, not only for your answers to the questions, but also for your wonderful contribution to this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Irina.
I had to make a special mention, maybe for the flow here. It was Rosa, as you said, mentoring PE women. Often they are not, but I think I'm the example here right now. So she saw something, and I was only, we were just within a particular unit, maybe in care, not even in India, in a very small place. But I think there are very few people who mentor and dial in, and they said, no, we'd like to see that you are much above it. So I'm here today. It's all because of Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rosa, for delivering such a wonderful session, for such a wonderful keynote speech, I must say. And now it's time to felicitate the keynote speaker of the session. So for this, to do the honor, may I invite Professor Usha Nair, the Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, to honor. Please, ma'am. So moving ahead, I would request to the chairperson and co-chairperson to get it forward.
So we have the next keynote speech, and I think it's about one of my favorite sports. It's handball. We always in Germany lose against Denmark in men's handball, but maybe I get some idea how we can change that in the future, because the next topic will be teaching learning concepts to develop game-based and fun European handball and innovation sport classes. And our next speaker is George, but I need your slide. George, maybe George, you would like to introduce yourself? It's a little bit easier than we.
I am George.
Yeah.
Something else?
Give us more insight in your
Okay.
life and in your work.
Repeat after me. George Kiniznik. Can you say that? The first one who can spell it will have a special award from Usha. Where is she? Yeah. Look. No problem. So I'm George Kiniznik. I am originally from Brazil, but I've been working in Australia in the past 15, 16 years. There it is. Yeah. The picture is better than myself alive, but yeah, I've been doing my work. I am an academic. I work at Western Sydney University in Australia. I have 4 children. Yeah. 3 girls who are triplets. And yeah, would you like to?
Thank you so much for introducing yourself. George, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
How can I? Okay. Thank you. Now, I like just to start by acknowledging the hard efforts of the organization committee, National Sports University, Goa University, Don Bosco College, Usha, who kindly invited me, but also all the volunteers and everybody who has put tremendous effort in putting together this awesome conference. Been learning a lot from everyone so far. And my presentation, when I was invited to this conference, I was thinking which hat I would use, because in my professional academic life, I use a few different hats. For example, I have some substantial work in sociology of sports and women and gender in sports with some amazing partners like Beatriz and Rosa, who are here, also in the sports for development field. And one of my other work, but which is kind of related to what we've been talking here, is in teacher education, especially in curriculum and democracy, either in schools but also in international development. But as I was thinking about this conference, I thought it would be interesting and important uh, to share some of my developments in another area, another head that I use, which is in as a teaching educator, preparing future sports coaches and also future physical education teachers, like I was like 150 years ago. Yeah, and that's why I prepared this presentation, which I think will be a bit different from many things that we've been hearing. I wanted to actually expand the dialogue with people who are on the field, PE teachers and sports coach. And I think this actually comes nicely together and connects to several discussions we've been having here from yesterday. Yeah, when we started to talk, Shrada was talking about UNESCO quality physical education and the importance that we give more pedagogical tools for teachers, for coaches, for people who are on the field, yeah, to further develop what we've been aiming, yeah, to further develop life skills, pedagogical skills, democratic skills, yeah, in the sports field. And I think this also connects with the other presenters of today, like Sushil, if I'm not wrong, who was talking about sport for development in the Commonwealth. And this sort of presentation, I think it's more a tutorial than a formal academic lecture that I'm bringing for you today. I think it also connects with what they've been saying, Rosa and Sushil, because I'm sorry if I'm saying the wrong name, because one relevant thing that we've been learning, and it's a demand, for example, when was that? In the last Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, 2023, not long ago, we were privileged to have a project bringing more than 60 young women coaches from around the world, yet to spend a few days with us, receiving training, workshopping with peers, enjoying the World Cup as well. But one of their demands was having more support on the field where they are working, receiving more coaching skills and different sorts of pedagogical tools to help them. So that what I thought, well, I'm going to use my experience as not only handball player, coach, and teacher, but also as someone who promotes a different type of sports pedagogy, which increases not only the motor skills, but also cognitive and social skills. And I think this is kind of very relevant when you go on the field. So once again, thank you very much for having me here. I've been having a terrific time despite the spicy food. Yeah, but they've been very generous with me to provide other options. So hope everything will work. Not yet. Ta-da. Yes. So this is where I come from, Western Sydney University. Yeah, feel free to look at their website. Yeah, Western Sydney University is just opening their first campus in India. So probably you'll see me here again. So why handball? And that I chosen to speak, and I'm happy to have a German chair. Yeah. Brazil has just beaten Germany in the last World Cup. That was fantastic, first time. Yeah, yeah. But well, it's not kind of. We cannot talk too much about sports in Brazil and German. Yeah, we have a very deep scar in our in our in our heart about this relationship, but it's probably in 100 years we'll overcome that. Yeah, but why I have chosen handball to talk about? First, because it's cool, easy game. Yesterday in the movie that was presented, I saw a few Indian teenagers playing handball, and I saw their spirit, their face, how they engage with the game. Uh, it's easy. You can play everywhere, and most important, the pedagogical tools I'm gonna to develop and to discuss with you here, they can be appropriated and transferred to traditional games or different sorts of invasion sports. So we'll talk about this throughout the presentation. So how many of you are familiar with this acronym, TGFU? Please. Ah, of course. Mm, our Jap. Yes? So TGFU means Teaching Games for Understanding. In Australia, we call it, of course, yeah, we have to have our own way to modify British stuff. So we call it game sense. But it's a pedagogical approach to teaching invasion sports. Not only invasion sports, to teach sports that accounts not only for the motor skills, but as well accounts to the cognitive skills. It kind of returns the games to the children, to the participants, so they can develop their own game. They have to think about what they are doing. They are not only repeating mechanical, they are not only doing repetitions of what a teacher or of a coach is doing, but they have to think about the game. But this is what is called the teaching games for understanding or game sense pedagogical approach to sports. So I'm going to talk of teaching games for understanding in handball, but it can be, as I said, transferred to any other sort of invasion sports. Invasion sports are the sports where you need to invade some other space to score, or you have to defend your space. So handball, but football, hockey, and basketball, rugby, all these sports like cricket is not an invasion space, an invasion sport because there is one team defending and other attacking. However, in handball and in invasion sports, everybody is doing the same actions at the same time. Yeah. And the most important characteristics of these games, and this is what teaching games for understanding is about, are the cognitive skills. It's not about only the motor skills. It's about understanding and reading the game, reading the space, looking, and there is always opponents at every single moment that you are playing the game. So teaching games for understanding and handball. First thing, yeah, advantages. Easier motor skills. In handball, yeah, you don't, at least, I mean, of course, at the high level where Germans play, you need, of course, as any other sport, you need super advanced skills. But to start, they are basic skills of dribbling, passing, and running. So it's very easy to motivate children, boys, girls, any children to participate in this game. Second thing, which I think it's super important for coaches and teachers, handball helps a lot children to combine their motor skills. Yeah, I think this is important. Not only running, but running and dribbling. Not only jumping, but jumping and throwing an object. These type of combinations are essential if you want to progress in the game. And again, they can be transferred to other different sorts of sports. You will score a lot in handball. You will score a lot, so everybody can score. And this is also a psychological, it's a key psychological advantage of the game. Yeah, as much as you motivate your children to keep participating and not drop out of sport, this is very important as well. And as you see throughout the presentation, you can adjust the game to play it basically anywhere. As I said, you can play on the grass, on the beach, everywhere, in front of a church, yeah, without any specific equipment. You need a ball and some cones, and there you go. Yeah, you start and you can play. More spaces where people have been playing handball or beach handball. Basic motor skills, which I was mentioning, running, passing, throwing in a large target, which is kind of the reason where you can have more success and motivate people children to participate in the game. Dribbling and combination of all these skills. Yeah, when children achieve certain sort of maturity in their isolated skills, it's important to combine them. However, the most important skill for this game is not a motor skill. It's a cognitive skill. Finding the right space in the right time. You need to learn where your opponent is, where your teammate is to pass the ball or to defend something. So you need to learn how to read a game. You need to further develop this cognitive skill. Other important skills, decision making. Yeah, invasion sports, and particularly handball, they promote the development of decision making under time pressure. If I have the ball, I have to look around and quickly decide whether to pass, whether to progress with the ball, or just say, oh my gosh, and throw the ball to the air. So, or if I don't have the ball, I have to find the right space where I could put pressure in the opponent. So the most important skill, as I was saying, in this game and in invasion sports, and this is how teaching games for understanding support learners in general, is reading the game. Do you know who the man in the picture is? Martin? How do you know that? Yeah, it's me like 100 years ago. Yeah. But what I discussed in this book and in further publications was, well, this book is in Portuguese, but you can find other things in English. I'm going to point out at the end. The most important skill that I think is the beautiful part of physical education that we want to promote with children and teenagers is to develop with them their skills of writing their own game. Yeah, when we talk about, promoting youth's voices, yeah, giving them more power, stronger youth, I think we have to have very concrete actions to, instead of being a coach or a teacher saying what they have to do, instead of that, giving them the skills for them to write their own rules, their own game, their own way to play. So a few very basic learning teaching concepts for invasion games adjusted or adapted to handball. Opposition. Any activity must have an opponent. Well, I grew up as a handball player, yeah, practicing my skills in a very boring way. I was just here passing the ball there and someone passing to me and a coach yelling to me, put your arm here, put your arm there. So we need to find different pedagogies to engage children, not only their body, but body and mind integrated. This is what teaching games for understanding does, and I'm going to show you. But what I'm saying is, if I'm going to shoot a ball in any sort of goal, you must have a goalkeeper. You must develop activities where the opposition is present, not doing boring stuff, throwing a ball in a wall. Yeah, this doesn't engage 21st century children anymore, and worse, this doesn't engage their heart and their minds into the game. This doesn't happen, this doesn't help, them to write their own game. So just a few examples of opposition. Yeah, always having a defender, always having a goalkeeper when playing and training the game. Defenders every time, even from young basic skills, always having the opposition, because this will help you, help your learners, your athletes, your students to learn how to read the game and how to write their own game. Goalposts. Yeah, easy, adjustable goalposts, as you can see in the pictures, cones and different ways to promote this game for fun and for learning. Opposition again. Yeah, mini games, 1 against 1, 2 against 1, pig in the middle, passing passes. I'll put an example. I think the example, hope it will work, will make it easier. So sorry guys, how can I, there. Yes. So you see it's an anarchic game, yeah, 4 red and 4 blues passing around. The mission in this game is you have to pass to your teammate, the blue team, and if you are the red and you steal the ball, you go and pass between your team. You can count the first team that can do 10 passes between them without interruption will score a point and things like that. But the most important thing is to allow them in rules are very basic, just passing the ball. And then you can introduce new rules if you want. Just in handball, you can only walk with the ball, walk 3 steps with the ball. So you play. You can introduce this, dribbling, not dribbling. But the most important is to have them, allow them to read the situations, where opposition is, where my partner is, how I can pass. Should I pass or should I keep the ball? So this sort of initial games, and as I said, they can be adjusted to any other type of invasion sports like hockey, football, basketball, etc. When instead of just repeating mechanical skills, you introduce opposition, this is what happens. It increases decision making. It increases the possibilities of your learners to reading the game, writing their game, and most importantly, improve fun. Yeah, fun, I think, is the missing key component of everything that we've been discussing here. I mean, sports need to be fun, should be fun. Yeah. Much more than competition. I think we need this balance, and we need to promote much more fun in sports, because this is how you attract and you, if we want, as many of our speakers have been talking about, if you want to empower more youth in sports, the fun side needs to be there. Remember, opposition. Opposition is key in any invasion game. Experiential learning, instead of, like myself or many people from, not only from my generation, I still see several practitioners, instead of promoting experiential learning, where kids will need to adjust their bodies, adjust their movements, to think about what's going on, and then making decisions. They just say, no, you have to do this, you have to do that. We see heaps of tutorials on YouTube, get the ball here, get the ball there, instead of allowing the children to develop their own skills through experiential learning. And I have a very interesting example here of one experiential learning activity. So it's a mix of skills that you are going to see. And then I'm going to ask what this coach or this teacher is aiming with the game. Okay? So I'm going to ask who? Maybe I'm going to ask Paolo, so he can pay attention instead of typing. I'm just kidding. So in this game, what do you think the teacher is aiming? So they are playing a sort of, they are using the volleyball net to develop some one type of handball skills. What you guys think the teacher was aiming? That's a school. Yeah, these students probably are 8, 14, 15 years old, having some fun, several balls. Look at what they've been doing. What do you think? It's the main aim. I think these guys are having some fun, yeah, playing a match, not repeating. But there will be a very interesting moment in this clip that I'd like to discuss with you. What happened there? Let's see if I can show this one again. Sorry. I want to come here. No, it's not. I can't. But you saw what happened there was a boy who didn't jump. So what's the aim of this teacher in this activity? And why I'm saying he's not saying anything because of the net. Yeah, the students, they are forced to jump. And of course, I think this teacher wants them to learn how to combine the skills of stepping, jumping, and throwing at the same time. So instead of keeping on their side yelling, jump, jump, yeah, he put an obstacle, an opposition in the middle, using basic PE equipment. So the kids are forced to jump. If they don't jump, they won't succeed. They won't touch, yeah, they won't mark a point. And I think that's where It comes that boy, look, this boy, he didn't jump. Look at the boy. So he can't. Yeah, the ball goes up. Yeah. So this is our way of using the concept of opposition with the teaching game, the teaching game for understanding approach, yeah, to push for further decision making with your students. Another very interesting scheme that I'm gonna to show you. This game is called You Can Score Everywhere. So the green markers are the goals. And there are two teams, the red and the blue, but they can score everywhere. And after looking at it, I'm gonna ask you to think what sort of skill this game can promote. So you can move around. You can move around. You don't have to go just, okay, yeah, you are going to one direction. There is a defense, so I change directions. So you are improving their capacity of reading the game. More than just passing or running, you are promoting a cognitive skills. You're improving fun. You're engaging and empowering more people to play the game. So don't think, do. So exactly this the TGFU, the game sense pedagogy, it promotes awareness of the game, yeah, reading the game, writing the game again, yeah, having fun with your game. So one of the most important concepts in this, the reference is wrong here. It's 2019, but I'll show you guys. Yeah. We need to teach them to how to play a game by playing the game. So the education aspect is very important here. And I think that's my final bit is how to adjust the game. It's very important for primary age children in any invasion sports to decrease the number of players so they can have more time to make their own decisions, to read and write their game. So particularly in handball, used to say up to 12 years old, maximum of 4 players plus a goalkeeper. And then of course you can adjust it according to your context. Adjust the games, these are a few things. They develop more friendship, more time with the ball, more opportunities for leadership, improve game specific skills, where to go, when, how, and they improve fun. So just show you a few tips of adjusted equipment for children. So just lower the goalposts like this. You adjust a court. How? 2 minutes. All right. You adjust a court. Yeah, smaller courts, smaller space for younger children. And you can play mini handball. I'll show you, and I think this, yeah. Ta-da. Some examples of how you can adjust the game for more fun. You see, it's a trilingual movie for you. So these are typical examples of children owning their games, helping to set up the spaces, yeah, adjusted equipment. You see smaller goalposts, smaller playing spaces, different playing spaces, and lots of friendship, lots of fun, lots of fun. Everywhere. Look at this beach festival. Schoolyard, adjusting equipment, adjusting spaces. You don't need anything, any official thing to play, but these guys are playing an official court. Should be in German. In Germany, sorry. Hmm? No, that's fine. Thank you. So how's my time? Should I stop or should I keep going? Two, I think. Yeah, just two more. But these are just a few examples. So I think it's really important to establish this conversation of teachers, how they can improve their pedagogical skills by using teaching games for understanding approach. Yep. So you can find this easily on the net as well, and I will share with the organizers for you. So these are a few references. The last one, yeah, we did a few years ago in English, a very interesting journal that really addresses the issues of thinking skills. Thinking skills, as I've been saying, or writing the game, and how we use game sense or teaching games for understanding in invasion sports to promote further thinking skills. Obrigado. Gracias. Vielen Dank. Dev Boran Korum. What else? Merci beaucoup. And questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George, for your for the presentation of these kind of concept. We have a discussion in Germany regarding football and how to teach football when the children are really small, and it's really complicated with football because you said the difference from handball to football is in handball you have so many goals you can reach. In football it's difficult. So what we are doing now is we have more goals now, so you have more possibilities to have goals. So, and it's
more possibilities
also
to succeed.
Yeah,
to
and
be
I
happy.
think it's what you talked about. It's all about fun for the children. I think this is something we should always remember, that beside of all these political aspects and so on, the children should have fun when they play games.
Yeah, I do agree. I think, well, sports is it's a paradox. Yeah. On the one side, we have all these brilliant things. We had, yeah, these athletes like the one who was here or in the other presentation, how good this phenomenon called sports is for many people and how it can empower and put people together, improve social cohesion. On the other hand, as we know and as we heard in other presentations, yeah, exactly because of this fascination is that several people, powerful people, use sport in our as in a few sports more than others in our neoliberal systems to promote more inequality. Yeah, and I remember, for example, yeah, I wrote a book about the 2014 Brazilian World Cup, but not sure if many people remember that. But in 2013, there were huge street demonstrations in Brazil against FIFA. And they were about to kind of cancel the Federation Cup that happened 1 year prior to the World Cup. But then the FIFA president said, no, no, forget. When the ball starts, they will forget about it. Yeah, because of the power and the attraction of how sport, what sport does.
So are there any questions from the auditorium? Yes. Jens, you will receive your own.
Thank you.
Danish guy, they know
Yeah.
more about handball.
Yes, I'm probably the worst handball player in Denmark at all, but I have noted that there are better ones coming out of my country. And we will not talk about Brazil-Denmark in the latest World Cup, I promise you. But nevertheless, what you describe is a wonderful philosophy. It's also philosophy that has been around for quite some time in certain countries. I know in Denmark, the Football Association has promoted a playing game for more than 20 years. But the resistance comes from inside. Mainly because even the most grassroots-oriented clubs, they are so eager to win. And they look to the elite sport systems and the way the elite sport high performance do, so they resist the changes that you propose. When I watch the Danish handball team to return to handball, I can see, and I'm fascinated by the ability of the players to engage in very complicated movement patterns, while at the same time playing artistic ball. But it's a very mental game. You have to know exactly who is moving, how, and so on, and it goes very fast. But there, I have the feeling that the players don't write the game. It's a coach that writes the game and say, now we are going to play like this, like this, like this, in very specific instructions. And I would just like your comment, because Brazil is a country where handball is growing. Brazil is a country with also a tradition of creativity in ball games. And how is this playing out in Brazil? Do you feel that there is, I know you don't live in Brazil, but I think you have very strong connections. Do you feel that there is a contradiction between the creativity that you promote, or is it welcomed as a way to grow the game? Am I clear in my question? Whether you feel that there's a resistance because, no, we want to produce results and we cannot have results quick enough, or no, we want more people to engage independent of the results.
Thank you very much. I think this is, your question goes to the core of, I think, not only of the philosophical questions of this pedagogy, but much more on the core philosophical questions of what we want from sport. So I'll start, as you asked me about Brazil, I'll start with just a small example. Yeah, there is a traditional tournament in Brazil called football tournament called São Paulo Cup. São Paulo Cup happens in January when it's the off season of the professional football. So it's an under 21 tournament where all the future stars will play. So big teams like you may have heard about Flamengo, Santos, they come with their under 21 teams, but also very small teams from rural cities, they come to play, and a few times big like Ronaldo, big players like Ronaldo, they appear in these very small teams. So 10 years ago, it's not that much, 10 years ago, so it's an under 21 tournament. 10 years ago, the average age of the players was around 19 and a half years old. Yeah, so just prior for them to become professionals. This last tournament, last month, the average age of the players were 17. So what does it say to us? The push for professionalization, and of course, the push for results is increasing. It doesn't matter too much. Yeah, well, several players, very relevant players from Brazil in this century, like Alex or past century Zico, they go to podcasts, to interview and say, well, nowadays I wouldn't be playing because I'm short. Yeah, I have developed only when I was 16 or 17. Before that, I was just playing my football and developing not only football, running around and doing whatever. Yeah, so I think this goes to the core of how, as educators or people who think about sport, can trace pedagogical and philosophical strategies to resist, yeah, in the invasion of commercialism, commodification, and neoliberalism in sports. Yes, and I also think that it goes to the core of some questions that Rosa just raised in terms of, look, this pedagogical approach is not looking to develop super high level players. It's looking to engage much more people in fun activities, in fun physical activities, in fun physical education. And the role of coaching, youth coaches, and physical education teachers is central. If they promote boring stuff, kids will leave. Yeah, but if they can engage with different pedagogical approach that promote even more fun while educating, while promoting a holistic education, I think, yeah, maybe we can kind of attract more people. Hope I tried to respond your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Paolo, per favore.
Paolo.
Just a very quick comment on this very crucial topic, somehow interacting with Jens. I do agree with you, in this case, with the presenter, that this goes to the depth of what sport means, has meant, and we want to mean in the future. But just to be, again, it is a comment, it's not a question, Jens. My view, on the basis of, well, some age, it is that everything that we say about the positive role of sport is directly connected with elite competition. All these fantastic social effects that we keep declaring would simply, in my view, it's just a position, so I take the responsibility for assuming a position, would not take place without competition, and possibly elite and high-level competition. So if we want to have a social role of sport, we have to build upon the role that competition plays. Otherwise, if we start dismantling this, of course, this is an option. And this is something which is taking place somehow in the international and cultural debate in the last 20, 30, 40 years. My position is very negative on that. We have to manage competition, not to dismantle it. Because if we dismantle high-level competition, elite competition, we dismantle the social role of, positive social role of sports. This is just a comment given the relevance of what Jens was saying. And this is, unfortunately, in my view, and I'm sure that I am representing the view of many former elite athletes that have gone through very difficult times, very difficult challenges. But the declaration that the Commonwealth representative was saying, just one of the declarations of one elite athlete, which is very typical, very positive, but very typical, is the consequence of top athletes, elite athletes, discipline, tough training. Otherwise, we simply have fun, not in the positive sense in which was intended now, but fun in the very banal, vague, and not social affecting role. So unless we don't want to dismantle the positive role of sport, we have to manage what competition means, how to manage it, and how to complement it, as exactly as in the Sao Paulo event, for instance, how to combine it with the social role of sport. And just to conclude, because I know that you will having the presentation on Clearing Sport initiative in the afternoon, in a very simplified way, but in policy making, simplifications can help. Sport bodies and sport organizations, in the view that I express, should be focused on high-level competitions, while other organizations, municipalities, specialized NGOs, in cooperation sometimes with sport bodies, must be focused on the social role of sport. Because these two areas are very different, are connected, specifically interconnected, but very different, and they require different specialized competencies. Sorry just to intrude on that, but the topic was very relevant. Thanks for the attention and for the time.
Grazie, Paolo. Not sure if you want me to comment. Yes, but just to say, well, I think in this type of forums, we at least need to have clear conscious that what high-level sport is and how it's connected to the financial markets and to all these neoliberal forces that unfortunately have been destroying our social lives, our ways of democratic life. Yeah, it's interesting how a discussion about a pedagogical approach can come to this, but it's important that we have this holistic view. Yeah, and how we can, that's why I think, well, the importance of creative democratic pedagogies in further teacher education. Yes, so we can promote much more and can see much more what we want to see in sports, the social aspects. Yeah, I understand how you say, well, I have been kind of many years ago, yeah, challenged about, well, whether I want to dismantle competition or not, yeah, by one fella who lived in Brazil, but he's from North America, yeah, from the US. And I actually met him a few months ago, but he was saying, no, we need to dismantle. And I said, look, I'm not sure if I am ready to abandon my yellow shirt, yeah, meaning the Brazilian team. So I think it involves several discussions, but I think in this type of forum, we need to push for the social impact. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh, for your inspiring presentation, for your sense of humor. And I think there are a lot of topics in your presentation we can discuss during the lunch. Thank you so much, and a big applause for our speaker.
Thank you, George, for Dr. George, for this wonderful session. I'm sure how he has said fun games and activities would still end up achieving the aims and objectives of the small time learning that we can do through sports. And I'm sure it has brought up some good deliberation from Ian and even Paolo. Thank you for bringing your views forward, because when views from you come and we discuss, is learning taking place at a wider angle. Thank you. I take this opportunity to thank our chair, co-chair, and our presenter, for which I would call upon Madam Usha to felicitate our presenter, Dr. George, in the traditional way of presenting the shawl. Put your hands together. and also felicitate our chair and co-chair. Our chair, Veera Burke. I'm sorry, Verna Burke. Thank you, Madam Verena Burke, for your time. And our co-chair, Dr. Sham Sundar Rath, requesting the presenter. Could we have all the three presenters of this session to join us? Madam, please, Rosa, and sir, can you please join us of the first technical session to join us on stage for a group photograph? Thank you. Put your hands together for these wonderful personalities who have enriched us with the chair and the co-chair together. Can you please move to the center, please? Absolutely. Gracias. Muito obrigado. We're going to have a group discussion soon. Before that, we'll have a 10 minutes break for tea. Yeah. Lunch. Lunch and then.
Can we continue the panel discussion, but they don't give us packets, no? What's the time? 1. Then be 2. We'll have the lunch, then ask them to come for a panel discussion. Okay. At 2, everybody to join for the panel discussion. Can you announce it?
Yes. It would be great if we all joined, go for lunch, and then we will come together for the panel discussion. At 2. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Padma Shri Brahman Shank Walker, sir. Professor A.K. Joy Singh. Mr. Mohit Chiller, sir. Professor Rajesh Kumar. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. And Dr. N. Debla Chanu. Yes. Now we would be starting the panel discussion to just throw the light on why it is so important. They say excellence in sports and life is deeply intertwined with mental health, especially in the high pressure environment of competitive athletics and sports. And hence, mental health plays a crucial role in sustaining performance, maintaining motivation, and handling the pressures of competition. Today's panel discussion is intended to get to know from experts in the fields of sports, physical education, sports medicine, mental health, sports psychology, and decorated athletes themselves about mental health in sports. So I would like to first introduce the speaker and then I'll be asking the question. So briefly introducing Padma Shri Kunjarani Devi ma'am. She's a pioneer in Indian women weightlifting. She has represented India in multiple international competitions. She's been a first woman from Manipur to win a medal in the World Championship and awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Weightlifting Federation of India. Continues to mentor young athletes in weightlifting, 7 silver medals at World Championships, bronze medals in 94 Asian Games, Arjuna Award, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna, and most importantly, Padma Shri. Ma'am, thank you so much for gracing the panel. मैम आप इतना हाई अचीवमेंट है आपका स्पोर्ट्स में एंड इतने डेकोरेटेड प्लेयर होने के उसके एक क्वेश्चन जो आता है हमारे दिमाग में कि आपके कोई मुश्किलें जो दिक्कतें जो एक एलीट एथलीट फेस करता है और उसको कैसे ओवरकम किया आपने कैसे उन मुश्किलों को ओवरकम किया
First of all, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And good afternoon to all. Pressure, mental pressure, and every in a high perform sports person is too much. But I have to, as a player, is a very strong decision I have to take. Become a madness. Otherwise, I could not. What I keep my aim. Without aiming and without failure, I cannot achieve the goal. And many medals, many awards. My aim was that time when I will be an Olympian, when I will participate in the Olympic Games. I dream about that only. Every time, everywhere. I got injury. I got incident, dangerous incidents also. And even in 2000 Olympic, I had already qualified for the participation for the Olympic. But lack of politics, lack of something, I cut down my name and I lose everything, and my India lose medal, gold medal. Maybe I achieve silver, but medal I in the arena. So I got many incidental. It give me a very big strength to face the everything. So today also in I have left the sports line in my department. I joined as a GD duty in CRPF. I heard about, I think all the people are about the heart in 26 January. This next 19th of March, I will get the President Distinguished Police Medal. I will receive this in the GD line also. In this function, and this panelist is giving me very, Madam Usha, and every time, and so you can ask me question anything, because I'm here in front of you, because accident, failure is the pillar of the success. I want to keep with this word.
बहुत ही उम्दा मैम. आई थिंक ये कहते हैं ना, एक इंस्पिरेशनल है कि फेलियर को आपने एक सक्सेस की तरह ही दिखा दिया है. तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है मैम, और ये आपके सक्सेस जो आपकी जर्नी है वो बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल रही है.
Yeah, I want to keep one single line also, because the 2000 already my name is not there, and someone asked me, you will continue in the games? Yes, of course. Of course, I will be continued till the Olympian the name did not get. I will be play continuously. I maybe die in the platform of the competition in the Olympic. I give this the reply.
Very good, ma'am. The true spirit of an Olympian. Yes. That is great, ma'am. That is simply great.
Because, ma'am, one athlete, his dreaming is be a Olympic. Olympic is the highest dream for the sports person. I think so, ma'am.
Right, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. It was indeed a very enlightening and inspiring brief by ma'am, and such great points as takeaways. And we have another very decorated athlete amongst us, Padma Shri Brahman Shank Walker, sir, who has been India former footballer and a captain of Indian team, who played as a goalkeeper and is considered India's best goalkeepers. He has to his credit some of the most important awards, Arjuna Award, Padma Shri, and he has featured in Limca Book of Records for his contribution to football. We are extremely honored to have you in the panel, sir. Sir, considering that being इतने decorated, इतना vast experience, और वो भी एक team sport, football जैसा, आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे, कोई यूनिक चैलेंज होता है क्या टीम स्पोर्ट का? कोई अपना चैलेंज होता है, और आपका जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है मेंटल हेल्थ के रिगार्डिंग, अगर कोई चैलेंज, और कैसे आपने उसको ओवरकम किया?
First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you all. Every sports person, when he grows up, has a dream. Yes. I just had a dream to play for the country. But then, as I was growing up with the football, something happened. I was selected for the Asian Games in 1978 as the #1 keeper. 1 month before that, I couldn't play the finals of the Santosh Trophy in Kashmir. I was caught up with a severe jaundice. Could not join the Asian Games. The Asian Games became another dream later on. So I waited up to 82 without expecting that, well, will I be staying another 4 years of my performance? Yes, I was selected for the 82 Asian Games trials. In 81, 24th of May, I suffered a very bad fracture, compound fracture on my left arm in Patna. And that has brought me back to the game. I will tell you how. Dream is shattered in 78. 82 Asian Games Delhi is going to be shattered again. After I was brought to Calcutta, after my operation was over, I got back into senses. We had Olympian Mr. Kittu, who played for Olympics. He was our technical director. Mr. P.K. Banerjee, a great coach of the Indian football team. Mr. Arun Ghosh, Mr. Basha, all Olympians. And they were the Asian Games gold medalists in 62. All came to meet me after 2-3 days. And Mr. Kittu asked me, are you going to come back to the Indian team? I said, I'll try. I asked you, yes or no. If no, I'm going away. I said, yes, sir, I'll come back to the Indian team. But the day he died, 5 months later, I read in the press, I was said, yes, I have given him a commitment, I'm going to come back. With fractured arm, just my plaster was removed. I just bought a plastic ball, hit on the church in the Taligaon church, just 5 kilometers from here, and started playing my game with a light, very lightest ball. I was not fit. I said I fulfilled the commitment of the coach and my dream to play for Asian Games. I made it up for the Asian Games in 1982, played against China, qualifications, and I said, yes, it can be full. Very important is how mentally strong you are. And that is the time one young girl gave me a book on Dennis Lilly's article, Great Australian Pacer. He had his back problem, and doctors said, you give in writing responsibility whether you will be walk or not. Don't blame us. We'll make you cure. Only to walk as a normal man. But this, I was reading it. I got so inspired by his inspiration, so inspired by it. Dennis Lilly did not even, after that operation, he came back into the cricket and broke the world record. I said, can I do this? Why not me? And with that determination, I went on to play football back to Indian team. That's one of the things. And the second point is mental strength. You know Kolkata football. Kolkata is such a place. I was with Salgonkas playing against Mohan Bagan in the Federation Club in Eden Gardens. 80,000 crowd packed. One day before, pressure from the crowd. Tomorrow, 4 goals. On the ground, you see the festival bombs. They are putting behind the goal post. Game is yet to start. 5th minute, we consider a goal. 9th minute, we consider the second goal. I rose from my total down fear back again. I thought there may be 5, 6, 7 goals today. What's going to happen today before these 80,000 people? And I was already a national goalkeeper. I raised my mind. I don't know what thoughts came into my mind. That is the rise of my mind, my thoughts. I told them, let's go deep slow to play. Let's be courageous. No more goals today. And I just slowed down, controlled the game. The entire game was over. We still lost the game by 2-0, but won the hearts of the people. Next morning, I received a check from one of the spectators from the stands given to my hotel. Please go to a 5-star hotel, have a lunch. Blank check, sign everything, and take this money and play. He didn't put the money amount. So I said, for this appreciation, I replied to him. And one of the Bengal players who worked in State Bank of India, I gave him the check. Just find out whose it is. Then I came to one, Mr. Soma Banerjee. And then I wrote him a letter back. This is what happened. The inspiration is that how can you rise up at that given dangerous moment is sportsman's pressure of the first question you have put to her. So every time I was playing again, I used to say, what it may be crowd of 1,000, 1 lakh people in Salt Lake Stadium. I would stand there just for the ball and the person who comes to hit at me, nothing else in my mind. Yes.
That is great, sir. That is great.
Thank you.
That unified attention, single focus.
Yes.
That is great, sir.
Yeah.
Right.
And last word I want to say, any sports person has to appear before any experienced people, experienced sports person, because as we look after our fitness, 100%, we have to see that we have to also strengthen our mind. Mind is the strongest weapon which can bring you back to any platform. Thank you.
That is great, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, some of the major highlights, how mind can be a weapon, how to sharpen it, and such inspirational address. Thank you so much, sir. Coming to our next panelist, Dr. Joy Singh. He's a professor, sports medicine, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal. And his introduction speaks volumes about the work that he has done. He's published 109 articles, 6 books, and he has been an editor-in-chief, chairman, academic committee, such a huge area of working in the field. Sir, again, given your expertise, sir, could you throw some light on abuse in sports and its link with mental health?
Thank you very much. So basically, I was a football player. Manipur is associated with football, but I was also interested in hockey. So I represented hockey I represented my state in hockey. So after finishing my MBBS, And I wanted to take up the sports medicine. And in the interview, the director asked me, Dr. Joy, why you want to become a sports medicine doctor? I said, I'm already a doctor. I'm a sportsman. Why don't I combine? So I became a sports medicine doctor after that. Then actually with the postgraduate diploma, we cannot be promoted in India. So I had to do MD degree in physical medicine and rehabilitation. That's why my focus area is sports injury rehabilitation following this. So in 2005, I did a certificate course, international certificate course in sports psychology. And there I presented some of the issues like abuse in sports. That was in University of Science, Malaysia. So I presented abuse in sports that is happening in my state. Okay, when they played it at international level, that my interest on abuse in sports started from that time. So I have come across, like when we talk about the performance is physical, technical, tactical, but it is all guided by psychology. Mental health resilience becomes so important in sporting performance. So that is being disturbed in many of the elite players. As we have mentioned yesterday, Manipur is a sports powerhouse in India. Many of the elite sports persons are from Manipur. So my first, that was not an accident, but like I come across an elite boxer who became very depressed coming back from the national camp. And she never went back to the camp. So following the counseling, I came to know that there was a little bit of the harassment, misbehavior, misconducts. So she did not come back. And ultimately, in about 3 years' time, she was an elite boxer. And that was in the year 2001. So then when I took history, everything, she revealed what happened in the camp. So that was a starting point of my interest. Another one, again, we were supposed to have one of the best long distance runner in the world. She was so good, but so young. But overtraining was one of the accepted mode of the training, but she was overtrained. Then what happened is, at the end of the day, what happened was she developed renal failure both sides. There was enthusiasm from the coach and pressure to win that was leading without knowing anything. At the age of 13 years, our both the kidneys failed. And now she's working as PET, physical education teacher, with one of the kidney replaced. So that, again, I'll narrate some of the things. Like what we have one of the best goalkeeper, the first goalkeeper, Indian footballer, female footballer, who represented Australian League. So when she was playing for the Indian League, what happened was her shoulder was injured, but she was forced to play through injury. And before leaving to Australia, she couldn't even move her shoulder. So sometimes forced to play despite their injury. Okay, that is, and necessary rehabilitation was not done. But she was supposed to go to Australia. We managed. We have rehabilitated in 2.5 months, and she could go there and join the team. That we are happy that way. In 2012, Manipur lately produced many good boxers like Mary Kom. Okay, but like that was before the maybe England Olympics in England. All the boxers came running out from the camp because one of the coach is creating problem. So then with some compromise and others, they return back, but they change the course later on. This is happening. Another I can mention, sir, is from football. We had one of the best left winger, and he was the best player in Manipur also. Then he was taken over one of the big giants in Kolkata, and for the first 6 months, he was not paid anything. It was delayed or not paid. The salary was not paid. He complained, and it was not hard. Then the all Manipur Football Association complained to the AIFF to take action against the Bengal. It was a very difficult time, and this person was seated for 2 years without any play. So that is so many such events that are destroying the career of these sports persons. Because of my interest, I really meet these people. I try to extract as many as possible. And another problem we see in a country like ours, this is huge country, and fortunately or unfortunately, we don't look like one from India. Okay, so like people say we are Chinese originated or Tibetan originated, but little bit different. So there is still some degree of discrimination. That's why we little bit of humiliation here and there, barbell, maybe physical. So that is discrimination is still in existence there. So despite having the best strength as a sports person, many times our athletes or sports persons are defeated by this particular act called, should I say, this is mismanagement or harassment or inappropriate behavior. I really appreciate the keynote this lecture by Jen Anderson. He has covered most of it. I was so interested, and that became my idea. Then there are so many such issues in a state, small state like Manipur, who represent India. There must be bigger issues. And so far, unfortunate part is perpetrators are still there without any punishment, nothing, no action has been taken up. So I have been involved in developing National Sports Act. That was in 2011 and amended in 2017. And there I gave some of my experiences, how can it be solved. So this is what I wanted to convey to you. This is going on, and we cannot bring them up. It is very difficult, even despite having best resilience, mental health, it is difficult to come back because we don't change the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think one of the most important areas where they say that, the setback and the comeback has to be greater than the setback. So thank you so much, sir, for highlighting such a crucial area. Again, we have one of a decorated players, Mr. Mohit Chiller. Mr. Mohit Chiller is an Indian kabaddi player who currently plays for Tamil Thalaivas, and he hails from Haryana and has been one of the India's best defenders for the past decades. His achievements are gold at 2016 South Asian Games, gold at 2016 Kabaddi World Cup, gold at 2017 Asian Kabaddi Championship, gold at 2018 Dubai Kabaddi Masters, bronze at 2018 Asian Games, and gold at 2016 World Cup. Sir, again, this is a very highly decorated player, elite kabaddi, which is an indigenous sport, sir. आपसे मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कौन सी दिक्कतें आपको लगता है जो टॉप के एथलीट्स को हमारे को आती हैं, स्पेशली जैसे कबड्डी एक गेम है, एंड कोई स्टिग्मा जो मतलब हिचकिचाहट कहते हैं मेंटल हेल्थ को किसी को मिलते हुए प्रोफेशनल को.
मैम जैसे मैं कबड्डी का प्लेयर हूँ और हर एक तरीके से इंटरनेशनल टूर मैंने किए हैं, जितना प्लेयर ऊंचाइयों पे जाता है उतनी उसको दिक्कत आती रहती है. जैसे मैम ने भी बताया, एक जैसे राजनीतिक दबाव आते रहते हैं, प्रेशर बनते रहते हैं, आपको लोग गिराने की कोशिश करते हैं, और मेंटल हेल्थ तो वहीं से सुधरती है. एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन का सबसे प्लस पॉइंट यही होता है, जब लोग आपको गिराने के लिए जाते हैं तभी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन खुद मोटिवेट होके खुद अपने आप को ऊपर उठाता है, तब वो अचीव करता है हर चीज को. और मैं हमारे सीनियर्स प्लेयर है, डॉक्टर साहब भी आए थे, उन्होंने भी बताया एक मनोवैज्ञानिक जो थॉट्स होते हैं एक स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के, मेरा मानना ये है कि इंजरी से उभर के जो प्लेयर जाता है और दोबारा इंडिया टीम को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, उससे बड़ा शायद अचीवमेंट उसके लिए कुछ नहीं हो सकता. कि एक प्लेयर इंजरी होने के बाद ऑपरेट हुआ, रेस्ट लिया, दोबारा ट्रेनिंग की, वर्क हार्ड किया, उसके बाद आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं. तो मेरा मानना यह है कि स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन से ज्यादा जो मेंटल हेल्थ है सबसे स्ट्रोंग होती है स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर की. हम मेडिटेशन भी करते हैं, योगा भी करते हैं, हमारी जो वर्कआउट उसमें सब कुछ सिखाया जाता है. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि और दिक्कतें आती रहती है, जैसे मेरी लाइफ में दिक्कतें आई. मैं IGI कॉलेज में पढ़ता था दिल्ली, तो सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ मेरा, नेशनल टीम में भी नहीं हुआ मैम. सो मैंने छोड़ दिया कबड्डी 6 महीने के लिए। 6 महीने मैंने छोड़ दिया कबड्डी, उसके बाद मैंने दोबारा आया। मैंने सोचा यार दोबारा प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ, उसके बाद मैंने सब कुछ अचीव कर लिया। और यही होता है कि मैं 6 महीने कहीं जाकर घर पर रह के खुद को, अपनी मेंटल हेल्थ को कोसता रहा, अपने आप को खुद को कोसता रहा। और एक यही चीज होती है कि जब प्लेयर खुद को कोसने लग जाता है ना, तो ही प्लेयर एक अच्छा प्लेयर बनता है। जैसे हमारे पद्म श्री और अर्जुन आरडी बैठे हैं, एक टाइम मेरा भी आएगा, मैं भी बनूंगा, कोशिश है। और सपने लेने से सपने सपने लेने से ही पूरे होते हैं मैम। मेरा मानना यह है, एज ए स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, अगर मैंने सपना लिया है उसको मैं पूरा करूंगा। सपना ही साकार करना होता है। और मैम मेरी एक लास्ट चीज है कि गिर के उठे जरूर है, और हार आपकी एक दिन याद रखी जाएगी। जैसे आज मैं हार गया तो वो आज याद रखी जाएगी, लेकिन अगर मैं जीत गया तो मेरी हार भुला दी जाएगी। स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन का यही है, हार के खड़े होना भी एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन की बड़ी चीज होती है। और मेरा मानना यही है कि एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन से बेटर अच्छी मेंटल हेल्थ किसी की नहीं हो सकती, चाहे वो एकेडमिक में आ जाए या किसी चीज में। क्योंकि मैम हम हर तरीके से हार्ड वर्क करते हैं, हर तरीके से हर सिचुएशन से निकलते हैं। चाहे इंजरी से खेल रहे हो हम, हर तरीके से इंजरी में कहीं हमसे बेटर प्लेयर मिल जाता, हमें टीम में मौका नहीं मिलता खेलने का, हमें फिर वहां से और अच्छे करके जाना होता है। तो मेंटल हेल्थ आई थिंक और सबसे अपने ऊपर होती है, डॉक्टर्स की जरूरत पड़ती है, लेकिन एक खुद की अगर मेंटल हेल्थ और खुद ही अपना मोटिवेशन करे प्लेयर, तो उससे अच्छा शायद कुछ नहीं हो सकता। मेरा मानना यही है। और थैंक यू सो मच मैम। लेकिन अच्छा लगा, और यहाँ मेरे 2 सीनियर्स प्लेयर बैठे थे, उनकी बातें सुनकर भी अच्छा लगा। और मैम मेरे सपने हैं बहुत सारे अर्जुन अवार्ड और पद्म श्री लेने के, मैं भी साकार होऊंगा, और क्योंकि सपने लिए हैं। और मेंटल हेल्थ और ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग करूंगा, क्योंकि आप लोगों से आज पहली बार आपसे मिल चुका हूँ, आप लोगों से पहली बार मिला हूँ। और थैंक यू सो मच मैम यहाँ बुलाने के लिए, और थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. I think to sum up, I think very nicely Mohit sir has put out that there's so much going on at the elite level, you know, and the real rise is from the biggest, lowest lows. So the way you rise up, where you dream big, self-criticism becomes an important, catalyst which you can use either ways. And most importantly, failure is not permanent. So that's a beautiful, inspiring sir session, and the kind of address that you gave, sir, so nice to hear that. And the main thing is to dream big. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to introduce Professor Rajesh Kumar, sir. I think a well-decorated expert, Director and HOD Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad. And sir has huge, I think, research and publication with 77 articles, 17 books, reviewer and journal speaker at 13 international conferences, and expertise is far and wide with national and international awards, and association with 25 organizations and organizing 20 tournaments. I think this is amazing, the kind of expertise that we have on the panel, sir. Honorable to have you, sir. Sir, I would request you to highlight the role of sports administration in promoting mental health in sports ecosystem, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished panel speakers with me, and organizing secretary Usha madam, and members of the organizing committee. My talk is on the mental health, is just to remember that the sportsman dream to win the medal at any cost. That makes him to bet a fear how to win the medal at any cost. The sports coaches and the sports athletes, sports person, they dream to win medal at any cost. The coach prepare athlete to win at medal at any cost. But athlete, In our country, they are physically practice from childhood to the child level to elite level, from the age of 6 years to 25 years. But they never face the mental. They never done the mental training, and they never have any mental coaching also up to reaching at the national level, as per my idea. Only when they go for the elite competitions, then only psychologist is enter in the life. And the sports person, to achieve the highest performance, they have to take the help of the sports psychologist. Nowadays, competition is very stiff. If you do a small mistake, you will lose the match. Small mistake, you will lose the match. 1 point miss, you will win the match. The sportsman has become nowadays has having a lot of traumas before going for a match to win the competition. Number one is, if they not sleep also, they don't eat properly also, and they have any badness also, they can perform very, very bad. Example, death in a family can be told to the athlete, he cannot perform very well. Psychological traumas occur in different stages at different matches also. But the sportsman has to come compulsory over. They are physically prepared to win the competition. Dedicatedly they do practice. Discipline they do practice, but they don't do the mental training. Because the mental training in our country is not there. As per my idea, the mental training is only at national level. School level में तो कोई भी mental training नहीं कराता. Athlete हमारे पास भी बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी है, मेरे पास भी है, मेरे बच्चे भी sports person है, मेरे बच्चे भी international badminton player है, but they never went for mental training anywhere in a school or college or anywhere. Sometimes when they go for a competition only, some psychologists they will prepare him some with self talk like that, pep talk बोलते हैं ना, वैसा बात करके करते. The role of administration is there, madam. We have to have this mental training to the students at all levels. School level athletes, college level athletes, mental level college level, then you are going for national and international. Because the visualization technique and meditation plays very important role to promote inner peace in the sports person. If the sports person don't have inner peace, definitely they will lose the match. Compulsory they will lose the match. I saw some incidents. One final match is there for a sports person, and one person final match, one sports person went in the washroom. Somebody hit him with the punch. Don't play match. Then he got a drama there. Only cannot play match here. One day our team went for the tournament in North India. Students called me right night 1 o'clock. Sir, in my room 2 snakes came, sir. Somebody left the snakes in the room. And that is a mental trauma. They cannot play next day match, they lost the match. So like this, sportsmen has to overcome many traumas. And because nowadays, abuse, before going to match, you don't play, like this they will tell. If you use social media also, they will write bad news about the persons. Even when Sindhu is playing for the tournament, her father don't allow her to take the mobile phone because many people do write some bad words about the sports person. There are some negative persons, they want not to win the wins. Some positive, they want positive to win the medal. Positive or less, negative or more to win the matches. Like this, we cannot say. During the COVID also, I know many players playing COVID matches. If one person, good player, win the match, next day he got COVID positive. Already he told, sir, I am going to get tomorrow COVID positive because my opponent is a politician person. So like they say, a sportsman has to come. A sportsman is getting traumas at different stages. Not only you are telling about the mental to win at any cost, and this trauma of drug abuse, and trauma of going in a train to play matches. Even I am with the World University's team for the athletics in 2019. I saw many sports person, they are having different types of traumas to come there. They don't have money to eat food. They ask some money, they came to a tournament. So like this, no, only sports practice only don't affect the mental health. Even the Even the many persons, even the national games also, my students call me, sir, even my state don't give money, sir, I want money to play, to eat good and to play match. So this is all indirect stress on the sportsman. Direct stress, you to win a medal. But indirect stress, this all financial problem, going in train. If you go in train, if you go in flight, definitely you cannot play well. And accommodation, somebody stay in this like this, in the ground, in this, some stay 5-star hotel. That also is a like this. The administration must see that all the sportsmen must be given equal accommodation, equal food, everybody equal sleep, everything is there. So like this, the sportsman in India is having different type of psychological problem that is resulting in their traumas at their own levels, so that the performance also affected. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, sir. I think you very well highlighted the need of mental training at grassroots level, as well as looking after our players. It's very important to look after our players. I would like to now introduce our next panel speaker, Dr. Kuldeep Singh. He has a master's in with a specialization in sports psychology. He has done his doctoral research on passion in university level boxers. Since 2019, he has been actively contributing to the field of sports psychology, publishing far and wide, helping athletes in mental training, building a wonderful lab which houses one of the most state-of-the-art equipments as a sports psychologist. So, sir, as a sports psychologist, and you yourself are an athlete, so I would like to ask you a question. As a sports psychology practitioner, what are the main hurdles among athletes to approach a sports psychologist?
Thank you, Dr. Guneet. Uh, okay, so I wanted to talk about how athletes become fearful while coming to psychologists or sports psychologists. They don't even uh, volunteer themselves for this psychological training also. So, but there were very few interesting points which our previous panelists have raised, and this is a fan moment for me. Sorry, because Madam is sitting here and sir is sitting here, and I was just talking to Mr. Mohit Schiller also. I am going to take points from their conversation only. One thing which I have realized while they were speaking, that every athlete face hurdles in their life. As the athlete grows, the hurdle becomes bigger. Once the athlete jumps those hurdles, another hurdle comes. So the problems will never end in their life, but they have to have a stronger mental strength to cope up with those. My experience, as she mentioned, I am working in the field since 2009. One thing I have experienced, that the athlete become they don't volunteer to come and ask for help, because it is never taught. As rightly said by sir, we don't have at grassroots level. But for our audience and our panelists, at National Sports University, we have made this point that all the athletes who are coming there will be treated well, and they are training well, and they are allowed to say and share their thoughts. That becomes in the initials, and they are very 12-year 13-year-old kids. They feel comfortable, happy coming to the labs, coming to psychologists. So my main idea of a sports psychologist is to be in the field. Every time when an athlete, like sir has pointed out, only at camps or tour tournament you get sports psychologist. For the day one the athlete's training starts till the competition and the transition period, every time the sports psychologist should be there, because you need to have a very good rapport with athlete. You can't have simple interaction in one or two interactions and then you give them suggestions. No, for me, I personally, I have felt this as an athlete also, that we need to have more sports psychologists at grassroots level. Plus, we need to have more open conversations like we are having today. As Madam has said that my goal was to play for India and play in the Olympics. This was her fire, which I was talking about to Mr. Mohit Chiller also, that the fire in the athlete, which makes them jumps those hurdles. Sometimes it becomes, the hurdles becomes too difficult, they need a little push. And we are there to assist them in that. So with these words, and I will like to thank Madam Usha because we got this opportunity to share our thoughts here. And after my presentation, Madam will speak. I have one question for Madam. After this, I'll ask. Because I'm in a fan moment, so I have lot of queries as an athlete. Okay, Madam, आपने कैसे किया? तो मैं एक दो सवाल मेरा Madam होगा. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think that was really well articulated that sports psychology needs to reach the athlete, and that's where we need to look after the athlete. Thank you so much. And one of the now next panelist has a very interesting area of psychology, that is clinical psychology. So Dr. Debla Chanu ma'am, she is an MPhil in clinical psychology, PhD in clinical psychology. She has been part of various projects in RIMS, which mostly focused on mental health. And since the last 7 years, she has been working closely with the athletes in NSU. So, ma'am, given your expertise again, how would we get to know an athlete is having issues? And could you throw some light on prevalence of mental health issues among sportspersons?
Thank you so much, Dr. Guneet. Once again, thank you, Usha ma'am, for this opportunity where we all can sit together and discuss openly about mental health. Please pardon me, my voice, it's a little sour because of yesterday's long day. Nonetheless, I'm truly honored to share this space with so many personalities who have brought laurels to the country and particularly to Manipur as well. So thank you so much. Yes, we all have spoken and we have heard them talking about the issues which they have faced, the importance of mind, mental health. But before we go, I don't want to repeat on those areas. I think it's important to understand the mental health in general population first. Then I would like to shift to athletes. So I'd like to talk some numbers because I think numbers are something which will keep everyone people will like to know how prevalent it is, because we are talking that it's important, but we should know how prevalent it is, right? So yeah, according to the numbers, I'll talk about India first. Like Guneet said in my introduction, that I have been part of some projects when I was there at the Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, RIMS Imphal, where Dr. Joy is working. So there, the psychiatry department has been working really, part of various projects and has undertaken various projects. So I was lucky enough to be part of the first National Mental Health Survey of India. So this was carried out in 2016. And from there, like India is a huge country, so only 12 states were taken up for the study. Manipur was one of them, so we had a household survey. So there, the overall, when the results were published, it was seen that 13.7% population had lifetime prevalence of mental health disorders, one or the other form of mental health disorders in India. But the most interesting part is 13.7 is approximately 150 million people. So the interesting part is only 75 to 85% of people didn't go for seeking help. So that's very important aspect. And when this study tried to understand what are the reasons for not going and seeking help and why there is a huge treatment gap, was because of the stigma associated with it, lack of awareness and knowledge about mental health, and also accessibility and availability of the services. So that is mental health in general. So I tried to look up for research papers which has focused on athletes or sports persons in India. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any systematic research which has been published that has been carried out in India. So this explains a lot about how the aspect of mental health has been neglected in this population. So I again try to refer the statistics in the world. So there, some of the studies have shown that they have done the studies on elite athletes, and it was seen that the sample was more than 5,000, and it was seen that more than 51% people, athletes, had some or the other form of mental health disorder. So please check the numbers. Again, worldwide study has also shown that the rate percentage ranges from 18 to somewhere 36, loosely is 36%. So as you can see, when you talk about mental health in general population and then mental health of athletes, there is a huge spike in the incidence or prevalence of mental health disorders among athletes. So this speaks in volumes about the importance of us addressing mental health issues of athletes, and that's all the athletes have rightly pointed out, that how much struggle and hardships they have undergone. And like Mohit sir said, all the elite athletes have really good mental health. I truly agree with that, because if you didn't had the mental toughness that we call as in psychology, we call it as mental toughness and resilience, you wouldn't have been able to perform, or you would not have been able to reach what you have done now. And even same with all the personalities here. So the importance of mental health is something, I mean, the topic of mental health has been neglected, I would say, and there is a dearth of research in this field. And I think we all share a collective responsibility as people who are working in the sporting ecosystem to work together and promote this crucial issue or crucial aspect, which plays a huge role in athletic success. So yeah, coming back to your point wherein you said, how do I identify that someone has mental health disorder? So being a avid promoter of mental health, I would say the first thing which we all can do is be focused on prevention rather than later on dealing with the mental health problems. So prevention, this is one of the things which we can do, the discussion where everyone gets an opportunity to talk about it freely and have an open discussion, and there is no taboo or stigma associated when you are opening it about mental health. And even more so when when elite athletes and renowned sports person, when they talk about mental health, it plays a huge role. So I would encourage sir, madam, who have achieved a lot, to talk more on importance of mental health. And apart from that, also it's very important that we should know, like, my aim here is not to make everyone mental health professionals or experts. Very important role is recognition that someone is going through a mental health issue. So there at National Sports University, we have certain papers which focuses on mental health issues. We are building or preparing sports psychologists for future India. We're not expecting them to deal with severe mental health disorders, but our aim is simply to make them aware that these are the things, which an athlete goes through when they are having some mental health issue. So some of the key markers are sudden behavioral changes in the athlete, like a drastic drop in the performance suddenly, and then they are feeling lethargic or tired most of the time, and some signs of burnout wherein they experience physical, emotional exhaustion, because of the rigorous training which they undergo, during this their training schedule and regime and all those things. So these are some of the things which we all share a collective responsibility to work upon. And I think we all play a huge role in this. And I keep saying I will conclude this section by saying that mind the gap, because your mind is the gap between the success or the finish line and the athlete, because the mind plays a huge role in bringing success for the athlete. So with this note, I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that was very, very interesting, very, very inspiring, and the kind of points that were given highlighted the major areas where we can look at as psychologists. I think one of the panel members would like to have the fan moment completed, so we would request him to ask the question, please.
मैम मेरा जो सवाल है वो आपसे ये था कि आपने बताया कि आप टीम से बाहर हुए, आपने बोला कि नहीं मेरे को खेलना है। वो एक क्या चीज़ है जो एक एथलीट को वो सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं होने देती कि मेरा जब तक ये चीज़ नहीं अचीव नहीं होगा? वो एक एथलीट को क्या पुश करता रहता है ऐसा जो उसको उस लेवल तक पहुंचाने की पूरी अपनी एफर्ट लगवा देता है?
Very nice question, and thank you. जब 2000 में मुझे ओलंपिक टीम से सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ, लेकिन इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग फेडरेशन एंड आईओ दे आर नॉट kick out, they are keeping me in the camp, but my mental is very ill because positive and negative thought are pressing me. And before I would like to keep some my how to start weightlifting and how before what I was, and I was starting. I am not weightlifter in the starting. I am footballer, I am hockey player, I am football player, hockey player, kho, athletic, everything I play since when I was 12 years. 12 was very small. Then I'm starting to represent states. After then, every year about 3-4 times I'm take out to participate Manipur, represent nationals, and I find out how to become a fam. And suddenly, 1982, India is hosting Asian Games, and PT Usha Madam is winning a lot of winning medals. That is my inspiring. She is giving me that achievement. That all the 5 medals she achieved, that is sitting in my head, and running how to become but just like PT Usha. And then I play football, hockey, kho, kabaddi, athletic, mix. And my coaches are advice giving me, you are making you salad. You are making yourself salad, you will not become a fam. That also very, I am not getting angry. That is, for me, it is very positively, because I want to be a fam. I want to bring the laurel for India. That's why I'm searching. And 1983 suddenly came a powerlifting championship. That also I am not participate in the state level. Jump to trial selection for the national championship. Then I went in 1983 in Melbourne, in Mangalore. Then 44 kg class I win three gold medal. Then settlement is starting for me, and then 1983 same as weightlifting, women weightlifting is starting. In between weightlifting, basketball, hockey, football, every time practice, and injury also. And 1983, 84, 85, 86. 85 I got champion in the national game. First Indian national games, I got 3 gold medal in Delhi, that medal is decide me to one way to track and push up just like PT Usha. So that day I left hockey, football, athletic. Then I push and training start to harder and harder for the weightlifting. Then 1985, 80, after then I continuously champion for the India. Continuously I break every competition because why I'm became a met because I want to be fame and I want to represent for India. And that also, that time India and for world, weightlifting is not there in the Olympic event. Olympic event is coming in 2000. That is my, in between I got very severe injury, severe ulcer to me. And I take out my appendix also. Before India camp, 1988, April. Then 1989, we are Indian Weightlifting Federation start to prepare Indian team for the coming Asian Games, 1990 Beijing Asian Games. In between, I got injury, knee, 2 times meniscus, broke the bone and inside. That also, during that I participate, but I never come back, I never back step because my dream is not complete. My dream is not complete. Then 2003, during here, but I every competition I exhibit, I bring medal, and the whole my country is absolutely every time they know my country know she will click any medal in the competitions, and they are blessing today. I am bringing lot of medal. And lastly 2003 also, we are going to qualify for Olympic 2004. 12 week is there, but I got injury here. So mental and physical uh, attitude, how strong, that is the, how many I get the struggle. Every time I thought positive, fighting, fighting, fighting. I never step back. Today also once I put leg, give next step as a forward. लेकिन मैं क्या जवाब देना है मुझे भूल गया. So
नहीं बहुत बढ़िया दे दिया मैम आपने.
तो I got many accident. That is my positive, and to bring the I got courage. Those who are speak me, that is you can't do that. That is my inspire. That is my power. Challenge. I challenge not to others. I challenge myself every time. Today also I am challenging. Some are speaking some words. That is my courage, and I thanks to him and her because of she loved me. He loved me. He caring me. This is my thought. Thank you, ma'am.
Great, ma'am. Thank you. This is too good, and I am sure the word passion fits very correctly here, which is also sir's area. So, sir, right. Thank you so much. I think panelists, I think it was wonderful. I would just like to end with a quote, which I think there's something about, when we hear people, when we listen to people, there's so much to learn. And what we have learned in the panel is we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but an habit. So thank you so much, esteemed panelists, and a wonderful audience for giving us these ears, eyes, and those important minds which will give us the takeaways. Thank you so much. Thank you. I invite Usha ma'am to felicitate our esteemed panel speakers, ma'am. Please. Ma'am has facilitated Padma Shri, Kunjarani Devi ma'am. Sir. Padma Shri Brahmanand Shank Walker, sir. Dr. A.K. Joy Singh, sir. Mr. Mohit Chilla, sir. Professor Rajesh Kumar, sir. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. A proud moment for my colleague. Sorry for rushing up because you have okay, already shot up. Dr. Debla Chanu, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. Thanks. Who's the next moderator? Prem? Thank you so much. Ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You did really well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, sure. Thank you. हाँ हाँ आपसे बात करते हैं. Yes, definitely.
No need of reading much because already it's shown in the slide. So I just want to please a very good evening to all the invited speakers and delegates. Since we are falling short of time, I request everybody to please keep to time. And since the stage need to be vacated, it is 1 hour before we have a cultural program this particular stage. That's the reason why we are trying to clear it off. So for the moderators and for the chairperson, co-chairperson, please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I, without wasting much time, may I now invite the chairperson for this session, Dr. Martin Toms, to kindly take his place up on the dais. Dr. Martin Toms is an associate professor of sports coaching and sports education, head of global engagement, School of Sport, Exercise and Rehabilitation Sciences, University of Birmingham, UK. He has a vast biodata, but as requested by the organizers, we would like to keep it short. We welcome you, sir. May I also call upon the co-chairperson for this session, Dr. Shonan Pradeep Fatte. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly take your place up on the stage? Dr. Shohan kindly works as an assistant professor ad hoc at the Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai, since October 2019. We welcome you, ma'am. Without further ado, I now call upon our first speaker. All right. May I request the chairperson to kindly say a few words and open the session?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending this afternoon. I am really looking forward to this session. I do appreciate that we do have time constraints, and apologies to the speakers here. But I'd like to introduce Dr. Piyush Jain, who, as you will see on the slide, has a huge amount of involvement in physical education and sport, multiple publications, books, conferences, papers, and a lot of expertise and contributions around Rajiv Gandhi Excellence Award, and working with a number of universities at the same time. Can I please welcome Dr. Piyush Jain? Dr. Jainji, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, Pramod, can you start the slides? Presentation. So, before till time my presentation is will start. First of all, I am thankful to Usha, Nair ma'am, who always appreciate the work of PEFI and my work in the field of physical education. And after this a wonderful panel discussion on mental health, it's very difficult to engage you all in such a topic, which is youth talent development, especially in the perspective of the government of India, that what Ministry of Youth and Sports is doing and how we can change the scenario of youth talent development and empowering a sporting future in India. So before that, I would like to start that India is having a more than 140 million population. Yesterday, I was talking with someone, my friend from Singapore, my friends from Jamaica. They were talking about the numbers that India is having the huge numbers. And I told them that it is our strength that below the age of 35, we have the 65% population. And this population is the key driver for our country. As far as we all know that India is grooming in all the sectors. Same like in sports, our Prime Minister has given the vision for the Viksit Bharat in 2047, when we will celebrate our 100th year of independence. That time, India will not grow in all the sectors like in space and all. We will also in the top in the world in sports sector also. So, vision of our Prime Minister is to become the India is world top 5 medalist in Olympic. And this youth, which is now 65% below 35 years of age, will be the driving force. So today I'll highlight some of the points about how our government is doing, working on this sector, and how together PE professionals, sports person can help in this youth talent development program in country. So till date, we are not too much good in Olympic medal. Only we received the 41 medals. Out of this is 10 gold, 10 silver, and 21 bronze medal. Since last more than 100 years journey of Olympic movement in country, in world. And we are very lag behind this. In this recently concluded Paris Olympic, we got only 6 medals and finished on 64th number. And our Prime Minister and our government is finding that in 2036, India hosts the Olympic in our country, and we should be on the top 10 medal tally. So there are some few points which lead like, Kremanan, okay, I'll speak without this presentation. So this is somehow about the overview of my presentation. It's maybe due to some technical issue. So we have the demographic advantage that our population is the very young, and another very important points, another very important part is that our government has started one initiative. It's called the Khelo India initiatives. Those who are from the our country, India, they know about the Khelo India initiative and the impact on this of this Khelo India initiative in the our sporting performance. Like one in the recently concluded Paris Olympic, out of 117 athletes, 28 athletes has been selected from the Khelo India schemes. Under this scheme of Khelo India initiatives by Government of India, more than 320 sports infrastructure has been formed within 5 years. Out of this, there were 54 athletic tracks, synthetic athletic track developed, football grounds developed, indoor activities developed, and government has spent more than 3,000 crore rupees in the infrastructure areas. So this is one of the area Khelo India initiative. Under this, government has started the Khelo India Youth Games, Khelo India University Games, Khelo India School Games, lots of things. Same as, and it's all the sports comes, our countries, all the sports comes under the SAI, Sport Authority of India, which is having more than 10,000 athletes pool. I know it's very, yeah, now it's working. So the opportunity is the position India as a global leader in sports, and our objective is to evaluate current sports pathways and propose actionable solution. So as earlier told that there is an infrastructure gap, limited reach, and funding shortfalls for the to achieve this objective. And as far as Khelo India initiative is concerned, its objective is identify, train, and support young athletes. Till date, we have more than developed the 1,000 Khelo India academies all over the countries. And this 2,737 athletes is supported annually. Government is giving the more than 6 lakhs rupees per athletes, spending 6 lakhs rupees per athletes. So this initiative will be the game changer for the country. And as far as role of Sports Authority of India concerned, it's a national apex body which is promoting sports and athlete development, training more than 9,432 athletes across 187 centers. So this is current sports pathways, that how we can achieve our goal, and how this youth can be motivated to be part in the youth sports system. So school program early talent identification, it is somehow missing in our country, that there is no such school program, talent identification program is concerned in the school education system. State and national competition, exposure and performance tracking, site training centers is for elite athletes, and challenges. What is the challenges for this youth talent development program? So there are some key challenges in youth talent development in our country. One is the infrastructure deficiency, which is also divided into rural and urban areas. I have already spoke that we had formed the 340 track, football grounds, and other sports area. But there is some difference between rural and urban areas. India is basically more than 65% area is the rural area, where basic facility is not available till date. And urban area is having a good facility. So it is one of the important challenge that rural and urban divided. And another important part which we need help from the international fraternity, that we have the lack of scientific process. You will not believe that, and I always appreciate our government of India, especially our Prime Minister, that since last 10 years, we had started more than 11 institutes of the sports sciences. These institutes are specially designed for the sports sciences courses, like sports biomechanics, sports nutrition, sports physiology. Earlier, before 10 years, there was no such institute, those who are running the sports sciences courses in country. So now we are, every year we are producing some good sports scientists also, which will cater the need of our athletes. And especially National Sports University also established some state level university. Before 10 years, we have the only 3 institutes, big institutes like LNIP, LNCP, and Patiala. And after that, we formed the 6 new sports universities. And NSU is one of the best university which giving the best education and promoting the sports sciences. And another important thing is the grassroots participation, limited awareness. As already spoke about this, that there is a bit gap between rural and urban areas. Rural areas, we are having the 65% population. And as far as urban areas concerned, we have the infrastructure, we have the resources, but players is less. So we have to be find out the grassroots participation also, and resources. As one of the important part is that India is having sports is not in a concurrent list. It's not a national movement. Sports is in the subject of state governments. So we all depend on the at the grassroots level. We depend upon our 36 states and union territory. So as we have the lots of experts is here, and global best practices in Australia, National Talent Identification Program, UK School Games. These are some of the program which runs by the globally. So in my point of view, actionable recommendation for this youth talent development, how we can mobilize our youth in a sporting, to become India as a sporting nation, and we fill up the infrastructure gap, especially in rural areas. Enhance the infrastructure, multi-sports facility in rural and urban areas. Like you can see that Goa, in these areas, in summer, northern region in summer, you can't play in the outside because of the diversity of the weather. Some areas cross the 50 degree of temperature. At that time, sporting activity almost closed in the country. So for this purpose, we have to build some multi-sports facilities, upgrading existing schools. We have the largest number of schools data, more than 14 lakhs, 14 million schools we have in our country, and they have the huge land. So this is another area where our government is working to be a model, developing a model like pay and play model for the school education system also, and it's also working. So this will increase the accessibility and quality of training environment. Second point is very important point is the talent identification. I have met some guys here. They have formed some association of the Talent Identification Association of Bharat something. So these type of initiatives our country needs from the young population. That technology and PE professionals comes together and make some a talent identification program which should work from north to south. It's a very diversity. The program which runs in the north will not work in the south and will not work in the northeast. So the program should be work. Talent identification program should like that. This should be work as per their need, as per the game need, and as per the area need. Haryana is having a leader in the sports. Out of this 41 medal, more than 20 medals comes from the one state only. It's called the Haryana here in our country, and it's a leader in the sports. Why? Because they had been cater both these needs. They had developed the infrastructure at the grassroots level. Even at block level, they have developed the 400-meter track with multi-sports facility. Also, they had earlier started the one talent identification program for Haryana state only, and that gives the boost for the development of sports in Haryana to develop the culture. And third one is the promoting grassroots participation, which I have already told that we had to be integrate the sports in the school curricula. In recently comes the new education policy where they have had made compulsory physical education and sports as a part of curriculum. So still lots of work should be done in this area also. And advancing coaching standard. And I'm very fortunate to say that NASA Sports University and some of the other institutes, more than 400 sports coaches, apart from our National Coaching Institute, is coming from the different institute with the degree in a sports coaching degree, bachelor degree in sports coaching. So in future, maybe after 5 years, after 6 years, we will have a bigger pool of sports coaches that will cater the need of the grassroots level. Right now, before this government, 11 years back, we have the only one institute, National Institute of Sports in Patiala, and that catered our sports coaching need. But now scenario has changed. And one important part is the public-private partnership, which is really missing in our sports system. I will give the one example that our organization PEFI has started some CSR initiative, and we found some 50 athletes in wrestling. And one athlete, Chirag Chikara, nobody knows his name before getting the medal in World Championship. But we, our coaches, our trainers identified around 50 children from the Haryana in wrestling area. With this public-private partnership, one bank came with us and we giving the funding. And now the scenario changed. More than 10 athletes won the medal in national and state level, and one medal at the international level. And he is the second athlete from country who won the gold medal in the Under-23 World Championship. So public-private partnership is one of the very important area where who can bridge the funding gaps and drive innovations. Like some of our sports scientists, they also need the fund. Government is not providing that much of fund in sports science areas. So these areas should also be catered. And promoting sports science research, it is one of the major area where we all should work. How we can promote the sports science research. We are normally depend on the research in the foreign research. We need the research, especially in sports science in our country. So this is one of the important that we should advocate for the policy. PEFI is doing something, and all other federation is also doing. And government has been reformed all the federations in last 2-3 years, and one new bill is also coming on this, so that this will also change. And one of the important part is technology and innovation, leveraging data for talent identification and training. Till date, we are lacking behind in this technology and innovations. Some of the good sports science institutes is now coming through this our schemes of NCSSR. This will help in the technology and innovation. And once the data, I asked someone in yesterday that do you have the data in the Indian context for the talent identification? They told me that sir, we don't have the data. We will first take the test, and then we will prepare the their so-called validity set. After setting the reliability and validity, they set the norms for the sports science research. So for measuring impact of KPIs for youth talent development, we have to be planned 3 times, that short-term plan, medium-term and long-term plan. For short-term plan, athlete enrollment, infrastructure development, and for medium-term performance in national and international event, and long-term plan, Olympic and global championships. And for this is very important part of my slide, that for this, whatever I said here, that we need the government for the policy and funding, educational institute, especially school and university sector. I'm sorry to say that we are having the more than 1,200 universities here in India. And they are having a best infrastructure also. Some of the universities having the best infrastructure. But after school hours, after university hours, there is no use for that infrastructure. So that infrastructure should use for the purpose of promoting the talent, grassroots development. There should be some policy so that this make fill the gap between the requirement and of the athletes and the utilization of that infrastructure. And third, community inclusion participation is also one of the important stakeholders. This is our case study. We, as a PEFI, selected the 80 athletes, 50 in the wrestling and 30 in the athletics. And out of these 80 athletes, Chirag Chikara won the gold medal in under 23. Before getting medal in under 23 World Championship, nobody knows him, this guy Chirag. He came from the very rural background in one akhada in Sonipat. And once get the medal in the under 23 World Championship, almost 10 top institute, top management and top academies approach him to give all these things, whatever he wants, that they will provide the food, nutrition, massager, everything they want to need. Give this. Yeah. So, and before getting medal, there were no help. At that time, PEFI helped, so he got the medal. And another girl is Alexa Mariam Thomas from Kerala. It's a very Irabipur, Kerala. And she also won the medal recently in the state championship. So this is somehow our call to action, that we have to be invest in infrastructure and utilize the infrastructure which is available in the school and university sector. Integrated scientific talent identification program, which is the need of the hour for the country. And third one is the foster collaboration governance and prioritize athletes' well-being and education. One of the very important part is that those athletes is good in the sports, they are not good in the education. So we have to also focus on the athlete education. And this is our initiative, which I would like to those who are related to the physical education in country, that Government of India, Ministry of Youth and Sports and PEFI together doing a nationwide survey on the status of physical education and sports in Indian school education system. This is the first time initiative which is working for the what is the current scenario of the physical education in Indian school education system. This is only for the school education. So those who are related, they can scan this QR code for survey, and it definitely it will also help in the our making in policy. So thank you. Hopefully, maybe we will do something together. Any question from?
Dhanyavad Surji, thank you very much for that. That was really interesting, and a lot of good input that has been going on over the last few days is within that. So there's lots of time for discussion, hopefully. We do have time for 2 quick questions, if anybody has a question. Do we have any question? Okay. Whilst other people think, one very quick one from me. You're obviously talking a lot about the NAS Patiala, Khelo India, all of the key initiatives and work that's going on. Where do federations fit into this?
Yeah, federation is a separate part from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. They are the independent bodies. they comes under the IOA, Indian Olympic Association, and they deals with the particular games. Like Wrestling Federation of India looks the matter of Wrestling Federation, Basketball Federation of India is looking the matter of Basketball Federation. Government of India provide the grants of these federations for their establishment, their training program, their purpose. So they are also doing a good job, national federations, but it's not a directly part of the Ministry of Youth and Sports parts.
Yeah, so partnership is a key thing to work with federations and the government.
Government is also continuously relationship with the national federation, but that without national federation, games cannot be work.
Thank you. And the key thing is the call for research. We need more research in this area. Are there any other questions? Oh, Musa. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to know a bit more about the questionnaire, the survey you're running. How long do you plan to have it in there?
Date is the 30th March of this month, this year, 2025. Before 30th March, we have to fill all these details. And then after that, our team of the experts will analyze and will present the report to the Government of India.
So how long do you plan to have it online? Will be online?
It's online. We had developed one website like survey.pefindia.org. And once you will start the fill the details will come one by one. And then last date for filling this survey is the 31st of March.
20. Thank you.
So one question from my end. Sir, now as you know that there are multiple graduates coming out from the field of physical education, sports sciences. So with the humongous amount of graduates graduating every year, how do this population fit in, or how will this population add on to the benefit of the field of physical education and sports?
It's a very good question. I was supposed to be this. I will be happy to give the answer. Do you know how many colleges of PE in country? It's around 658 colleges, which is running the Bachelor of Physical Education course. There are two segments in the physical education and sports in country. One is the PE and another is the sports science related course, sports management, sports. The PE courses comes under one statutory body called the National Council for Teacher Education. These are the teacher education courses. They are 4-year or 2-year courses. And another subject is like sports science, sports management, sports biomechanics, sports, another type of subject, sports coaching. They comes under the University Grant Commission, UGC. So as in PEFI, I am trying to comes all the subject under one umbrella. We are continuously demanding with the Government of India that all the subjects of the sports fraternity should comes under one umbrella. Actually, there is a problem with the mindset of the PE professionals that when we thought about the this PE, we go in the to do course in the physical education. Our thought is the fixed is up to the job, that we should get the job in the school or college level. If I did my bachelor in physical education, BPEd, 4-year or 2-year, then my thought is that I have to join with some college, school level, PGT, TGT level. And if I do master degree and further study PhD, then I suppose to join as a college level or university level. This scenario should be changed, because we as a PEFI, or my personal need is that there is very less job left in the government sectors. Our PE professionals should come with some innovative ideas. They should come with the some entrepreneurship. They should come with the event management in sports. Actually, IITians, IIM professionals, those who are come from the management background, those who are come from the technology background, they are forming the startups, they are forming the companies, and PE professionals help. I want that every PE professional should come with the new ideas and form their own companies. They should start some new arena. Physical education, sports is just like a virgin area here in country. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. A round of applause, please.
Last question.
So yeah, we're up for time, unfortunately. If you can do questions afterwards, perhaps. Thank you.
Afterwards?
Yeah, after. Yes.
Yeah, after.
Yes. Yeah, we need time. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Piyush Jain. May I call upon Dr. Usha Nair to kindly present a token of our love and appreciation to Dr. Piyush Jain.
Thank you. No, ma'am. I know that we are behind the...
We are behind the schedule. We are sorry, extremely sorry to bother.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, G. Can I introduce our next speaker, who spoke yesterday, Jens Andersen, who is going to get straight on with his presentation, as long as the technology works. Jens, we heard from yesterday around the project, and today he's going to be talking about clearing sports and crime and corruption in sports. Thank you, Lenny. The floor is yours.
Can I have the slide on, please? Thank you. Mindful of time, I will briefly thank Paolo for his fiery intervention this morning, and also Jorge for inspiring it. I must note, it will be very unfair to discuss with Paolo now, because I know he will get the last word this afternoon. But I would just say one thing, although I disagree wholeheartedly with Paolo, that elite sport is the only way to accomplish, to reach the goals we are talking about. I do agree that we cannot take competition out of all sports and all physical activity. Competition is also it's one of the elements that makes sports fascinating, of course, as a practitioner and as spectator. I would like to quote Jorge also as a bridge to this presentation, who said it actually also. He said, any activity needs opposition. And I think that's a very good philosophical remark that also leads to the next. The way we configure and manage the competitions in world sport today. I apologize for having to rush through the slides. Yesterday, I introduced one of the major challenges we have to the integrity of world sport, and that is the various kinds of abuse of athletes that we experience. Today, I will mention some other challenges that may not be just as widespread, but as harassment in various forms, but nevertheless are really detrimental to sport and also quite overwhelming. One is the betting industry and organized crime. When I hear the figures of the international betting market, I always get very, very, very dizzy. According to the UNODC, whose main sports officer, Ronan Olaya, is pictured here and spoke at our last conference, the estimated turnover on the total online gambling market is up to $2 trillion per year. I do not even dare translate that into rupees. And according to the Asian Racing Federation, and also with figures that are similar to those the UNODC operates with, 62% of that online gambling is illegal. Can you imagine a criminal market operating with about 1.3 trillion US dollars per year? oh, sorry, 1.2, I said. It's between 1.2 and 1.3. Nevertheless, to compare it, the UNODC says that the international drugs trade, narcotics trade, is estimated to be much less worth. And now I'm talking about money, but I will exemplify soon that the human costs are huge. I will speak a little bit about journalists today, introduce quite a few journalists. One of them is the devil in the data team, some brilliant journalists who actually looked into this world of online betting. And they have been so kind that I could borrow some of their slides so I could show how these illegal gambling companies are actually using legal, professional, world-famous football clubs as vehicles for visibility. We are talking about AC Torino, Wolverhampton, AS Monaco, Wolfsburg, AS Roma, Manchester City. And let's take a look of one of Manchester City's main sponsors, 8xBet. It's a betting partner they are working with that operates worldwide. And where does this betting partner produce its raw material data? They do it in compounds across Southeast Asia. There may also be compounds of that sort in India, I do not know. But they attract workers from all around Southeast Asia. They say you're going to get a nice pay, you're going to have a wonderful life, do very important job with technology. And in Cambodia alone, you have 200,000 people working in such camps where they produce illegal betting websites and other kinds of internet scams. When they arrive, they have to deliver their passport, and they are heavily guarded, these compounds, so they cannot just leave when they wish to. They're exposed to violence. It is a little bit the discussion we had up to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar about migrant workers. A lot of people working under slavery-like conditions to produce illegal betting. And some of the money ends up in organized sport, legal organized sport, who sometimes forget to ask where the money comes from. They operate, another example, 1xBet. I know this company is very active in India. 1xBet has a license in Curaçao. They work of thousands of mirror websites under different names, but containing exactly the same data. They have very complicated business structures that are almost impossible to investigate. For instance, the Indian police wanted to look into it. They would have to administer cooperation with perhaps 10 other national jurisdictions. The annual turnover for 1xBet is estimated to 2 to 3 billion US dollars, and they operate in more than 100 countries across the world. This, of course, leads to another risk. If you have so much gambling turnover circulating, the risk of match fixing. And I'm just going to mention a very, very brief, again, this is a tour de force. It's a sprint, Jamaican sprint through the challenges. But for instance, the same group, journalistic group I mentioned, and Bellingcat, another investigative group, found out that 1xBet actually organizes thousands of games around the clock. These games are organized in Russia or in other countries where they lure even minor workers to play 1 against 1 or 3 against 3 or 2 against 2. They even have sitting football games. So there's always something you can bet on. And can you imagine the risk of manipulation with such games where you have youth workers around the clock just performing in something that is very fictitious and also uses names of famous clubs? 1xBet is actually the official sponsors of FC Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, Serie A, and the African Confederation for Football. So these are very powerful industries. The first alarm bells were struck at Play the Game Conference 2005 by Declan Hill. He was the first to describe the modus operandi of these criminal groups, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But it took years for sport to react. He was like the only voice, and together with Play the Game, we raised this issue for 5 or 6 years, where sport was in complete denial. I would say sport is taking match fixing seriously now. At least they do what they can within their remit, some of them. We heard at our last conference a very interesting case story that also shows how match fixers work today. The so-called Operation Maestro. What you see up there is the organizational pattern, where the big round circle at the top is the maestro, an Armenian criminal who operated through a very, very wide network all across the world, manipulating tennis games. This was Anne Lukoviak, a Belgian prosecutor. Belgium is one of the few countries that are really active in investigating these kinds of crime. I'm not going to go through the Maestro case, but just say that these fixers often address low-paid workers in sport. Low-paid, people who are working under harsh conditions or spend a lot of money traveling the world for tournaments, but receive very little in return. So if they are asked to throw a set, or they address also friendly matches where there's not so much audience and where they can maybe instruct the referees to make sure there are penalties and so on. But what is important here is to say that there was 1,671 so-called mules, co-workers, frontmen, and accounts operating worldwide in just this little match-fixing network that was discovered. I have to mention also, and I now change to the governance issue, because to a large extent, you cannot blame sports organizations for organizing illegal betting. They do not do that. They may turn their blind eye sometimes, but they are not the primary responsible. But when we talk of Olympic corruption, it's another matter. I had the shock of my life when a gentleman that our distinguished Olympian knows very well, Tamasiyan, stood up at a European Sports Summit in 2011 saying that corruption is everywhere in the federations. Nobody from Olympic sport had ever said that in public before, not even the most. So I was shaken, because this was the message that was the monopoly of Play the Game, and now they tried to copy that message in the Olympic world. I could not believe my ears. You believe, okay. And he said it was in the elections, it was in the doping controls, and so on. And I thought, now here is the most prominent whistleblower in international sport. The reality was a little bit different. Tamasajan never accepted our invitations to come to our conferences, because at the same time he was under investigation himself for hiding $23 million on secret bank accounts, the money that weightlifting had earned from Olympic Summer Games. So now you would expect the IOC would say, Tamasajan, now we stop. We have said many times Olympic money, sports money must go to sport, and this was Summer Olympic money, so they should, but they said, after complaints from critics inside the International Weightlifting Federation that went to the IOC and say something is going wrong here, the IOC said in a very brief statement, this is not our business. It's a matter of the IWF regulations. So Ajahn could continue stealing and corrupting doping practices and everything for many years ahead. Nothing happened until 2021, when he was finally again, and I mentioned the famous German journalist Grit Hartmann, who published this in 2013 on our website, and who again in 2021 went on German television with more denunciations, and actually this time Ajahn fell after 46 years, almost 46 years at the top of the International Weightlifting Federation. Yeah. Okay. There are many other examples. Here's just a little of the wonderful bouquet we can compose of corruption scandals. I simply don't have time to go through them. They are all very colorful and interesting and sad at the same time. But so I'll just go to give credit to one man who is, if I should put one name only to the discussions we have on sport governance today, one name only, that would be the man. That is Andrew Jennings, a senior sports reporter, or rather a senior investigative journalist from Britain, whom we unfortunately lost 3 years ago. But he, 30 years ago, he will be very happy in his heaven, where I'm sure he's enjoying a beer in the bar somewhere. Yes, Andrew, he took on the Olympic movement. He was the first journalist, and he didn't earn much credit among journalists for this. He fought a very lonely fight because he said, this cannot be true that the world's most powerful youth movement has so much corruption. And by the way, he was very angry with the fact that it was led by a person, Juan Antonio Samaranch, who had a past as state secretary in the fascist government of Franco in Spain. This was a personal matter for him also. But I'll not delve into this because we don't have time. I will give another presentation about Andrew Jennings in another year because there's so much to say. I was summoned to the International Olympic Committee's headquarters in 2009, and I was told in no uncertain terms that the Olympic family regarded Play the Game and people, most especially Andrew Jennings and a few German journalists, as very negative people, very exaggerating people who tried to build a career criticizing the good sport. The man who told me that is today General Director of the International Olympic Committee, Christophe de Kepper, with whom I have a very good dialogue when we meet. But I would say I think he was wrong at the time. And he was wrong because at the same time, while the IOC said, you're no good, there were people secretly studying Andrew Jennings' books and our website. And these people came from the FBI and the Internal Revenue Service, the tax police in the United States of America. So that led the cavalry in the US to react. FBI and Swiss police made a secret raid on FIFA's Congress Hotel in 2050, and that was a very, very special day for world sports because never before had a sports congress been invaded by the police and several prominent members taken away. It led to a lot of things. It showed the world that there was much more corruption than even the most critical people had imagined. I can recommend the book Red Card by Ken Benchinger that describes this whole process. We have a new FIFA today. Is it a very different FIFA? That's too big an issue to discuss today. But returning to the role of journalists, the Jean-Yves Lourgoyot, public prosecutor in France, who has investigated athletics that I mentioned yesterday, Qatar, FIFA, he simply said, without the journalists starting the work and starting the investigations, we could get nowhere. Of course, journalists cannot stop the investigation. They have to stop somewhere. Journalists cannot wiretap telephones, or they cannot make raids on houses, but they can inspire politicians and police to react. And this leads me to the solutions. We have some world famous speakers at Play the Game conference. Really, really notorious people who travel worldwide and speak. One of them is this guy. He's called Paolo Bertaccini. Let's give him a round of applause. And 3 years ago, we started a discussion on how can we deal with all these integrity challenges? Abuse, financial crime, betting, match fixing, corruption in organizations, because what we see is today we have a lot of rules, but we do not have enforcement of those rules. So a lot of things happened and then nothing happens. Well, the systemic issue is that sports organizations are de facto monopolies with very, very attractive product to sell. They are not subject to much internal control, actually almost none, no real independent internal control, and very little external control. They also live in countries where they get a very gentle treatment. There's a family culture, there's a one nation, one vote principle, all of which I could speak about for more hours than we have. And they have a redistribution of funds loaded with conflict of interest. So what is the systemic answer to a systemic challenge? Well, we tried, more than 10 years ago, we tried to make an alliance with a group of universities from Europe, with athlete organization. No, that was not the athlete organization, but we had some journalist groups. And then we created the Sports Governance Observer Tool, authored by Dr. Arnold Gerard, KU Leuven, and we made the first international analysis of the governance of the international federations. 5 minutes, yes. This gives a very bad picture of the international federations that probably you could not repeat today, because the international federations have made improvements on paper. So it would not look like this, but we could note in 2015 that 2/3 of the federations fell below 50% of just very basic governance criteria. But then we started to make the National Sports Governance Observer, because we figured, where does all this bad governance come from? Could it also have something with bad governance rules at the national level to do? And we have analyzed 25 countries, and the overall index was again that very few countries had a score above 50%. India was among those countries. A researcher called Devi Lingdu presented herself, of course, checked the results. There's documentation for it all. It was made in 2020. And India, I have to say, I apologize, but came out with a very bad score for governance in the federation, in the selected federations. You have the federations to the right, and you have our dimensions that we used for the scoring system: transparency, democracy, accountability, societal responsibility. You have them there. I'm happy to share it. You can find it on our webpage. Because I'll have to rush through, I'll just say the tool is online. Both the international tool, sportsgovernanceobserver.org, and national sportsgovernanceobserver.org are available online. So anytime you want to benchmark an organization, you could go in and do it there. Now, for the conclusion, we said, how can we address all these issues? One is, we can have good journalists. We can have better governance. But that will not solve all the problems. We also have to create alliances that are much wider. Paolo and some colleagues were part of calling Play the Game to come up with a proposal in 2022. We are very close to launching it very soon. I'll tell about that. We have a survey among 251 experts that were very eager to respond, because there's so much impatience out there. We asked Grit Hartmann to make this report, and you can also find that at our website. You will be very busy on our website after this, I'm sure. The thing is, we have already tools to fight sports crime and corruption, international law, national law, sports regulations, but we have a series of gaps. We don't have harmonization among countries. We have a transnational nature of sport where you cannot always know who's actually responsible for taking action, and sport itself administer their rules in a weak and ineffective way. Basically, the sports organizations are unable to self-regulate. And that's no wonder, because if you are a corrupt person at the top of a sports organizations, you are not the one who's to start saying, let's be very efficient against corruption. And even if you are not corrupt, you may be a little reluctant to confront those who are in fact your voters. So it's not easy. Actually, sport should be calling for external help and say that could relieve us for a lot of responsibility. I'm not going more into what we call clearing sport as a working title. Clearing sport will be launched on the 31st March and 3rd April on online seminar and with reports and material. We have an advisory group of 20 highly experienced people from the FBI, with a past in the FBI, Europol, UEFA, WADA. Paolo Bertoncini is among them. We have had broad discussions at two Play the Game conferences. We have researched, we have made surveys, and we are going to launch a proposal, one brief, easy to read proposal, one more extensive proposal for those who really want to go in depth. And I hope that you will help us spread that inspiration. Today, the discussion will continue at Play the Game 2025. Today, we launched the call for papers. If anyone is interested, it's an open call for papers for academics, practitioners. You can just submit your proposal. And if you're more interested in what led to all this, if you're interested about reading about Andrew Jennings and other figures, many other whistleblowers, Stepanovs that I mentioned yesterday, other journalists and whistleblowers who made a difference, I can recommend this book, When the Silence of Sport Was Broken. I can recommend it because I was only editing it. I was not writing it. That was a good colleague who did that work for me. But personally, I think it has been very, very interesting to look back and see how sport politics has evolved, how the discussion about integrity in sport has evolved over the past 25 years. And the book is on the website, but it is also here in this magical bag. And Usha, I would like to come to you. And if there is a representative of Goa University. No, but then, no, it was just by chance. I will give them later. But now you have given us so many gifts, so I would like you to receive this with my warm thanks. Yes, I will sign it later.
Thank you, Jens. That's excellent. I think a round of applause again for that presentation. Thank you, Jens. Very good. I think we have time probably for one question. If anybody has a quick question, please. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any takers. There are plenty of questions. I think that your talk start, and there are no answers, unfortunately, at the moment, but it'll be good to see where that goes in the future. Thank you very much, Jens. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Usha Nair to kindly make a presentation of a token to Mr. James Anderson. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Can I now introduce our next speaker, Associate Professor Swarup Mukherjee. We will hopefully have a slide up very soon. We are limited on time, so we'll try and take questions, but if are any, that will be excellent. We're very lucky to have Swarup here. His background in physiology and medicine means that he straddles both academia and practice, with a huge amount of research, evidence, and funding to his name, which is excellent. I will leave the floor to you, sir.
Thank you, Martin. Let me just double check with the guy about the slides. Yeah, finally we have it. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Swarup from Singapore. I know it's been an information overload for day and a half, so it's amazing how you're holding on to your intellectual bandwidth. I promise to keep it short and simple. I've been told to rush through this, so fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be turbulent. All right, so everybody spoke about how we can make children active, how we can make them move. I'll speak about how we can add safety to the context of children in the context of youth sports. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Context-driven shoulder injury prevention in overweight youth athletes and how it is more than what has been proposed in the existing models. So I come from Singapore. That's a little red dot in Southeast Asia. And it's a fine city, because for everything that you're not supposed to do, there's a fine. And it's a city full of life, energy, and vibrance. And our university is on the western part of the country. There you go, that's the university where I work in, and that red dot is where I stay. The NTU is a sprawling campus over 200 hectares, and that yellow box is where my institute is. Our university is full of iconic buildings with absolutely amazing architecture. We also won the Sustainability Prize among the most beautiful campuses category. And maybe few people know that Singapore is among the world's top 10 greenest of the cities. And our university is, yes, thank you for that. And and the greenery in the university also reflects that. It's full of gardens and waterfalls and pools everywhere. So I welcome you all to try and make a visit to NTU. Sure. And in case you were awed by the vibrance of Singapore, you forgot what I was going to talk about. That is what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about preventing overuse injuries in overhead youth athletes. Now, the context of youth athlete is very unique because it is surrounded by multiple factors that relates to growth, maturation, and development. From musculoskeletal immaturity to osteoporosis to high risk of tendon injuries, the youth athlete has to deal with all of that. And keeping that in view, we have the long-term athlete development model, which factors in the biological, maturational, and socio-emotional factors, making the model progressive and better suited to deal with the challenges and the changing dynamics of the youth age group. But what we also see that this practice of premature sports specialization is quite rampant. It continues to be practiced all around the world. And when this happens, too much of load is imposed on the premature body that is not in a state of readiness to deal with it, leading to a much higher risk of injuries to the young athlete. When we talk about the youth sport, specific mention should be given to those sports where we see repetitive movement happening. That means they repeat the same movement again and again. So what this leads to, it leads to overload of the same body part, and this overload accumulates, leading to overuse injuries in the longer run. And when we talk about this, a special category of athletes is the overhead youth athletes. Simply speaking, those sports where they need to execute an overhead action to either to throw the ball or to strike the implement by using this action. Why also this is important? Because if you look at the biomechanics of these overload sports, there is a fair bit of comparability of the biomechanics between the different overhead sports that we talk about. Now, I'm sure everybody has heard of the word overuse injuries. If you haven't, it's really simple. When you overuse a body part, you have an injury that's called as an overuse injury. I can't simplify more than that. All right, so if you look at the data from about last 15 to 18 years, what comes to us that more than 50% of injuries that we see in youth sports belong to this category, overuse injuries. And if you look through the timeline, you will see in the bold characters, you can see the numbers are continuously high. From 2010, 54%, 2015, it was 5.36, 2017, again 50%. So the numbers have been consistently on the higher side, raising the concern about overuse injuries and bringing people together to figure out solutions, how to prevent them. This was the study that we did in Singapore in 2023. And while the overall shoulder overuse injury prevalence was 31.3, if you look at softball and tennis, the numbers are really alarming. We're talking about 60 and 50% of injuries belonging to the overuse category. We just completed a study 2 weeks ago in Singapore in youth cricketers, and if you look at the injury prevalence in terms of overuse injuries, it was 56.6%, and this was the first study on youth cricketers from this part of the world. So if you put it into one slide as an illustration, you will see that times have moved on, the prevalence of overuse injuries hasn't changed. Generally, as well as in overhead youth sports and youth volleyball as an example, you'll see that they have been quite stationary, raising the concern that probably we need to understand more, work more in order to prevent them. Now, overuse injuries are packaged differently from other injuries. This is not a usual injury that you're talking about. The onset of overuse injuries is slow. It's gradual. It does not cause the athlete to stop training and competing. So there is a bit of pain, but the athlete can still continue. And therefore, many times it has been called as a self-limiting injury. But what we need to understand, despite these characteristics, overuse injuries can limit training and competitive participation. If you look at the studies, about 1/3 of the overuse injuries led to the youth athlete losing time for training and competition. More than half of them were required to be absent fully or partially for more than 8 days in a calendar year. 1/5 of them led to more than 21% more than 21 days to fully recover. Average time loss from training was about 50 days in a calendar year, and they were required to miss about at least 3 matches. So overuse injuries do have a damage potential when it comes to training and participation of the athletes. So what comes to us that overuse injuries with their consistent high burden magnitude has been a cause of concern from sports participation perspective. They can lead to growth disturbances in the long run. They can be a deterrent to training and match participation. They can also reduce motivation of a young athlete to participate in sport, and eventually making the youth athletes or the young children prefer some sedentary pursuits, and that leads to compromises on health and future quality of life. So putting all this together, there is an urgent need that we talk about in terms of how we can prevent overuse injuries in youth athletes by developing some sort of a model or a framework. So we're not the first ones who are thinking about it. The first model in sports injury prevention came from Van Mechelen and colleagues as early as 1992. This was a 4-sequence model. First, you understand the problem, then you figure out why the problem happened, then you figure out what's the possible solution, and you implement that in a controlled condition, and then go back to step 1. This was the original model of sports injury prevention. After about a decade and a half, we saw some enhancement in this model. It was called as the translating research into prevention practice. So the first 3 steps was exactly the same. What happened in the step number 4, they split it into 2. 1, they evaluated the preventive measures under ideal condition, and 2, they evaluated the measures under a particular context. And from that, they went into the step number 6, where the effectiveness of the prevention program was evaluated in that context where it was intended to be implemented. A couple of years later, but actually a decade later, for the first time, the socio-ecological construct came into discussion. People started talking about we need to understand the context in which the athlete operates. And this context can be at the level of the nation, the association, the sports, the athlete, and the injury that he or she sustains. So built on this particular construct came a model by Caroline Bowling and colleagues called as the context-driven sequence of prevention. So what happens here? Every step has this word called as context. Now, the injury that I'm describing in a particular population that is of interest to me. That's my context. The risk factors that I'm figuring out is also related to the context, like the beliefs of the athlete, the perceptions of the coaches, all of that matters. And the solution also is contextually oriented. And moving into the last step, what they also propose that it cannot be evaluated under ideal condition. If is my particular context, I should be evaluating the injury in this context for its ecological validity. So if we compare the previous model, 1992, and the context-driven model, what we see that there is a difference here, particularly at this point, where context is brought into the picture to develop the prevention program, moving forward to eventually evaluate it in a given situation. So when this was done, you are tailoring the intervention to the context, you are facilitating the immediate implementation of the program into real world conditions, and possibly you are in a better state to evaluate its effectiveness. So what is clear now that when it comes to injury prevention in sport, both youth as well as adult, context really holds the key, because it's the context that can facilitate translating of the research to real world condition, bridging the so-called the research to practice gap. Most youth sports are resource stripped. They don't have a strength and conditioning coach. They don't have a psychologist. They don't have a physiotherapist. So when you are making it context driven, you're also making it more resource efficient. Then you are, with the context, you can integrate the interventions to the athlete's real life day-to-day training environment. And hence, you're facilitating better application and evaluation of your intervention program. So what we did a systematic review in 2023, and we tried to find out what is happening in the area of overhead youth athletes in terms of injury prevention, especially the upper extremity. So we looked at about 1,111 papers published over a period of 22 years, and eventually we narrowed down to 17 studies, of which only 5 studies were randomized control design. So that is how much dearth still exists in the area of having robust methodological designs while studying youth sports injuries. So when we looked at RCT design studies, they did not propose any model or a framework. At the most, they proposed strategies, approaches, and programs. So they were valuable, but the end was still rather loose and open to discussion and deliberation. What also you see here in terms of the threat concern, a 9-year-old youth athlete can generate about 6,000 degrees per second of internal rotation velocity. Now that is really fast, just trust me on that. A 9 to 10-year-old can throw a ball at a velocity of 112 kilometers per hour. Now that is a huge load on the immature musculoskeletal system. So this kind of demands with their musculoskeletal immaturity eventually becomes a perfect recipe for an enhanced overuse injury risk. So at this point, we have a sequence and we have a checklist. The sequence says, figure out the problem, figure out why it happened, what can be done, and how to evaluate the effectiveness of what you do. The checklist says, find out the different types of injury, how many injuries, how many of them were severe, what would the possible underlying factors in terms of whether it's biomechanical, neuromuscular, motor skill related, or whatever. And then you determine the intervention by controlling the risk factors, intrinsic and extrinsic, modifiable or non-modifiable, and eventually evaluate how effective was the intervention. But the big question is, guys, can this sequence and checklist be suited for youth sport? Because youth sport is unique. We are talking about an immature body. From musculoskeletal perspective, they have to go through the growth spurt. They are cognitively immature. And if you look at this picture of many girls standing with their faces blurred, they were born in the same calendar year, and they all look different. So this is called as differential growth and maturity. Despite being of the same chronological age, they are at different stages of growth and maturity. Then you have cognitive immaturity, motor skills. So what we see that youth sport presents a unique context, and hence the preventive programs should be conceptualized and implemented accordingly. And despite the concern, despite the consistently high prevalence rate, despite the adverse growth potential of overuse injuries in terms of affecting growth in the longer term, quality of life, the uniqueness of context, we do not have any injury prevention framework or a model that particularly concerns about shoulder overuse injuries in the context of overhead youth athletes. So what we did, and just to share with you, you might think that, okay, this is a pretty harmless looking injury. That's a classical example of how damaging this overuse injury can be. That's, if you see the blue arrow, now the yellow circle comes in, that you see the growth plate of the arm bone gets widened, and this can lead to demineralization. That means the bones will start losing calcium. They will undergo fragmentation, and in the long term, you might have a shoulder that doesn't move as much, a shoulder that is swollen, the shoulder that is unstable. So given all of this, it was absolutely critical that we work towards developing a framework or a model that specifically addresses the the shoulder overuse injuries in the overhead youth athletes. And we were ecstatic, so we called it as Oh Yeah, injury prevention model. So what we did here, we integrated the context and made a model that was enhanced, that was inclusive, that was better sequenced. And this model was based on a case study that we did, which was actually a series of studies on shoulder overuse injuries. So this model was not just perceptual, it was well substantiated with hard data. So what this model immediately brings is we introduce a preliminary step compared to the last model. So last model started figuring out the injury problem. We said, hang on, how do you figure out the injury problem? What is your instrument? And this instrument also needs to be context specific. So that is where we added another layer of context specificity to the model, where we proposed that the instrument that you use for investigating overuse injuries in youth athletes also needs to be contextually developed, because this is how it will become more validated and have a greater promise of better data accuracy. So what was needed here? We needed a representative sample who belong to that population, which is the context where we want to operate. So what we did is we took specific feedback from individuals in the population of interest. And then we factored in those feedbacks to validate the instrument in that context. So that was the paper that we eventually published, which is about a validated overuse injury questionnaire for the youth athletes, the youth overuse injury question. So this was the first questionnaire in the world that specifically is meant for investigating or determining overuse injuries in youth athletes. Now, this questionnaire was built on the existing Oslo Sports Trauma Research Center questionnaire. And the highlights of this was context specificity. What we did is we changed the recall period from 7 days to 3 months. We reorganized the order of the question. We emphasized certain words and phrases. And we also added an open-ended question for injury description. And then what we did is we brought in content experts in the form of a sports injury epidemiologist and an expert in sports medicine. And we asked them that, is this question okay for youth athletes or not? So that gave face validity to the questionnaire. And once that was obtained, we went back to the end users. Now, this has never been done in the past. So we went back to the 12, 13-year-old overhead youth athletes and asked them that, can you understand this question? Can you comprehend and respond to this question? And they gave us amazingly valuable feedback that helped us further reshape and refine and fine-tune the question to suit the cognitive maturity levels of the young athletes. And then we distributed the questionnaire. So in order to achieve convergent validity, we distributed our questionnaire as well as the existing Oslo Sports Trauma questionnaire. We had a strong sample representation of 227 athletes from 14 different overhead sports that gave us diversity in the sample and hopefully a better picture of the risk level and the injury details in this particular population. And once all of this was achieved, we had the content validity done, we had the convergent validity established, our sample was representative, sample size was quite large enough, we had diversity of sports. We also understood that the young athlete has limited experience with injuries. So we kept their feedback up to a limit. We didn't let that influence our questionnaire, but that feedback, even up to a limit, were extremely valuable. That led us to come up with a questionnaire that ensured high data accuracy and hence a more valid investigation of the true burden magnitude of overuse injuries in this particular population. So once we had the instrument ready, we wanted to figure out now what? What are the numbers? How many injuries are there? So we went on to the step 2 of this particular framework to determine the burden magnitude in the population of interest. Again, the word context comes into picture because that is where we are interested in. Now, what is important here when we do these kind of studies, there are several factors to be taken into consideration because youth sport is a pretty interesting context. The funding is not there, the resources are not there, the manpower is not there. So all of that, the timelines are shorter. So a youth sports season would typically last for 2 to 3 months and not like 9 to 10 months. So all of that has to be factored in. And then we come to a decision whether you want a retrospective study done or a prospective study done. So if you're doing a retrospective study, the recommendation is to keep the recall period for less than 12 months because that is where the recall bias is not significant. If it's a prospective study, the possibility of non-response and attrition needs to be kept in mind. Participant motivation and dropouts need to be kept in mind, and the duration also becomes important when it's a prospective study design. We also defined what we had in the instrument. We defined what is our age group, male or female, level of participation, recreational, competitive, or elite, the type and category of sports. So all of them were factored in, and all of this was done with the intent of getting a higher level of data accuracy, better likelihood of meeting our objectives. And since this was modeled, we possibly were in a better state to make a comparison across cross-cultural studies, which for a large time was not possible. And it also helped us to figure out the severity categorization of injuries so that we are able to better prioritize the limited resources that exist in the youth sports context. Right, so that is what we published. We had a retrospective study design. Our response rate was 81.6%, so not bad for a youth sport. We documented the shoulder and elbow overuse injuries with a 3-month recall. We had about 500 athletes to start with, but many of them had incomplete and invalid responses. So we ended with 434, which is still a very healthy number, with almost equal distribution of male and females. And these athletes represented 11 different overhead sports. And they had to be competitive, and they had to be training under a coach. So we had these inclusion criteria pretty clearly laid out before they were deemed eligible for the study. Our definitions were also clear. So what we found here, that about 31.3% of injuries were overuse as far as shoulder injuries were concerned. The older participants were at a higher risk. Those who were training more were at a higher risk. We also could identify higher risk sports like softball and tennis. And we also found out how to prioritize our resource allocation in terms of sports which were at a higher prevalence of more severe injuries. Right, and all of this helped us to achieve an enhanced state of sports safety. We could work towards improved performance, and we could work towards minimizing the injury prevalence and hence enabling continued sports participation in these athletes. So 2 out of 4 was done. Now we are into developing a prevention program. So again here, the injury priority representation is important. Risk factors were already identified, but we needed to be valid to the context. So what we did here, we collaborated with experts who were operating in that context, because this was important, again, to reduce the research to practice gap to facilitate real world implementation. So we spoke to people who were acutely aware of the culture, the practices, and the implementation issues, so that once this is done, we are able to almost immediately roll out this program into the context that we are dealing with. So that is our published paper on developing and rolling out the program. We call it as YOSO IPP. And with local experts, we went through 2 rounds of deliberation. And this program had an exercise component and an education component for sports coaches as well as athletes. So we see here we had 9 content experts like doctors, physios, and strength and conditioning coaches. And we had 9 context experts who were the overhead sports coaches. When all of these guys came together, the entire process had to go through 2 rounds of deliberation before we achieved more than 75% of consensus, which is the recommended level of consensus. So once this was done, we again sat down with the youth athletes and we asked them, are you able to do these exercises, or this is too much for you? So some of the feedback came like, okay, 30 seconds hold is too much. Can we make it to 20 seconds? So they gave us very end user related feedback, and that actually helped us refine this entire program. But what needs to be understood, that this was done in the context of Singapore. For any other group of researchers who are doing this in their context, they will probably need to do some tailoring of the program to their context, and a direct copy-paste translation may not be the best idea. And then we come to the last step to implement the program. So here the priority is who does it. The first thought that comes to mind is coaches, and that probably should not be the case, because youth athletes are in dependent relationship with the coaches, and the coaches can influence the take-up as well as the compliance with the program. So we recommend that in this case, the delivery agent should be the researchers and not the coaches. So we wanted to reduce the bias by keeping the coaches out of it, and we as researchers, we were the delivery agents of the programs. So we wanted this to be time efficient and resource efficient, because those are the challenges in the youth sports context. But when we asked the coaches that I want to prevent injuries, the coaches said, no, I have no interest in injury prevention. Can you tell me if my athlete can throw faster, throw farther, and throw more? So what they were interested in is performance-related outcomes. So what we had to do, we had to change the outcome measures from injury numbers to performance-related outcomes, because that was the the alignment of thought of the coach in terms of expectations from us. So what we looked into, like the shoulder extensor, external rotation strength, internal rotation range of motion, and we moved on with determining because we know that if the performance related outcomes become better, it will also lead to safer athlete and less probability of injuries. What this also enabled us, it enabled us to filter out the effective exercises from the non-essential exercises. And eventually this led to better program refinement and reduced injury risk at the same time. And as the program got refined, the performance became better. As the performance became better, this led to greater uptake and low dropout rates. So this is where we thought that we really clinched the gold by changing our injury data to performance data. So to summarize, we present to you the first model of overuse injury prevention in overhead youth athletes by making the process better sequenced, more context-driven, inclusive, and bringing in the context right from step 1, which is while developing the instrument, all the way to step 4, which is the point of implementation of instrument, with the primary intent of bridging the research to practice gap so that the developed program is immediately in a state of readiness to be implemented in the youth sport context. All right, and that leaves me with thanking my PhD student Rachel, who is a national volleyball athlete, and all other factors and people that you see listed on the right of her picture. And those were the references that I have cited here. Those were the photo credits that I have used. And that leaves me with thanking you, wonderful audience, for being patient. And hopefully I made sense and it was a smooth landing.
Thank you, Swapji. That was really interesting, absolutely fascinating, and a great context again as well. I think we probably have time for one quick question before we have to move on. Do we have anybody? Can I ask one? And I know we'll have conversations about this later. Do you have any evidence for the deliberate play activities before the injuries may or may not have occurred?
So Martin, all of these athletes that we worked with, they were competitive athletes. So they were participating in a competitive season in their particular sports. So, so we really didn't document. I understand, I know where you're coming from, and that is deliberate play has been a topic of discussion for time immemorial. But in our case, it was beyond the context of what we were trying to do. But a good question to ask nevertheless, and I'm sure that would add another layer of value to the already existing body of evidence that we have developed. So fully take your question with.
Thank you. That's very good. Any other questions quickly? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swarup Mukherjee. And I call upon Dr. Usha Nair to kindly make a small presentation of a love and appreciation.
We need to thank because Dr. Mukherjee wasn't keeping well, but instead of all that, he made a wonderful presentation. So big hand, please.
Meanwhile, we found a pair of spectacles. If it belongs to anybody in here, could you please come and claim it from me? Since morning? All right. We keep it with us. Yes.
Okay, we now have our final speaker in this afternoon session. We've already heard an awful lot about him, so your reputation precedes you, sir. And do we have some slides? I'm fully aware of time, and I believe we are getting there. But
we'll make it.
I'm absolutely sure we will do. Just waiting for the technology to get moving. Okay, so Dr. Paolo Bertuccini Bonoli is a historian and is fascinating, has a big background in epistemology, and I'm sure they'll have ontological questions about your epistemology later. Authored lots of reports and is clearly a consultant, and as we've heard, working with Jens well on particular projects. Without further ado, sir, the floor is yours.
see if we can have the PowerPoint presentation, if this can be displayed anyway. First of all, it's of course a huge pleasure. It's the second time, so we are creating a tradition here in India, and we know the role that India is now growingly playing in the international scenario and the amazing history and civilization. So thanks for putting all this together, Usha, the University of Goa, and all the colleagues. And of course, it has been very inspiring to be listening to all the presentations yesterday and today, different angles. On this basis, somehow the task that we have identified for me was just to present very shortly this international initiative, which goes under the title and the naming of Sport for Impact, but taking the opportunity to start very preliminary considerations about some possible methodological implications on the work that we are currently doing. So the presentation will be articulated in the quickly long sequence of slides to present the initiative, and then only one slide to make some consideration. So let's see if it is me. Yes, amazing, I can do that. Just 10 years, 15 years ago, sorry for you, Jens, 10, 15 years after you initiated your play the game. So this means that summing it all up, it's some time ago. We started working on the perspective of having some place where somehow the concept of impacting society through sport could be somehow facilitated. Mainly, originally was the cooperation with the UNESCO. So very happy to have here, no, the UNESCO representatives, and somehow the two leading entities have been a research center on research applicative studies, and the other one is an investment bank. So just how to combine on one side capacity to understand problems and develop solutions, and on the other to raise funds. We have a pretty good track record in Italy and internationally. The initiative is fully international. It is a legal entity. Somewhere the organizations have to be based. Still, it is completely international. I will not go through some let's say, organization of the concept, the vision, the mission, the concept. I will be very quick. Anyway, anybody can go through the documents after the conference. Maybe among many other elements, this is a very banal but pragmatic. There is a way of saying that is, well, practice has reasons that theory does not know. So in this case, there is nothing theoretical, substantive, but it is very pragmatic for operations. So the idea that one should somehow try to apply in practice private-public methodologies. We have heard today also the representative of the Ministry of the Government of India making reference to SDG 17. Policy coherence, trying to have municipalities, sport organizations, NGOs, private companies, universities working in somehow in a coordination. Specialized competencies I will not go through now, but this is something which is not really a detail as far as we talk about impacting society through sports. Impacting society through sport, that means not promoting sport. I am very provocative on this. Not promoting sport, but using sport for impacting society, which is completely different. Sometimes, just to make it clear, we say that we imagine a fantastic world in 40, 50 years where everybody practices sport and everybody lives in peace and justice. But if we have to choose, we prefer nobody practicing sport and everybody living in peace and justice. So sport remains a tool. So we firmly believe that sport is functional to that, but it remains an instrument to a larger vision. So we don't promote sport as such. We try to use sport for social impact. Local pilot areas, this kind of challenge is very demanding, very problematic. After 20, 30 years, it's very complicated to impact society, very difficult. And this means that we have to work, as in our vision, in local pilot areas, small places where you can work 10, 15 years, 12 years along. Otherwise, you just do nice things, but you don't impact societies, which is completely different. Outcome evaluation tools, of course, and science-based programs. This is the reason why we are here. We are happy to be here, and we are very glad to keep learning about the work that scholars and specialists and experts are doing all over the world, because otherwise, again, we do nice things, but without a very solid basis, the impact will not take place. This is the symbol of the sixth athlete. This is a former elite athlete, no, I underline this, elite athlete, a pole vault Italian, who was not an Olympian, but close to be that, and she is an important artist and teacher in Italy working on the topic. So the six athletes represent the six pillars of the methodology. This is an important angle, given that the scope of the network is just to promote social change through sports. We move from the assumption that, of course, can be discussed, that the competence and the role for this is on public authorities. So the role of social change of sport is mainly a task for public authorities and, of course, for international organizations representing states and including also private companies. While sport organizations, sport bodies are very important. My personal background is track and field. I feel like an athlete forever. Still, the job of impacting society through sport, in our vision, is not a specific competence of the world of sport, which has another role in our vision again, competing and winning, which is completely different. So it's very difficult to do these two tasks to accomplish at the same time. When you have a trainer, when you have a coach, when you have an officer in a field, in a training field, in my view, and I have been an athlete, I am a trainer, you cannot do both. You can do only one. In my vision, I take the responsibility to say this. We have organized 4 international conferences, the last one in the Stock Exchange in Milan, with the interest in a growing number of companies and funding entities. And we are organizing, they are already scheduled 2 conferences, a pre-conference and a conference. The pre-conference, of course, everybody is invited. We will try to facilitate the participation as much as possible. The pre-seminar will take place during the Olympic Games next February in Milan, very possibly the days before the Paralympic Games, in order to underline the relation with the social impact. And this is going to be the final, the big conference in 2027, January, immediately one year after the Olympic Games, and bridging towards the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, combined with Tampere, so the dates are not overlapping. In Trento, the University of Trento has organized now the FISU War Games, at that time the University, Winter University. This is an initiative that we organized together with the University of Trento. Well, we are pretty well inserted. I will go through very quickly all this. We have some good references, United Nations resolutions and so on, chapters of reports and whatever. I will go through very quickly. It's not really very relevant. We are implementing programs, pilot programs. I will not be very analytical. Maybe the most advanced one where we are, it is the intervention in the Cyprus refugee camps. We are operating with European funding and additional funding coming from the Italian authorities and some companies. So it's just intervention in the refugee camps in Cyprus. Very complicated if this has to be impact oriented. It's simply just to somehow manage the situation in the camp. This can be done very easily. You just give them a ball or something like that. I will not go through now the implications of competitiveness and whatever, but it's very interesting what happens in a refugee camp as long as you just put a ball there or anything else. And we are involved in many other programs. Of course, the background, as Jens knows, knows very well, it's mainly based on crimes in sports. And we are somehow very advanced in defining and using this definition, crimes in sports, for reasons I will not go through it right now, which is not integrity in sport, because integrity in sport is more and more related to internal, let's say, governance issues related to the sport organizations, while as Jens knows very well, because also the initiative Clearing Sport also incorporates some of these perspectives, and this is, of course, a recognition of the work, of the fantastic work that Change the Game is doing on that. Our perspective, again, is that law enforcement agencies play a key role of those on this, and that the sport organizations somehow have to play a different role. I will not go through all the background of 20 years of work in the sector, conferences, reports, contributions to the guidelines of the UNESCO and the Council of Europe and whatever. Well, just very quickly, what we can take out of all this in a theoretical perspective. My personal background, I am an historian and epistemologist partially, and I have not been studying sport. I come from federalism, institution, history of institutions, but I have been an athlete, and 20 years ago somebody told me, well, listen, why don't you do something on that as well? So I'm not a scholar on that. I don't master the literature. Still, in the years to come, we would be very happy if we can contribute somehow also to colleagues that are working on that aspect by sharing some views. And the sequence is as such. We are moving, and this is a symbolic, the resolution of the General Assembly is somehow a symbolic, it's not the only moment. We can also have the UNESCO Charter and any other moment. But we can say that something is taking place very profoundly in the world of sport. So in a very simplified way, we are moving to from an environment where sport was something that was mainly a scope, people's practicing sports, to an environment where public authorities, companies, corporations, other social bodies are looking at sport more and more as an instrument. And in our view, as far as we understand the topic, this has relevant implications. And this nice conversation this morning has again highlighted this. What we mean under the concept of sport. We will not open the discussion on that, but this is the point. The starting point, that sport is no longer what it has been in the last centuries. And on this I'm pretty solid, and I can have solid arguments. Something which might be of interest, and that each of you, as a matter of fact, is doing, but that might be possibly further emphasized, perhaps through stronger and in-depth interviews with athletes or coaches, is putting practice into theory, putting theory into practice into theory, just trying to extract as much as possible, the knowledge that practitioners develop during the practice of sports. And this requires specific methodologies. I don't have any specific solution. Still, sport is more and more, and if you look at sport from the point of view, the perspective of social sciences as such, is more and more a very fascinating object, including also the dark side of sport. Yes, it's fantastic. It's just you see like how sport has become possibly the most important social phenomenon of this contemporary age. And this gives a space for a transdisciplinary approach that, as far as I can understand, is a challenge for social scientists, because it's easier said than done for obvious reasons, mastering the literature, developing the specific mindsets. As said, extracting the knowledge that exists, but for practitioners, coaches, officers, athletes, it's complicated to elaborate into theories, into models, what they know. So we do believe that this is an area of activity where we are open also to have common ventures with colleagues that are open to that. Of course, we have to relate with the theory of social change and local development. I personally mastered the second one, not the first one. But everything which is connected with local development, when you go around with African Union, of course, other international organizations, they are focused on local development. They want to develop economically and socially their own. And this is a way, a very critical difference of the history of sport. In the Western countries, in the industrialized countries, sport is a consequence of development. While in industrializing countries, sport is a tool for development. This changes completely the approach and the role the sport plays. If you go to Africa, if you go to Latin America, sport is seen as a tool, while in Europe is a consequence of well-being, of wealth. It's completely different. This will be the narrative storytelling that the other side of sport will make Jens very happy. There is all a storytelling about sport, how fantastic it is. Of course, I am one of those who strongly believe in the power, in the positive power of sport. Still, it depends on who uses the sport, the vehicle, and how this is implemented. So all this constant narrative about how fantastic sport is a bit tough to support at my age. And of course, there is the dark side of sports, because the dark side of sport, possibly Jens and I have a different, let's say, vision of the quantitative dimension. I personally believe that this is still very limited, still very important, very crucial, and very problematic, but it doesn't jeopardize the world of sport in such a way that the sport can be described as a terrible place where criminals go around. No, I personally believe that no data can justify this. Still, the problem is there, and it is very serious. And mainly it is the consequence of the fact that external criminal groups are using sports in a systematic way. Of course, there are also the internal problems, but the internal problems existed also in the past, and the consequences were not that bad. The problem is now criminal groups all over the world are using sports systemically, because now sport is an economic environment and also a fantastic manipulating tool. Of course, all this goes somehow in view of a systemized view of sport as a lever for better individual and communities. The difference between individual and communities, in our view, is important. We remain somehow romantic liberals, and we still believe in people and not only in states and organizations. We believe that individuals are somehow the basis of our open societies. And well, this is for each of us, responsibility of scholars, because it's easy. I keep having relations with many scholars, experts all over the world. It's my environment. I feel very, let's say, honored to be part of this international community. Still, a typical way of looking at things is, well, these politicians, these people, these policymakers, well, it's more complicated to put into practice things. And there is a huge responsibility for scholars to have solid frameworks, very solid frameworks, and for instance, to go beyond this narrative storytelling about how sport is fantastic per se, which is not true. It depends on coaches, officers, models, organizations, situations. If everything is okay, sport becomes a fantastic power tool, and I'm very happy just to somehow quote the British culture, the inspiring the nation. No, UK sport, inspiring the nation. This has been inspiring me also in the last 20 years. So an organization that has the claim, inspiring the nation, set the tone for the potential of sport. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paolo. That was really, really interesting. I think there's an awful lot in that. Two quick points from me that I think are really powerful in there. The first one was the importance of interdisciplinary challenges and our responsibility as scholars within that to make a difference and work together across all disciplines to make that difference. I think that's really, really important. I believe we've probably got time for two questions.
Two questions. I'm terrified.
Oh, okay. I've been told it's one question now, which is half the problem you might have. Do we have any questions? Any questions from the floor?
Fran. Yes.
You mentioned the work that you're doing in the refugee camps in Cyprus. Can you give us a bit more detail in regards to the work and what are the difficulties that you encounter in doing that work?
Yes, just in short, as everybody knows, no, the refugee migration is very critical all over the world, but well, in that part of the Mediterranean is pretty critical. And Cyprus is, for some reasons, even more critical, because you have the one part of the island which is occupied by the Turkish military, and this has made somehow the island very sensitive, because from the point of view, of course, of the Greek Cypriots, not from the point of view of the Turkish Cypriots, somehow they have already lost half an island. There are ongoing conversations, dialogue, so the situation is somehow evolving positively, but the problem is still there. So the arrival of refugees is considered very negatively, because this jeopardizes even more somehow the integrity and the availability of land. In that situation, we have refugee camps, first reception camps, and then camps for 1 year permanency, permanent residency, and then supposedly they should be either repatriated if not appropriate and not to remain there, or integrated, or they might migrate to other countries. And the countries of origins are very different. We have people coming from Syria, from Somalia, from the other Arab countries, from other African countries, different religions, different ages, a vast majority of males, but also we have females, and we also have kids, families. So you can understand how problematic is to manage this kind of population within a camp. The first reception camp, they are just like in a jail. Of course, it's a white jail. And then they have to go to another camp where they stay. Please, you were.
Yes, but my question was, what are the programs from your organizations that being delivered there? What difficulties that you encounter with your programs?
The point is to use sport for integration, but it's very complicated. It's very easy. It's very easy. It's not that easy. For instance, just to you give them a ball. We started with football. I just take a couple of minutes more. We started with football, and it didn't work because you had, as a matter of fact, 1/10 of the population of the camp with which we were involved, and they were very rude, and nobody could use sport, so we had to abandon football. So first of all, you have to understand which sport to use and how to use it. And then we started introducing volleyball, tennis, table tennis, and then we came to freestyle football with the German and an Italian freestyle, and we had their females. So involving the females is very complicated. They want to, but they don't say that, and you have to create different environments. And then you have to try to understand how you can use sport for integration, not simply for them having a good time there. Very complicated to connect them with the local sport clubs or with other sport clubs in other places in Europe, or to use them, and we have chosen that, to develop soft skills for the labor market. So the use of sport in the view of a strategic intervention, not simply mitigating the condition, but using it for a strategic, even in their home countries, if they get back repatriated and they have a more solid set of skills and self-confidence, or in other countries, maybe they can succeed. Just to say that we can share the document, the models, the intervention, whatever, but then everything at the end of the day is just staying in the camp with these people, with operators. And if the operators are not very well qualified, things don't work. Very complicated, very difficult.
Thank you, Paolo. That was excellent. Thank you, everybody, for this session.
Thank you, sir. I call upon Dr. Usha to kindly make a presentation of a token to Mr. Paolo.
Paulo because it was a last minute decision. Paulo decided to come over. I would influence a lot to come to India.
May I also request Dr. Usha Nair to make a presentation of her love and appreciation to our co-chairperson and the chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Okay. Okay. Very good evening once again. Very good evening to all. We have a very interesting panel discussion session on the topic winning at the physiology and nutrition monitoring drives champions. For this, would like to request the moderator of the panel discussion session to take care of the session, please. I would like to request Mr. Subrata Dey, exercise physiology, to please come and take care of the session.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost end of this day, but we have something exciting thing that we will be discussing soon. So I will not take much time. Quickly, I will call upon all our esteemed panelists. First, I will request to Madam Padma Shri, Ma'am Kunjarani Devi, please come up to the dais, Madam. Second, Mr. Mohit Chillarji, Indian football kabaddi players. Professional kabaddi players, can you please come up? Third, I will ask Mr. Gaurumangi Singh, please come up. Yeah, he will be joining by that time. And fourth panelist, I will be calling Dr. Sunder, sir. Please come up to the stage, sir. And fifth panelist, Dr. Karen. I will ask, please join with us. And sixth panelist, Dr. Ajit Chakravarti. Please, sir. Hello. So very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are about to start this last day, today's last panel discussion, and we are waiting for one of our panelists. Meanwhile, I think he will join with us. So as I call upon, you can think that who are our panelists today. So they don't want again their introduction. They are just gem in this area. But since we have to formally introduce, I will take this opportunity to introduce our panelist. Before introduce, I will just introduce myself. My name is Subrata De. I'm working as Assistant Professor Sports Physiology and former sports physiologist from Sports Authority of India. I had worked in Manipur since last 4 years. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to be here with all of us. I'm thankful for that. So taking this forward, I will introduce our today's panelist, Padma Shri Madam Kunjarani Devi Madam. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us since morning. So many deliberations and lectures we had. And Madam, you are one of our role model in terms of sport when we are talking about elite athlete and especially women's sports. And you had that long back career, and today we are still all of our champions, those who are here and those who are watching us, they will definitely follow your path, ma'am. Moving on, I will little bit quickly introduce our second panelist, Mohit Chillarji. I think he is on the way. And I will take this opportunity to, sorry, excuse me. So he's working as an Indian professional kabaddi players. His contribution already previous panel we have came to know a lot of information, and needless to say, thank you once again for joining this panel. And fourth panelist here, I will take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Sam Sunder sir. He is working as associate professor in the sports coaching department, National Sports University, Manipur. Yes, please join. We are thankful that sir also joined with us. So I'll take this opportunity to introduce again Sir Gormangi, who is also Indian professional football players, and also most proudly we can say he is assistant coach for Goa FC. And regarding Ras sir, I already told, and Mohit Chillarji, Indian professional kabaddi players. And I will take this opportunity to introduce our own house faculty from National Sports University, Professor Dr. Kiran Tiwari, who is working as assistant professor in sports nutrition. Already she has worked with ICMR NIN as a sports nutritionist, and she took the lead to, established that sports nutrition course as per NEP also. She was instrumental to play in that role. And thank you, madam, for joining with us. And last but not the least, we are also having one renowned exercise physiologist, Professor Dr. Arijit Chakravarti, who is also working as assistant professor in the Department of Sports Nutrition and Physiology. And also he's dealing up ICMR funded project. He is also founder fellow of renowned Physiological Society of India. So that's all. Words will be maybe less to introduce all of you. So once again, thank you everybody. So let's quickly, we'll start today's panel discussion. As you know, the title is Winning Age, Physiology and Nutrition, Monitoring Drives Champions. So since last one day, we are having so many deliberations, lecture, all the things. And today we are here ready to address the gap, or you can say realistic example. Madam, I will request that this panel is not going to be very formal. I just want to express that casually we can take the expression what we are looking for exactly. This is not formal. I will request to audience, please listen carefully, because they are the person who has already done their tremendous job in their respective areas, and we are looking for what exactly we are trying to address. What's the key takeaway from this panel discussion? So quickly, I will start with madam. As you had a great weightlifter in your area, so madam, definitely that time science was not explored, what I can say. But as a player, ma'am, you had a long journey, ups and downs, all the things. And due to the less facility in terms of whatever science that time, you also spoke about that, but you keep that spirit high. So in this context, I will ask ma'am, weightlifting, we know that it is a weight sensitive sports. So definitely weight plays a crucial role, right? So from science of view, I will come later. I will ask rather how you have managed your weight, especially before competition, especially because I can understand that time you played, even people knows 48 category. It's not an easy joke. Still consistency in the performance. You have more than 50 international feathers in even 2006, if I'm not wrong, Commonwealth Games in Melbourne, you won gold medal. And it is not enough. You broke the game record. So we feel proud for that, madam. So in this context, I will ask you, kindly throw some light how you planned. Maybe you have been guided by someone, or maybe your determination to maintain that weight before competition. Please, ma'am.
Very interesting questions, because I am the only lady in the, I'm not speaking for the world, in India, from starting to till the end of my competition in the international, from national to international. When I start that weight, I finish that weight. This is very tough, but I manage somehow because I never put up my body weight, immersion 1.5 kg. And for the diet, that also totally sun ke, I mean, for one day diet, I divide that, and the competition period, that also very different because competition period, transit period, so all this I have to maintain how to eat. My time that time is from 1989. There is no physician and nutrition, nothing. That is my coaches and myself. That is how to maintain the weight. Every 1 hour, I check my body weight in the for the event, even in Indian Championship, National Championship, and the International Championships. So even today also I don't understand how I maintain, but I maintain anyhow, and but I can share how I take tea, everything, lunch, dinner, and during the training, I can share. Not today, not today. I mean, I will share. Some will, if someone to know, that is, I will thoroughly. I will speak because today is let's see, Olympic competitions. Every 2 hour competition, 2 hour before we have weighing. After then we are going to the competition. So for that hour, 24 hours is for us very crucial. We cut down water and everything. Like this, every competition I manage. And today also I'm trying that diet chart because I don't want to be a fatty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic, ma'am. So you can understand how madam she has oriented herself, like putting not much weight, keeping in that weight. So even we know that increasing or reducing 100 grams can cost a medal. So definitely, as a weight sensitive sports, not only in weightlifting, other sports also, we have to take care of weight especially. So madam, in this context, another just I will ask quickly. So as you said that diet plays an important role. So your time, how you take that advice that you are taking proper or right or balanced diet, if I ask, is there something that you will, I mean, try to explore that one to address or our beginners, athletes, or stakeholder, whoever here, like your thoughts on that, the importance of diet, especially, and who will be the correct person to provide, whether any dietitian or sports nutritionist. So that part, how you will, I mean, think.
Because firstly, I participate in the competition, World Championship direct, but that time is very not necessary to reduce my weight because journey period was very long and I didn't get a properly diet. That is my advantage for to reduce the body weight. That is my very good chance. After then, but India has given some after because Kunjarani will already win in the international medal, so they are planning to some diet charters, and they have come advance. I listen and but I know how to reduce my weight, how to keep my weight.
It's more, madam, your self determination and self belief that you used to follow. So definitely, ma'am, that's the key takeaway that we can say, that maintaining the proper body weight, and especially in your respective sports, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your concern and your thoughts. So moving on, I quickly go to Mr. Mohit Chillerji. He don't want another, I mean, introduction. So being kabaddi, we know that it's a sport where strength, endurance, agility, and coordination is very important. And now we are talking about, we are trying to address all these dignitaries, that what's the role of sports nutrition and physiology. So very interestingly, I will ask you, as a player, how do you feel that we need the support of sports science in terms of sports physiology and sports nutrition for real-time monitoring of your kabaddi players?
सर जब पहले जब प्रोफेशनल कबड्डी लीग नहीं चली थी तो हम नॉर्थ इंडिया से आते तो अपना देसी खाना खाते थे, पता नहीं था, ना न्यूट्रिशन का पता था, ना फिजियो का पता था, ना डाइट का पता था, तो अपना जो घर पे बनता था उसी चीज को ही खा के ही खेलते थे। और जैसे मैम ने बोला, हमारे में भी एक वेट कैटेगरी होती थी। 2015 तक हमारा 80 बिलो वेट रहता था, उसके बाद इंक्रीज किया हमारी फेडरेशन ने, 85 तक कर दिया, 5 किलो और बढ़ा दिया। तो प्रोफेशनल कबड्डी लीग शुरू होने के बाद हमने देखा कि डाइट का बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए, क्योंकि आपके पास डाइट होगी, न्यूट्रिशन अच्छे होंगे डाइट में, तो आपकी जो चोटें है वो रिकवर जल्दी होगी, आपका स्टेमिना, आपकी जो स्ट्रेंथ है, वो सारी चीज़ें में हेल्प करती है आपकी डाइट और आपकी न्यूट्रिशन पावर। और वो चीज़ें प्रोफेशनल होने के बाद ही पता लगती है, क्योंकि हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल भी खेले और हम हर जगह गए, और हर जगह जाके भी हमें वो चीज़ें प्रोवाइड नहीं होती थी, क्योंकि 2016 में जब साउथ एशियन गेम थे तो तब वहाँ पर गुवाहाटी पे भी हमारे पास डाइटिशियन नहीं था, हम खुद ही खा रहे थे, क्योंकि हमें बोला जाता था कि स्वीट्स नहीं खानी आपको, और हम लोकल लोग और नॉर्थ साइड के लोग तो स्वीट्स पे मरते मिटते हैं। तो वो स्वीट्स खा के पता लगा कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान करती है, ये अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। तो धीरे धीरे पता लगने लग गया, और इस अब महसूस होता है कि न्यूट्रिशन का और डाइट का कितना बड़ा रोल है एक कामयाब स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बनने के लिए, सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए। और आज अच्छा लगता है कि हर एक जगह ये चीज़ चली हुई है, हर एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन मानता है, क्योंकि आज मैं ही बैठा हूँ, आपके सामने बैठा हूँ, मेरे पास भी अपना डाइटिशियन है, फिजियो है, मैं डाइट चार्ट बनवाता हूँ, मेरा ट्रेनर है, कि कहीं कोई मसल क्रैम्प ना हो जाए, या मसल कोई लिगामेंट कोई क्रैक ना हो जाए, खिंच नहीं जाए। तो ये सारी चीज़ें बाद में समझ में आती है, लेकिन इनका फ़ायदा बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। अगर आप ऊंचाइयों को छूना चाहते हो तो अपनी जो न्यूट्रिशन है, जो डाइट है, वो सारी चीज़ें आपको एक चार्ट पे रखनी होगी। और जैसे मैम ने बताया था, मैंने भी वेट कम किया था, हमारी एशियन चैम्पियनशिप थी ईरान में, तो 1 स्टॉप फ्लाइट थी हमारी तेहरान के लिए, वहाँ से हमें गोरेगांव जाना था, 10-11 घंटे का रास्ता था, और मेरा वेट हमेशा 85 रहा है। और जब हमारी फेडरेशन का रूल था कि 80 बिलो वेट चलेगा, सो हम 10 दिन भूखे रहे, हमने खूब वर्कआउट किया, हमने दोपहर में वर्कआउट किया, लेकिन वेट कम होने का नाम नहीं लेता। और सर फ्लाइट में हमने 10 घंटे की फ्लाइट की, उसके बाद जो जिनका वेट अंडर वेट थे वो खाते हुए जा रहे, और हम 3-4 प्लेयर उनसे देखते जा रहे। मैम ऐसा अजीब सा लगता है ना कि क्या हुआ। फिर वो चीज़ें अब समझ में आती कि यार मैं अपनी वो स्वीट्स छोड़ के अपनी डाइट्स पे ध्यान देता, न्यूट्रिशन पे ध्यान देता, तो सारी चीज़ें परफेक्ट हो जाती, ना मेरे को खाना छोड़ना पड़ता, ना मैं दूसरे प्लेयर को देख के यार ये खा रहा मैं नहीं खा रहा, तो वो सारी चीज़ें नहीं होती। लेकिन न्यूट्रिशन सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है, जो डाइट है वो सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है, क्योंकि आपको सक्सेस बनाते हैं। और कबड्डी में तो अब आई है सर 2014 के आसपास में, लेकिन हमारे सर साथ फुटबॉल के कोच बैठे हैं, और फुटबॉल से मैं सुनील छेत्री से भी मिला हूँ। मैंने उनकी मैंने फैट देखा तो फैट था ही नहीं, तो मैं शॉक हो गया कि फिर मैंने उनसे टिप भी ली कि सर क्या खाना चाहिए, मेरे पास है, लेकिन आप बताओ आपकी डाइट का राज क्या। तो उन्होंने बताया, फिर मैं और इंस्पायर हुआ, तो फिर मैंने और अपनी डाइट में और सुधार किया। तो ये सारी चीज़ें करनी चाहिए एक प्लेयर को अगर सक्सेस के लिए जाना है तो।
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, आपने कितने अच्छा से उस चीज़ को हमने समझाया कि आपका जो सीक्रेट है वो आपके पास ही होना है, दूसरे को तो बताना पड़ेगा, लेकिन आप जो कर रहे हो उसको किसी को बताना नहीं था, तो आपको पूछेगा कैसे। सो डेफिनेटली आपकी जो, अभी मुझे याद आएगा कि आप शायद अभी भी घी का रोटी वो बहुत पानीपुरी सब चीज़ याद करते हैं, मुझे इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्रिकेटर विराट कोहली की बात याद आ रहे हैं कि उस टाइम उन्होंने बहुत गोलगप्पे सब खाते थे, बहुत कई इंटरव्यू में दिए हैं. तो नाउ आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड दैट फ्रॉम अ प्लेयर्स पर्सपेक्टिव हाउ इट्स important to maintain. You have to have some sacrifice for that. So definitely Moji, it's wonderful to listen that experiences as a player. जैसा कि अभी प्रो कबड्डी जो लीग होती है आप लोगों को भी पता होगा, आजकल मैच के बीच में स्क्रीन पे आप लाइव देखते हैं, उसका एक दिल की जैसा फोटो की जैसा एनिमेशन आते हैं. दैट इज़ बेसिकली हार्ट रेट के बारे में बताते हैं. आपने भी वो ट्रैकर यूज़ किया होगा. सो दैट डायरेक्टली signifies the importance of sports physiology in this context, क्योंकि आपका हार्ट रेट कितना जा रहा है, किस इंटेंसिटी में आप काम कर रहे हैं. पहले ज़माना में कि तो कभी भी बस कोच आपका रेडियल हाथ में पकड़ लेते तो बोल देते चल बेटा तू और काम कर ले. सो वो जो उनकी जो कॉन्सेप्ट था, डेफिनेटली उनके पीछे भी साइंस था, but now science came into television screen live. So this is how the transformation came. So thank you for throwing on light. Then quickly I will go to, अभी तो इंडिविजुअल स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे थे, हम थोड़ा फुटबॉल में चलेंगे. तो फुटबॉल से हम कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, क्वेश्चन नहीं इनफॉर्मली हम पूछेंगे कि उनकी जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा. सो आई विल आस्क क्विकली गौरवंगी जी, यू बीइंग अ कोच, फर्स्ट आई विल कम टू यू एज अ प्लेयर, because from that point it will be very impactful to all of us to listen for athlete. So we know athlete's heart, listen your body first, then you act accordingly. So quickly, football as a team sport, individual contribution matters a lot. So you played, so definitely you can share your experiences. How you think that as a team sport, routine monitoring in terms of performance assessment and monitoring, how it help for the building a strong and heavy team in terms of performance oriented, like your athletes should be having some assessment in terms of maybe, हम तो गाना को भी याद करते हैं, यो टेस्ट आपने दिया होगा बहुत बार. सो डेफिनेटली यो जो टेस्ट है, एंड्योरेंस की बात हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं. तो हाउ यू थिंक दैट दिस साइंटिफिक टेस्ट हैविंग इट्स ओन इम्पैक्ट ऑन योर building endurance as a player? Please throw some light on it.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I think 2018 था शायद मैंने last that I play my last game as a football player. अभी तो हो गया शायद 5-6-7 साल हो गया that I hung my boot. But उससे पहले मैंने 14-15 साल मैंने भी country के लिए खेला है. And so I think the sports science has become very integral part of sport in terms of try to bring the optimal performance, not just in the individual sports, but team sports maybe. And I can speak only from the football standpoint because I think that's my area that I've been working like regularly every day. तो हमारा फुटबॉल में एक चीज़ मैं कह सकता हूँ कि काफ़ी चेंजेस हो गया हमारा भी, काफ़ी चेंजेस मतलब 2000 फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे कबड्डी का भी लीग चल रहा है, तो आई थिंक कबड्डी से पहले हमने 2-3 साल पहले शुरू किया था अपना ISL जो है IPL शुरू किया. उसके बाद अभी 11 साल अभी 11 एडिशन चल रहा है हमारा ISL का. सो उससे पहले जैसा मैम ने भी बताया था और भाई ने भी बताया था कि स्पोर्ट्स साइंस के बारे में हम लोग को सभी प्लेयर्स को इतना नॉलेज नहीं था हमारे पास. एंड आई थिंक आज इन 11-14 साल में ये चीज़ हो गया कि देयर आर सो मेनी इंफॉर्मेशन अराउंड अस. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कौन सा इंफॉर्मेशन सही है एंड टू चूज द राइट इंफॉर्मेशन एंड use it for our own benefit has become the biggest challenge at the moment, is what I feel, and it's a challenge that we are facing also. So abhi ye hai ki I'm not an expert when it comes to nutrition or even the strength conditioning when it comes to the sports science jo multi discipline team jo hai. Even for FC Goa, for example, I can speak since I'm associated with FC Goa now, that we have a squad of 25-26 players, but जो उनको देखने के लिए जो including the technical staff and the sports science जो है, I think we have about 20-22 of us looking after those 25 boys to making sure that at least try to bring the So thank you guys. So I think it's a very common practice even in the Indian football context now. So we have a technical staff of 5 of us. Then we have a sports science team where we have a doctor who comes from the again sports science background, and also we have two physios, then two measures. So we have like 5, 6 of them are working behind the team in terms of their looking after the injury prevention and also their rehab. So a lot of things even I'm seeing, and our jobs becomes like we cannot be expert of everything, but they are the experts, and for us because they report to us, so we have to see that how are we going to manage and try to find a common platform agreement where that, because they come with their experience and idea that, okay, like for example, I just give an example about, they will say, okay, we want a player, for example, we have a match on Saturday. So we have 1 or 2 players struggling with, say, a knock or a small stretch in some ankle or some. तो बोलता है कि यार उनको ट्रेनिंग नहीं कराना है, हम उनको प्रोटेक्टेड ट्रेनिंग कराओ. तो हम भी then we ask for a explanation कि क्यों कराना है उनको, क्योंकि we need him, this boy, to play on Saturday. अभी that is where हमारा argument तो नहीं बोल सकता, discussion चलता रहता है रोज की, अरे उनको क्यों protect कराना है. So that's where they also have to come with the reasons that because we need this play on Saturday. So ये सब चलता रहता है, but again I think coming back to काफी बात को इधर उधर थोड़ा सा dissect हो गया, but point is sports science is so important in today's I think sports, and the more I get the opportunity to speak with other coaches, other experts from all this multidisciplined team, I think science is going beyond our imagination is what I see. And a small example that I can share with you also. हमारा एक लड़का है जो first team में नहीं, हमारा जो second team reserve team है, he's playing for the reserve team. He got injured end of November. अभी हुआ Feb. So end of November में he got a ligament tear. And काफी खराब उसका tear हुआ. And I think normal practice जो हम लोग जो all we know is that operation होने के बाद if depends on उनका health कैसा है उस हिसाब से I think 6 months to 1 year is the recovery period is or ACL injury का. But now it's not new in the West, but India maybe अभी there's only few cases that अभी now not अपना खुद का some tendon अपने से निकाल के then we try to fit in, right, like हम जब ACL करता है. So now we have just after taking consent of his parents and the boy was okay, so we tried this synthetic अपना graft को try किया, that I think more like trying it, but it's already well practiced in other countries, and quite surprisingly the boys अभी 3.5 महीना हुआ 4 महीना होने वाला, and he's running and he's playing. Okay, we don't know, and I pray that nothing happens to him in coming weeks and months and he can continue playing. But all I'm saying is the sports science has taken, this is, okay, medicine is progressing. And also now the rehab team is like focusing on like from the smallest details to details. So काफी आगे तो निकल गया sports science, and I think we need to get into more specific and details and see that how we can help sports grow in our country and help that sports teams, individual sports, and I think we're on the right track. Hopefully, at some point, I think we also will become a sporting nation very, very soon in the near future, and I hope that we all work towards that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Really, that's amazing to hear from you as an athlete. You, brother, I will say it's a sports education. So definitely the knowledge of sports science, it will trigger in the next gen already, that or era has already arrived. And you as a player, you shared the importance of keeping fit in terms of overall performance. So injury, how it happens and how you keep inspiring your athlete to minimize the injury. So definitely it's another area. Now quickly I will ask, as a player, you have shared your experiences. You are working as a coach, definitely you are dealing with high performance ecosystem. So as we know, in high performance ecosystem, basically it's athlete centric, coach driven, and sports science support. So this is the one motto that India is also looking with that. So as a coach, being the leader of the team to lead all the, as you said, 26, 30 players you have to manage at a time. So how support staff, and especially sports science staff, sports nutritionist or sports physiologist, how they convince you for the testing, and how you are in terms of how you are positive to provide your athlete on time? What your take in that yes, you have to have all this assessment, its importance is tremendous for performance and all, we have to have some siddle. So as a coach, how you are cooperating with the scientific staff as a coach, please throw some light in terms of essential of sports science test, especially monitoring.
The ideal situation will be if I can bring the staff from the other department who we see the same pathway together, right? Like for example, in sports, में हमारा football में कैसे होता है? There are so many coaches who believe that football का fitness खाली football खेल के ही you have to earn the fitness only by playing football.
That's the relevant.
Yeah, there are some coaches who say no, we don't believe that. So काफी in terms of philosophy maybe differences होता है. So fortunately, I think we have the staff more or less. We see the game on the same direction. So utna, I think we are lucky to have that staff who are not that they have to say yes to us. There's now I'm just highlight on the strength and conditioning, for example. So he has a big role to decide on how do we go about it. For example, tactical side, yes, we as a coaches we have to decide कौन खेलना है नहीं खेलना है क्या करना नहीं करना है. They have to report to us. Perfect. But the strength conditioning build up to the tactical before the training. जैसा मान ले Saturday को हमारा match है. Today से match से -3 है. तो match से -3 में जैसा example हमको करना क्या है? So करना क्या है? For example, match से -3 या तो match से so इसमें करना क्या है? So for example, we say we have today we want to do some conditioning, but conditioning कहाँ से, how you want to achieve that conditioning लड़का लोग को 10-15 मिनट depends on आप small area से you want to get that conditioning out of the small area or the big area. So depends on again then it comes down to all the tools that we have, the GPS, whatever that कि लड़का लोग इनका जो load management उनका load level अभी कहाँ पे कैसा है. So that is when we cannot just go and say that we want to do it. So I think that's when I think strength conditioning coach coming in and said that guys, this is what it is. Last week हमने यहाँ तक किया है and लड़का लोग का situation ऐसा है. So I will say that okay today I see the team need this particular training session. आपको क्या लगता है कि कर सकता है कि नहीं कर सकता? वो बोलता है कि यार देखो ये करने से थोड़ा सा लगता है कि chances of maybe we might get 1 or 2 player लोग को थोड़ा सा maybe little ज़्यादा हो सकता है उनके लिए. So that's where I think we need to have this open, very transparent communication. Those are the areas that it becomes more for us to manage the multidiscipline department that we have and within the team itself. So that's how we go about it. But more, I think things are really more in it's more systematic way that everyone has a voice and they have to just convince that this is the right way to go about it. And we go about it. It's a team decision that we go with that.
Yeah, that's fantastic to listen, because as a team sport, there are certain things that you have to consider sometimes. So definitely sports science team, I feel they are in a right direction, and from this stage, I can say in next generation, it's not coming direct in manual system. It is coming more AI and all the technology oriented. And the moment they will believe us, specialist coaches and high performance coaches, that yes, I need this and this is realistic and I'm getting positive feedback, so definitely I can minimize my athlete's injury. So thank you so much, Gauram for expressing your views. As we have already witnessed and so many discussions, all the esteemed panelists, they are the gem in this area. So quickly, I will go to our next panelist, Professor Samsundar sir. Keeping in mind, all the three athlete come coach, they express their views. You as a physical education administrator, as a physical education senior professor, sir, I will ask you how this sports science, we are talking again and again, and today's theme is also physiology, we should not forget. Physiology and nutrition monitoring drives champions. So how you believe that from that era to today's 2025, and we are talking about sports science, high performance ecosystem. So please throw some light in points of philosophical how these things has been driven from that era to today's podium 2025. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subrat. So, Professor Dr. Usha Nair, Vice-Chancellor, National Sports University, all the international delegates, physical education directors and sports scientists, PhD scholars present over here, and all panelists in the dais. So it is my immense pleasure to speak few words about this subject. As we all know that sports science, particularly sports nutrition and exercise physiology, plays the most significant role. I will tell something about the history. This first sports nutrition research was conducted by Swedish scientist. That topic was carbohydrate, fat, and protein metabolism in the year 1930. Prior to that, what happened? In 1904, St. Louis Olympics, which in America, that one athlete, marathoner, he fainted after 30 kilometers. That time rules and regulation was different. After 30 kilometers, water zone was there, water point was there. So in between, he used to take egg. And sometimes some of the team coordinator, they give brandy, though no rules, regulation. Sometime, and that time, history says, I'm not saying history says, they used to take, they gave some stimulant. So then these things comes to mind. Then after that, in the year 1960, all Scandinavian researcher, they started this research, particularly about our exercise physiology related to muscles glycogen stores. This is the history. Then this subject became gradually popular. And so far as our exercise physiology is concerned, after 68 Mexico Olympics, which was held in a high altitude place. So this subject became more popular. And by 1970, particularly USA, Germany, GDR, they have started this force exercise physiology laboratory. A lot of research was conducted for carbohydrate loading and oxygen uptake capacity, VO2 max, so many research equipments also manufactured. So it became a interesting subject, and it included in our physical education and sports coach education. And thing is that, as Madam rightly told, being a coach, when you are conducting training program, a particular time will come, the performance will be stagnant. It will not improve. That time, it is very difficult for a coach to how to change the training program. Then he or she need a sports scientist. Now the sports science became very popular. During those days, during even our days, there were no sports, only in Patiala, sports science team was there. So you used to, question marks are there. In the initial stage, a coach, he is a physio, he is a sports nutritionist, he is a physiologist, he is a biomechanist, everything. So these subjects we have to, when we all knows, theory says, even if we all are acquainted, training load, training intensity and volume, and recovery period. Now international elite athletes, they used to involve in 4 times, 3 times in a day training. 3 times, 4 times in a day training program means we should understand their nutrition, their physiological body system and recovery period. This recovery is highly required through proper diet and proper rest and mental relaxation. So when we are thinking about this recovery, then sports nutrition plays the most significant role. And exercise physiologists and sports nutritionists together, they should observe preparatory period, training program, particularly in the preparatory period, competition period, and transitional period. These specific assessments should be there. They must observe their training program. Without they must involve their training, high intensity training program or mesocycle, microcycle, everything they must observe. Then only they will call them to their laboratory, then various types of tests, and report must be submitted to the head coach, assistant coach. Then performance can be enhanced, performance can be maintained. So the sports science team nowadays, they plays the most significant, every team, there must be an exercise physiologist, sports biomechanist, skin zoologist, sports medicine, and they are all support staff. They are, without their analysis, without their, very difficult for our part, being a coach, to develop performance. Our main sole responsibility of a coach is how the performance of our athlete will increase, how they will maintain physical fitness, and how they will free from injury. That is the main object. But this sports scientist team, they must support head coach and assistant coach. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir, for really, it's very interesting, and the synthesis of from that era to today's 2025. You spoke very nicely about context specific as Mexico Olympic you spoke about. So definitely you also throw on some light on high altitude training. So quickly I will go to the next panelist, Dr. Arijit Chakravarti. As you know, physiology is the mother of sports science, everybody said. But the thing is, in reality, whether it is translating and ultimately your body system is working. So as a physiologist, how you think that the monitoring and that assessment should be a routine part for the performance enhancement in their periodization cycle. So assessment, when you do conduct, how you translate that information that your athlete is excellent, your athlete is poor, your athlete is average, you have to maintain or you have to to improve. So as exercise physiologist, how you communicate this knowledge in terms of assessment report? So please throw some light on that.
Thank you, sir. Respected panelists, respected dignitaries on and off the dais. This is a very interesting question. I mean, this question needs to be addressed, and it's a very challenging task to do regular monitoring, regular assessment, and also quantify them, and also have a roundtable discussion with all the coaches, because coaches are the one who are the forefront leaders. We are supporters.
Exactly.
Coaches, we need to convince them that these are some probable things that we need to. These are the red flags. These are the green flags. Whatever the things are. So these things need to be monitored, and that has to be a holistic discussion. And I'm so happy that in India now there is a paradigm shift. Now earlier it was only the monopoly of someone, especially the coaches or something like that. But now the situation has changed. Now the coaches are very much open to all, and we have a very healthy discussion. And the situation is very, very good for the sports science growth, promotion, and its implementation, right? So coming back to your question, I think this physiology and nutrition, they are very diverse field. However, they have a very sweet spot in between them that entangles, the common areas. And because we do drive for the performance, all the sports science staffs, they do drive for the performance, I think. So first of all, there are regular monitoring that we do on and off the field. And there are real live monitoring as well. And there are a bunch of batteries of tests that we do over time for long-term assessment, as sir also said, micro, meso, and periodization cycles. So basically, it's all about translation, how we convince the coach, how we narrate to the scientific, to the whole bunch of the staffs, and how we convince them that this is how. The main thing that we do, the exercise physiologists do, is to generate reports, explain them that these are the things that we need to work upon, and it is only based on suggestive approach. And then the coaches will take it over, discuss it with the strength and condition expert, exercise prescription, and all those things. And also very importantly said by Dr. Samsundar Rath is recovery. That recovery and overuse injuries and some other problems related to even sports psychological disbalance or whatsoever may be, it's a culminative problem which leads to degradation of performance. So that area has to be generalized, discussed more, and with that performance evaluation report and its interpretation, that's translation, and follow up with the interventions. That is the way to go forward, and that will lead to having a more successful and betterment ecosystem, especially for the sports science in relation to the coaches and performance.
It's really, I was thinking that I have heard somewhere and read in books that PDCA cycle in terms of sports physiology: plan, do, act, and check. So definitely, as you said, intervention. So I think physiologists should closely work with high performance team to convince prior the testing, to make them believe that yes, I can monitor your heart rate not only during resting condition, I can do it real time live. That's the thing. So definitely physiologist has a crucial role for the performance enhancement in irrespective of sports. So as you said lastly, that recovery, even sir, you also spoke about recovery. So ultimately we can control the recovery, we can do something betterment for the recovery, but ultimately the role of sports nutrition again come in this crucial juncture. So quickly I will go to our last panelist. Madam, I will ask you, in general, in India, we are talking in Indian setting. So what are the different modalities or strategies that you as a sports nutritionist, I mean, diverting your ideas from dietitian, so how you feel that whether we are in a right direction in terms of what exactly our athlete getting the information. So what are the different strategies that is available and you are also following as a sports nutritionist practitioner and academician? So please throw some light on that. I think that is very important to address this gap. Please, ma'am.
First of all, I'm very glad to share the stage with such eminent personalities who are sitting adjacent to me. And I would like to thank Professor Usha Madam for giving us this opportunity as a Department of Sports Physiology and Nutrition to host a panel discussion. A very valid question asked by you, and I feel from my heart that monitoring is definitely a challenge when it comes to a nutritionist, particularly a sports nutritionist. And why is that so? The main reason what we see in the field, especially when we did a qualitative study on senior nutritionists who are working on high performance centers, what most of them suggested is the clarity of the role they need to play. Okay, so most of the nutritionists, sports nutritionists, as we know, or any scientific staff who want to support the athlete, what are they targeting? They are targeting to understand what is the training that the athlete is going through, how much he is able to recover from that training, and how he is coping with the performance of fitness. So basically, the journey of a supporting staff is to cater to the athlete's specific need related to health, recovery, fitness, and performance. So when these dimensions or diagonals are in place, assessments can be very complicated sometimes, and most of the senior nutritionists, what they were saying is that the role that is delineated for them in a general sports nutrition, like, or a high performance center or even a general size center, is that you cater to the dietary choices of the athlete or you cater to the mess facility of the athlete. But what is a sports nutritionist, what are the other perspectives or dimensions what she has to look at, is sometimes left untouched or monitored. So in that respect, like when we study the science, we see a quantitative side to the sports nutrition assessment, and also since it deals with dietary choice and behavior, we also see the qualitative perspective of going to the field and observing if the athlete is actually following what we are saying or not. For example, there were many times when we give an advice in the lab or in the field based on our assessment. For example, body composition is not aligning with the microcycle of the strength training given to the athlete. And when that happens, we need to also see on the field, pre, during, post training, what is his actual strategy, how is he doing it, right? So observation is also an important aspect when you look at a sports nutritionist monitoring strategy. It might not only be the quantitative aspects, which include, say, anthropometry, biochemical estimation, clinical science, dietary intake, environment also to some extent. And when it comes to sports, we need to also understand performance modalities, what the athlete is actually targeting. So as a sports nutritionist, we are not only looking at maintaining the health of the athlete, but also we are looking at how we can improve his recovery, improve his or her performance, and at the same time, how to like trial foods that draw to his performance. So trialing of dietary supplements or foods that are known to provide performance improvement is very individualized, and it's most often difficult for a single nutritionist to target more than, say, 300 athletes in a center. So this was highlighted as a difficulty or a challenge when it came to monitoring an athlete at an individual level. So with this in mind, nutrition in isolation cannot work together. We need the support of the performance analyst, of the physiologist, of the biochemists who give us a lot of important data to support in terms of dietary guidance, monitoring, and also then giving back the feedback to the athlete. So I think screening, planning, and then targeting is very, very important. And when we did the study, we found that most nutritionists were not having sufficient time to screen the athlete in all different modalities of sports nutrition performance indicators. So therefore, targeting that indicator, for example, if strength is the key main aspect the coach is targeting at that particular time, it's important that the nutritionist is aware of that, and she tries to change the diet plan according to the requirement of that training goal, which I feel today also we are finding it a challenge to plan the diet at that level. Most of the mess is common for different types of sports, making it a difficulty to cater to very specific needs of the athlete. And also that kind of monitoring means that we need a feedback from the coach as well. So this kind of a sporting ecosystem where we can interact and communicate with the coach, with each other, with the physiologist, with an open discussion about, okay, where is his aerobic capacity leading? Is he going in the right direction? How can nutrition support in that particular modality? So having an interrelationship with different sciences, though it is the ideal situation, it is happening at the international setting, it is still at a very nascent stage in the Indian setting. Very few high performance centers focus on this. And I personally feel that if we can target based on the objective or the goal of the athlete at that particular phase of training or at that particular cycle of training, that would be a very useful aspect in assessment, because we cannot assess everything under the sun. And second thing is accuracy of the assessment. So if we can have these two approaches in mind, that okay, if I am giving this trialing for a particular caffeine of say 3 mg per kg, how is that athlete doing in terms of this performance outcome which I'm looking at? So that kind of a specific micro level monitoring or assessment on an athlete, trialing of an athlete, I feel it should be improved in the Indian setting. And this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Fantastic to hear from you. I just remembering that one size is not fit for all. So this is how I think for sports nutrition also, individualized diet, because as you spoke about that we are having common mess and games is different. Maybe hockey players will having one bowl of chow, this dal, but archery player may not. So this is how the concept of sports nutrition should be addressed. It has to be addressed properly, and taking that aspect in terms of diagnosis, where in clinical setup we used to say, but in sports, getting screened by an expert and taking all this information for the next level, I feel that's it's enough that inculcating this all knowledge in terms of sports science as we are talking about, so we can have something concrete decision. Because sir, you spoke about yeah, yes, sure sir, sure, please sir, you please continue from here. Yeah.
So one thing I would like to speak, zero point 0.8 grams of protein per kg body weight is required. Still it is a controversy for weightlifters. Suppose this weightlifter of madam has participated in all three weight categories, 44, 46 and 48. And heavyweight lifter, how much protein is requirement for a heavyweight lifter? And same time carbohydrate loading. Football players, they are playing 90 minutes, 120 minutes. Pre-competition meal, post-competition, and during that competition. It is still, it should be recommended by sports nutritionist.
Absolutely, sir. I agreed at that point, and from this panel itself, we can address this gap. And as we are having less amount of time, as I can say now, so thank you once again, all of you. And today's this panel, I feel we have filled some gaps onwards from the stage. So concluding before this session, I will just quickly remark something. Starting from weightlifting, having with kabaddi, and with as a team, and including as an administrator, and finally having to expert in their respective area. In a single line, if I try to conclude, let's come together, forget all this ego, do in a right direction, taking the knowledge of science, and let's start. And in India, as you sir said earlier, 1984, there was a one sports science lab in NIS Patiala. Proudly, we can say now we are having 23 National Center of Excellence, more than 320 sports scientists in various domains, they are working. So definitely that speaks the volume of sports science in the next generation in India. So with this, I personally, I feel proud to be here with all of you, starting from experience from as an athlete, and it's a very heavy panel, I can say. So thank you once again, National Sports University and Goa University, for giving this opportunity to moderate, to interact with all these esteemed panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all the panelists for such a wonderful session. We'd like to take a moment to appreciate all the panelists for their presence and their contribution. May I request the Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Usha as Nair, Madam, to present the Lengyan fee to Madam Kunjarani Devi. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Madam, for your time. Next, may I request Madam to present to Mohit Chilla, sir. A huge round of applause for sir. Thank you so much for your immense contribution. Moving ahead, may I request Madam to present the Lengyan fee to Dr. Shyam Sunder, Dean Students Welfare and Head of Department of Sports Coaching, National Sports University. Thank you, sir. Next, may I request Madam to present the memento to Mr. M. Gauramangi Singh. Again, I request Madam to present to Mr. Gauramangi Singh, the great footballer of India. And we are proud to have him from Manipur. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and contribution. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request Madam to present the Lengyan fee and memento to Dr. Arijit from National Sports University.
Sorry, we are rushing back. Again, a proud moment because a colleague of mine. A proud moment for us.
Thank you so much, Madam. I request Madam to present the memento to Dr. Karen Harish Tiwari as well. Assistant Professor, Department of Exercise and Sports Nutrition. Thank you so much, Madam, for such a wonderful session. I request all the panelists to kindly stand for one group photo. That's fine. Ma'am, we would like to take a moment to felicitate the moderator, Mr. Subrata Roy, who did a wonderful job and who took care of the session. Thank you so much, sir, for driving the session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Sorry to push you through because this stage is to be clear for the cultural program event. So they have been waiting there for quite some time. 6:30 we start a cultural program. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an announcement for everyone. At 6:30 p.m. sharp, we will have the cultural feast for each one of us, where in the same auditorium, this place. So I request everyone to be on time, 6:30 p.m., where you get to taste the culture of India. Thank you so much.